that they should look at their accreditation process and even before we come to the pledges and the disbursements. So that's one big source of, what we discuss in various COPs. The second one is the discussion with the MDBs, the multilaterals. So we're very grateful to Asian Development Bank. As you know, at the fag end of last year, they announced $500 million, and climate being a big part of that theme. The second one is what was announced earlier in January around the 10-year country partnership framework with the World Bank Group. And I think it's very important, and I'm very grateful to both multilaterals, certainly the World Bank Group as well, because when I met President Ajay Banga almost a year back during the spring meetings, we talked about many things and where we need World Bank support. And of course, all the project and project financings have always been there, but his point was that if Pakistan can come in with a more focused approach, rather than we want this, this, and that. So we agreed. We agreed on the population side, we agreed on the climate side. And of course, the fiscal side of the equation and the private investment side. So if you look at the 10-year country partnership framework, on the population side, we have child stunting, and we have learning poverty, especially girls after school. And the second thing was around climate resiliency and decarbonization. And so I think we have moved forward in the right way on that front. Of course, another source of funds is international capital markets. I heard Justice Mansoor Ali Shah talking about green bonds. And, Pakistan is not strange to green bonds, because it's only a few years back that WABDA, a parastatal on the utility side, printed a ticket of about $500 million in terms of the green bond. And at that point in time, actually, the book size was 6 times that. That's the kind of appetite which is available if we get our act together in terms of the international capital markets. I'm being told 1 minute left, which is the right thing to do. So then we come to the innovative solutions, which is the development of carbon markets and debt for nature swaps. Again, I heard Justice Mansoor Ali Shah talking about it. But it's very important that we take this whole debt for nature swap out of the distress situations, because we equate it with that someone is in distress and therefore we need to know. It's a very viable option of moving forward in terms of the financial solutions. The other thing we need to think about is grants versus loans, because loans are loans even if they are concessional because we have to pay them. And the other is foreign exchange versus local currency solutions. The last 2 things I just want to mention is that while we are looking for financing, capacity building in implementation and impact, identification, structuring, monitoring, reporting to international standards in terms of bankable, investable projects. That's what we need. That's where the technical support has to come in. And that's where the private sector has to lead this country. And the public-private partnerships are going to be one of the most critical pillars and enablers in terms of climate finance as we go forward. And the very last thing, when I was there in April of last year, I was asked to join this coalition of finance ministers for climate action. Because the point that was being made there in that forum, that of course it's the ministers of climate change who have to take the lead, but if the ministers of finance who control the purses, who have to think through the repurposing of some of these subsidies, if they don't come on board, this will never go mainstream in terms of budgeting, in terms of how we bring it into our macroeconomic framework. So I'm really looking forward to the deliberations of the most eminent panelists who are sitting here, and I will make some closing remarks after that. I hope I've stayed within 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aurangzeb. We'd love now.
आप न्यूज़ के साथ।
पोलियो के खात्मे के लिए कौमी मुहिम का आगाज 3 फरवरी से होगा। 7 रोजा पोलियो मुहिम 9 फरवरी तक जारी रहेगी। मुहिम में सिंध, पंजाब, खैबर पख्तूनख्वा और बलूचिस्तान समेत आज़ाद जम्मू और कश्मीर और गिलगित बल्तिस्तान के मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में 5 साल तक की उम्र के 4.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा बच्चों को पोलियो से बचाव के कतरे पिलाए जाएंगे। मुल्क में पोलियो वायरस की मौजूदगी बच्चों के लिए खतरे का बायस है, इसलिए वालिदैन से गुजारिश है कि वो अपने बच्चों को पोलियो वैक्सीन जरूर पिलवाएं और उनके मुस्तकबिल को महफूज बनाएं, क्योंकि फैसला आज करना है अगर कल बच्चे को चलना है।
A public service message by Dawn News.
मेरे बाल आपकी तरह घने और मजबूत कैसे होंगे?
मेरी तरह बालों में प्याज लगानी पड़ेगी। लगाओगी?
बहुत मेहनत लगेगी।
हाँ, पर इसकी नया लाइफ बॉय नेचुरली स्ट्रॉन्ग शैम्पू। इसमें है प्याज जो बालों की जड़ों में जाए और दे घने और 5 गुना तक मजबूत बाल। 10 रुपए के साशे में भी।
Peak Creams Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है, इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
मैं 570 में ले जाऊंगा।
ऑफिस से घर जाना महंगा पड़ गया। सेम राइड ओनली ₹450 विद यांगो। लाइफ में लगेगा इंक्रीमेंट जब बचत होगी विद यांगो। हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटी। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटी।
Peak Creams Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
अहम खबर है, वज़ीर आज़म शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज को रमज़ान शुगर मिल केस से बरी कर दिया गया। एंटी करप्शन अदालत ने शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज की बरियत की दरख्वास्तें मंजूर कर लीं। मज़ीद जानेंगे डॉन न्यूज़ के नुमाइंदे राना बिलाल से। राना बिलाल, क्या तफसीलात हैं? राना बिलाल से रब्ता करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। वज़ीर आज़म शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज को रमज़ान शुगर मिल केस से बरी कर दिया गया है। एंटी करप्शन अदालत ने शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज की बरियत की दरख्वास्तें मंजूर कर ली हैं। वज़ीर आज़म शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज रमज़ान शुगर मिल केस से बरी कर दिए गए हैं। लाहौर की एंटी करप्शन अदालत ने बरियत की दरख्वास्तें मंजूर की। शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज पर कौमी ख़जाने से ज़ाती शुगर मिल के लिए नाला बनवाने का इल्ज़ाम था। नैब ने शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज के खिलाफ 2018 में तहकीकात शुरू की थी। तफसीलात जान लेते हैं राना बिलाल से। राना बिलाल, बताइएगा, शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज को बरी कर दिया गया रमज़ान शुगर मिल केस से?
जी देखिए, रमजान शुगर मिल केस में वज़ीर-ए-आज़म शहबाज शरीफ और उनके साहबजादे हमजा शहबाज को बरी कर दिया गया है। एंटी करप्शन अदालत ने शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज की बरियत की दरखास्तें मंजूर कर ली हैं और अदालत की जानिब से महफूज किया गया फैसला सुना दिया है। शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज पर कौमी खजाने से जाती शुगर मिल के लिए गंदा नाला बनवाने का जो है वो इल्जाम है और नैब ने शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज के खिलाफ 2018 में तहकीकात शुरू की थी और 2019 में नैब रेफरेंस जो है वो दायर किया गया था। ताहम नैब तरामीम के बाद ये केस नैब अदालत से जो है वो एंटी करप्शन अदालत में मुंतकिल कर दिया गया था। जो इल्जाम लगाया गया था शहबाज शरीफ पर, उसके मुताबिक 2015 में शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज ने चनियोट में अपनी शुगर मिल रमजान शुगर मिल के लिए कौमी खजाने से 21 करोड़ रुपए की खती रकम इस्तेमाल करके गंदा नाला बनवाने का इल्जाम था और इन पर यह भी इल्जाम था कि इन्होंने अपनी सीट का गलत इस्तेमाल किया।
बहुत शुक्रिया राना बिलाल इन तफसीलात के लिए। एक बार फिर आपको लिए चलेंगे, ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है।
After the shock. Hence, climate action has to be a significant priority and required investments must be brought about with urgency and diligence. My second point is that climate crisis is not a one-time or a short-term modular physical risk, but is persistent, evolving challenge with economy-wide consequences requiring both public and private sector action as it affects long-term health, food security, biodiversity, and the economy of the nation. For example, a global 3.3 degree warming would lead to a reduction in crop yields by up to 19% for maize, 1.6% for wheat, and 8% for rice. At the same level of global warming, the impact on several species is significant. 50% of insects, 45% of plants, and 23% of bird species will lose more than 50% of their climatic range. My third point is that climate crisis affects marginalized groups, disproportionately leading to wider gaps and inequitable conditions, disrupting livelihoods for population. For example, districts in South Punjab and North and Sindh have poverty rates between 26 and 39%, while districts in Southeast Sindh and bordering areas between Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan have poverty rates between 40 and 60%. Hence, climate financing pathways require a whole of economy approach to drive inclusive socio-economic development for Pakistan. My fourth point is developing a medium-term strategic climate financing plan is critical. Pakistan has developed nationally determined contribution and national adaptation plans backed by sector-based goals, action plans, and key performance indicators. Hope we can keep track of these. It is proposed that the National Climate Finance Strategy include a medium-term national climate financing plan for both public and private sectors, backed by targets for climate financing sources and instruments, and priority focus area of mitigation, adaptation, and disaster recovery plans based on cost and time access efficiency is critical. Pakistan's climate financing ambition should be lifted and offer clarity in pathways and induce transparency, ownership, and commitment to financing sources and galvanize stakeholders' contribution towards Pakistan's climate action. My fifth point is steering international climate financing sources in an effective manner is critical. Given the current and expected weightage of international financing sources in Pakistan's climate financing mix, it's proportionately less share of international financing versus its peer groups. And you know who these are. And the parallel need to steer its international debt burden and domestic private financing sources, the government should lay out a focused strategic approach towards maximizing and optimizing international financing. We are very proud that the finance minister's leadership is really up to the mark. I had a discussion with him before the meeting, and of course we have heard him, and we are very confident that under his leadership, we'll all progress in an effective manner. I have to say, international finance, particularly from the multilateral development banks, should be prioritized in projects and initiatives. And I speak for my term as finance minister in the interim government. I realized whoever wants money just goes and grabs. And I said that then, and I repeat, that it is important that the finance minister takes the leadership on where the money goes ultimately, because he has the umbrella view of it. It has to be aimed to tackle barriers and foster local private financing participation through blended finance mechanisms like de-risking tools, concessional loans, etc. International finance should also be prioritized towards adaptation and resilience projects. Furthermore, international financing sources, given their expertise, can be well leveraged towards building local capacities, institutional capacities, and areas like investment planning and project pipeline development, which is critical. Furthermore, given the importance of climate action in developing countries, it is important that international development finance institutions review their development budgets and plans and assign significant allocation for climate. Given international climate financing complexities and fragmented infrastructure, the government should continue to advocate for simplifying their criteria and disbursement process to bring agility and speed to funding process. International financing is likely to remain the primary source of climate finance in the midterm, so Pakistan should continue to tap new bilateral and multilateral funds to increase their share of international financing sources. I say that because both in bilateral and multilateral funds have space and been given the assignment to assign high priority to this very strategic global priority. Amongst the top 10 countries receiving international public adaptation finance during the period of 2017 to 2021, Pakistan ranks as the second poorest in terms of GDP per capita, and it ranked 8th in terms of both absolute and per capita climate finance received. My sixth point, developing local financial markets, players, and instruments is critical. The most significant and under-tapped climate financing pathway in Pakistan is the local green financial markets and innovative green financing tools and solutions. Their suitable implementation mechanism have to draw under wider market participation and accelerate efforts towards meeting the targeted climate financing. IFC estimates green development opportunities of 197 billion in the country to achieve its climate goals by 2030. The top sectors being green buildings, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. I have to conclude by thanking United Nations, what they call the Breathe Pakistan, for funding a major study with me to really do a comprehensive analytical piece that looked at all the sources and the analytics of climate finance. So thank you to DawnMedia and to the Breathe conference for allowing me this opportunity to be able to review the whole landscape of climate finance. And it's a big study. I have just captured the essence of that study given the short time that I have been allocated. Thank you, Minister of Finance. And I once again apologize for being late. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar, for your insightful remarks. I would now like to invite Mr. Salim Raza, former Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, to take to the podium. Mr. Salim Raza.
Honorable Finance Minister, honored guests, all the international and local, our own experts who have been assembled here today by Dawn, and it's a great effort. It's very well organized, and there's a huge amount of expertise here, which I have to admit, right in the beginning, I lack comprehensively when it comes to the technicalities of climate or what our most recent planning is. So if periodically here and there I put my foot in my mouth, I would seek your tolerance. Now, I'm going to try and look at some ways where Pakistan can galvanize our progress towards the target of achieving 50% reduction. Pakistan has a framework of public sector entities, agencies, at the federal level and at the provincial level, and they're getting ready with policies, but to create a process where we can produce a stream of projects going forward, which is the only way we'll get any toehold in the huge market for credits, carbon credits, which is a supplementary source of finance, but an important source of finance for companies in the Western world and for developing countries generating their own carbon. If we're going to get any such position where we're generating a lot from our own with our own initiatives, then it's got to be a stream of projects coming through from the private sector and the communities, local communities. Local government would be a big help. We'd need stronger local government than we have, but that's the agency that's been mobilized commonly in countries like Indonesia, Ghana, where these are countries that have been able to generate a lot of carbon credits. We know our problem. We are not big emitters, but we are severely damaged by the consequences of global warming. We've got air contamination, water contamination. The roots of that might be our own, burning stubble, but then you have temperature inversion, the air gets trapped, and the smog then lasts months and is with much greater intensity. Yes, we can do a lot to curb sewage, industrial waste, agricultural water runoff, but then the floods turn up and spread them over thousands of acres. And both these things, air and water, cause long-term ailments for adults and are a significant cause in the stunting that a large percentage of our children undergo. So we have to address these issues anyway. And then, in terms of our capacity to replace fossils with renewables, according to the World Bank, on 0.07% of our land, we could provide electricity for the whole country. We've got strong wind systems in the south, on the coast in Sindh and in parts of Balochistan. So wind is a very viable area for expansion. Of course, hydro has always been there and is being developed, and is also being developed with a lot of small, mini, and micro power generations in the valleys and the hills in the north. Now, the implications. What are the implications for the cost of the whole thing? Now, this is what the finance minister and anyone who went to Baku will have seen this. I don't know if this is at all clear. Yeah, can you expand the screen, please? Well, their assessment, the independent expert group that works for the UN FCCC and provides estimates for what's going to be needed in the next 5 years. The planning period is 5 years, but in this case, we're talking about 1930, this collective target of cutting back by 50% by 2030. In their estimate, we're going to need 6.5 trillion. 6.5 trillion, that's what we have to be spending a year by 2030. And from 2024, wherever we are, we have to grow consecutively to reach that number. And they present this as fait accompli, and if it doesn't happen, they think their prognosis is very depressing. And then the expenditure goes on; it keeps rising. But if you look at the breakdown, if you look at the boxes, the figure in brackets, climate and nature. So it's the estimate is 2.6 trillion for developed countries, 2.4 trillion for emerging markets, and 1.5 for China. We don't have to worry about China; they're well on their way, and they're spending whatever is needed. The developed countries probably will. So the challenge really then comes down to the 2.4 trillion that the emerging markets are meant to produce. Now, the figure in brackets under the main head is the amount by which we have to increase spending from 2024. So 2.4 trillion by 2030 and 1.9 trillion now. So we've got to go up. Not by so we're spending 500 trillion now, and we have to go up by 1.9 trillion to reach 2.4 trillion, which is the target for 2030. And then they break that into domestic and external. 1.4 domestic, 1 trillion external. Now, if you look at the sources of domestic finance and the sources of external finance, there are many things we could consider in this, but I just want to point out one sole reality, which is the expectation that private finance, not public finance, is going to pull the cart here on. Because you see, their estimate for how much private finance is to increase in the next 5 years compared to what it is today, it's 15 to 18 times in external finance and 5 to 7 times in money raised domestically. So what this private finance is external private finance. Actually, this is not an idle hope, because if you look at what's happening, the imposition of emission ceilings in the West have led a lot of companies to look for ways to cut emission and to trade, because countries establish caps for how much particular companies can emit, and if they over it, they either pay a penalty or they go and buy a credit from someone who is under the cap. So that's the carbon trading market. That compliance trading market is today about $800 billion. So, and that is all private activity. So it is growing very fast. This is the compliance market. There's something called the voluntary trading market, which is not a regulated market, but it's when people who seek to buy carbon credits to offset their own excess, when they go to outside their own countries. There's a large part of the world covered by these requirements now. All of EU has these requirements. Canada, China, Japan, New Zealand, and more parts of America, California, 11 northeastern American states, all have this system of caps and trading. This same thing is being adopted actually increasingly. Well, I think you see, this is the figure I was referring to, 15 to 18 for private finance, and then 5 to 7 in the national for the national targets. Countries like China and India, among the emerging markets, already have domestic voluntary trading markets, and there are 5 others in Asia that are setting them up in the course of this year. So they will have domestic, they will generate domestic credits, trade domestic credits, send domestic credits as a marketplace. So there's Malaysia, Vietnam, India that is coming on in the course of this year and the next year in the trading market. So, that the big hope for this sharp jump in private credits is they're not really smoking pot. This is an impulse. It's dynamism that is developing, and we have to that's what I said to begin with, we have to latch onto it. Why is the corporate sector now in this position, and why are they a more attractive source than they've been? Well, first of all, the private sector has got used to the exercise. The first is these caps that they face. The second part is reduced, more efficient, cheaper, and more easily available technology, which is bringing, the cost of compliance down. Then this ESG that companies have been economic, social, environmental, social, and governance goals that the corporate sector has been living with for more than a decade now, everywhere. Environment is a big part of that, so companies already have been setting aside things for this use. Where Pakistan misses out is to be able to latch on to one of the United Nations agencies, or really to be able to go to any international market to sell your credits, where you're producing savings that you can package and sell. You need a process of accreditation, and this is where we've got at the moment only 2 accredited entities in Pakistan, JS Bank and NRSP. We need our major banks. We need our major banks accredited, actually. And if these major banks, just off the cuff, if these major banks adopt 5 or 6 large companies, then the banks and these companies working as syndicates, the companies will bring in their supply chain behind them, so that you'd go deep down into the decarbonization process. I mean, that is something that that is the only way I can think we can accelerate the entry of the private sector. Now, critically, with this amount of money that's going to be spent, we really have to worry about how many countries will have an internal implementation structure that can meet the expense required. I mean, you have to have the projects, and how many, and the projects have to be projects such as will withstand heavy international standards of verification and validation. And the two major agencies, Vera and Gold Standard, take a long time today, and that's why our banks say that they're hesitant to apply. But they also have very tough requirements on whoever applies. They come and examine them to make the simple judgment, are you fit to apply? But this is what's got to change. So the second thing is, can we generate projects fast enough? The second thing is, what is the status of the supply chains of the equipment and the machinery that is needed for the climate effort? Panels, batteries, transformers, minerals, lithium, copper, rare earth. Are they going to be available and functional in sufficient capacity to be able to meet the 6.4 trillion that is going to be spent? There are already problems. There's a problem with the wind project in England that's falling 5 years behind because the transformers that are coming from China, there's just a huge backlog of orders. So the planning for this has to be done quite keeping these things in mind. So now Pakistan's base at Baku, the base shown is 495 million tons of emission. Let's say 500 million tons. We said that business as usual, we'd get to 1.6 by 2030. But we said we would we wouldn't grow to 1.6, we'd grow to 800 million tons. So in other words, just increasing by 300 and reducing 800 million tons of emissions. And I think we all know the projects that Pakistan has, the priority projects for this renewable, cutting down coal, everything to do with the Indus Basin, the nature-based credits. Our mangroves have done very well. I think the Sindh government's generated $50 million for the period up to 22, which they received in 23. But now they've applied for the next section, for the 23-24 section that they ought to approve this year. And it's interesting in pricing these credits, because mangroves have besides absorbing greenhouse gases, besides that, they provide flood barriers, they provide biodiversity, shrimp, crabs, that the population revives, which provides livelihood. Those credits are more expensive. So commonly credits these days in Europe are about $5 a ton. But we generated $13 for our mangroves, and the Sindh government now expects to generate $20 for the block that's being approved now. We said our need was going to be 348. That's the figure the World Bank said we'd need between 2023 and 2030. So we're in 2025. I don't think we've received too much of that 348. For these things that I've mentioned, we have said that we need external finance of 101. This is our position at Baku. So between 101 of external finance that we know we expect to get, and between the 350, which may be 320, there's still over $200 billion that we have to raise. Now, to give you an idea, just for perspective, our annual development plan for 24 was 1.4 trillion rupees, which is $5 billion. So an amount of about $40 billion a year, if it's 200 that we have to raise, we really have to certainly go flat out with our own resources, but we have to go abroad extensively. and that we do have some early opportunities. The World Bank again estimates that if we repurpose our current subsidies that we give to water, energy, and agriculture, and we introduce carbon pricing, which is a cost for emissions, which then you can also trade if there are people below the cap set for that industry. If we introduce a cap if we introduce carbon pricing between these two steps, the repurposing of domestic current subsidies and the introduction of carbon pricing would earn us about $10 billion a year. Well, we've talked about PPP, we've talked about green bonds, and of course we'll explore all bilateral possibilities. But then, as I said, if we're going to have a sustainable process going forward, we need to generate projects, and we need to build an operational mechanism for identifying and generating projects, a taxonomy that will identify eligible sectors by different adaptation and mitigation initiatives, provide underlying principles for appraising each, scan them, or sort of toughen them up, knowing the standards that are going to be used by validation, by VERI and the United Nations own. The most recent Article 6.4 description for what is going to be considered valid for selling as a carbon credit. They have 11 criteria, and a lot of that criteria focuses on, besides emission, on social, other environmental, on human rights, and on anti-corruption rules. So they are very insistent that climate policies must prioritize equitable access to the benefits of mitigation, so that national climate goals do not come at the cost of human development, which is, I think, something that Justice Manzoor Ali Shah was emphasizing, and it's absolutely valid comment. These community-related initiatives, as I said, Ghana, Vietnam, India, etc. In rice planting, which is the way we plant rice, the normal flood irrigation system for planting rice produces a lot of methane, and methane is our agri is 40%. Our agri emissions are 40% of our total emissions. And a lot of that is methane. So by changing how you plant rice from standing water, which gives rise to bacteria, which then gives rise to noxious gases, if you change how you plant rice, in Ghana, they've been able to get a fair amount, raise a fair amount in credits from outside. So this voluntary carbon market, supported by banks, leading groups of companies, I'm just suggesting banks, there's a better way, and there must be, we should pursue, but it's got to be groups of entities in the private sector sort of hunting in packs for opportunities. And they can be assigned sectors, they can be assigned regions, they can be assigned subjects for what what is their area, or they can just compete with each other. But we have to think of mobilizing that. Otherwise, frankly, we'll stay in the situation where we're going looking for grants and not generating stuff for a market that is increasing rapidly. There's a market that has demand, and we need to supply. So compliance credits, which is the compulsory credits, were 800 billion last year. Voluntary credits internationally were only 3 billion last year. But according to estimates, by 2030, they expect the voluntary carbon markets to be somewhere between 30 billion, and the high estimate is by Barclays, 250 billion. Whatever the number is, it's a huge number, and other developing countries, emerging markets, are beginning to participate in it. So a strategy to get ready with projects that are eligible, a strategy to learn how to use this accreditation mechanism, how to cluster companies so that they can work together, and then eventually how to get these, if we're producing enough projects, then these agencies like BERI and Gold Standard, the international certifying agencies, may want to have offices here, will want to have offices here, or will appoint local consultants here, so that whole process of closing the deal will become much shorter. Lastly, there's a big stress on agrovoltaic these days, which is introducing solar in particular wherever we can in agriculture, and this is not just tube wells. It's also for cold storage, which for us is a very, very big need, and diverse other uses, both wind but agrivoltaics, and it's really related to panels and power generated by panels. So we have a lot of very challenging scenario, but I think our situation is replete with possibilities, given our natural attributes and our human attributes. So I wish everyone the best of luck, and thank you very much. I was honored to have been asked to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raza. For the concluding remarks to this session, I now invite Ms. Valerie Hickey back to the podium. Ms. Valerie Hickey.
Thank you very much again, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Minister, esteemed panelists. What they said. What more can I add to the brilliant inputs that this esteemed panel provided today, and that before that Justice Mansur Ali Shah provided in terms of climate finance? But of course, I have to earn my place on the panel. So 6 seems to be the magic number. And so I'm going to provide very quickly 6 points, which is what I've heard from this panel, but what I've heard from all morning, from the discussions that we've been listening to. And the first is we're talking about money, whether it's domestic public budgets, whether it's private finance, or whether it's international public finance. And the truth is there isn't enough of it. not for climate finance and not for anything else. And this is a time when there's never been more of a demand for what limited budget is available. Globally, a third of least developed countries still haven't caught up with where they were before COVID. We talk a lot in Pakistan about learning poverty, but globally, 70% of 10-year-olds can't read and write because of COVID. Remediating that is going to require $2.4 trillion. Where's that money going to come from? There are countries that have lost access to capital markets, and even where countries have access to capital markets, money is more expensive than it's ever been. So there isn't enough of it. What is available is in high demand, and what is available is highly expensive. Even with climate finance, the truth is we haven't optimized it. 70% of climate finance goes towards mitigation, but we heard again and again today that mitigation isn't really the issue. There are commercial returns there. The issue is adaptation. And there's less than 30% of available finance going to that. But of all the climate finance flowing today, less than 20% goes to the global south, where the impacts of climate change are real. So that doesn't make sense. That's not money that's moving properly. So there's not just not enough money. There's not just the fact that climate finance money that is available isn't being targeted correctly, but the two silver bullets that are constantly referred to are incredibly fragile. One is carbon markets. And I do think there's huge potential for carbon markets, particularly in the compliance markets that are beginning to emerge. We have a lot of confidence, for example, in ICAO, the aviation compliance market that is being developed. But in the voluntary carbon market, it's gone from $2 billion in transactions in 2022 to less than 725 million. That's less than half, just 1 year later. So the carbon markets aren't yet where they need to be, and even as they grow, they're not going to be enough. Of course, the second silver bullet everybody talks about is private finance. And that's going to be what has to drive finance for adaptation as well as for mitigation. And it's funny, Honourable Minister, you started your talk this morning by talking about macroeconomic stability and the enormous progress that Pakistan has made in righting the ship of state finances. And that is so important because one of the reasons private finance isn't flowing is because of macroeconomic instability and uncertainty. It's because at the sector level there are policies that don't make sense. There are disincentives. At the project level, there isn't a pipeline of bankable projects. Project developers aren't creditworthy. They don't know how to design a business plan. So the private sector is sitting on the sidelines. There are still issues. So that's the first thing I wanted to say, because I think it's important. But the second is to reflect something that the Honourable Minister started with, which is the time for investing in projects is over. The time for building new economies has arrived. It's no longer about the what, it's about the how. It's about the plumbing. You know, these days having the title of climate change director in a US-based institution is a little bit scary. I worry sometimes that the big eye of Mordor for any Lord of the Rings fans will be attracted to people with those sorts of titles. I'm thinking of changing my title to Chief Plumber, because honestly, plumbing is where the future of climate finance has to lie. And it's plumbing for domestic budgets and for private sector, private finance. Let me start with the public sector, and you've heard it on this panel. The importance of thinking about mobilizing climate finance through taxes and expenditures, through procurement, which we don't hear enough about, but which are market makers, which are price makers in the market. But the mother of all policy reforms that will mobilize climate finance, for which plumbing is absolutely critical, is subsidies. Globally, there's over $1.5 trillion worth of subsidies just in energy, agriculture, and fisheries alone. That $1.5 trillion of direct expenditure at a time when countries are in fiscal crisis, when countries are in huge debt distress, when countries in sub-Saharan Africa are paying more to pay the interest on their debt than they have available for health and education spending. That $1.5 trillion in subsidy expenditure is causing another $5 trillion worth of damage. That over $7 trillion of cost is the size of the Mexican economy. Subsidies need to have a seat on the G20. They're that important when it comes to spending, when it comes to creating cost. So subsidy reform has to happen. I was lucky enough to participate in the UN Convention on Combating Desertification's COP16 in Saudi Arabia in December. And the big news that the UNCCD Secretariat brought out was the need for $1 billion a day to combat drought, desertification, and land degradation. That's a lot of money. The truth is, the world spends almost $2 billion a day, twice as much, on agricultural subsidies. Here in Pakistan, the subsidy to natural gas for chemical fertilizer producers is an example. We've done some modeling, and for every 10% increase in fertilizer on land, at best, on-farm productivity increases are less than 2.5%. But that 10% increase in fertilizer application is leading to over 4% increase in respiratory illness. That doesn't make sense. That's not good math at a time of fiscal crisis. So subsidies have to be worked on. The second part of plumbing, of course, is private finance and capital markets. And that's going to require three things. And again, you heard it from the panel. It's going to require financial engineering. Ourselves and the European Investment Bank like to fight over who issued the first green bond. Since they're not on this panel, I'm going to say we did in 2008. And the green bond market has grown enormously since then. Ourselves, we have issued $19 billion in 222 bonds in 28 currencies in the last several years. Globally, the green bond market is worth over $600 billion. It sounds like a lot. It's not. It's less than 0.5% of the total bond market. And the dirty secret, of course, is that green bonds aren't price differentiated on the market. You're not getting cheaper interest by issuing green bonds anymore. There isn't a price difference. There is a price difference in the sustainability-linked bond market, sustainability-linked loan market. And so that's where the financial engineering is going, because again, the cost of capital matters when it comes to plumbing in the private sector. But it's not just about financial engineering, it's about understanding risk in the capital markets. We worked with the Central Bank of Malaysia to understand how much of their commercial loan portfolio was vulnerable to climate shocks. Turns out it's over half, it's 54%. Think about what that would mean for a financial crisis. And it's not just about understanding risk, it's about disclosing risk. It's about figuring out how to get local money markets to price risk better for new climate technologies, so that they're able to support the local taxi driver who wants to buy a better, more fuel-efficient small truck or motorcycle, which they're not doing right now. That's why Pakistan's development of the National Climate Finance Strategy has been such a success, because it's exactly looking not just at the what, but the how and the plumbing. But finally, there's two things very quickly that I think we shouldn't ignore. I started by talking about the fact that there's not enough money. Too often at these conferences, at climate COPs, we talk about the quantity of money, but the truth is we also need to talk about the quality of money. And you heard about that here today, in particular the issues around access and impact. We talk a lot about international public climate finance and the Green Climate Fund, the GEF. And you heard from the minister, the money doesn't move quickly enough. The GEF, one of the longest green funds that exists, has a very convoluted way of approving projects. A country designs a project. That project has to be reviewed by an intermediary agency like the World Bank or UNDP. Our work is then reviewed by the GEF Secretariat. The GEF Secretariat's work is reviewed by their Science Technical Advisory Panel, and the STOP panel's work is reviewed by the GEF Council. That cannot be how to run a business. That's why it takes so long. And this is where plumbing matters too, because it makes no sense in a world where we talk about a climate emergency that the paperwork to access international public climate finance is ridiculously complex. Climate finance is hard enough to fix, but surely we can fix paperwork. Surely we can make it easier to access these funds by making the questions that are asked, the paperwork that is demanded, simpler. And finally, it's not just about access, it's about impact. With so little money, every dollar, every rupee that is spent needs to be spent on what works. And when something isn't working, we need to stop spending money on it. And the only way we know what's working, what's not working, is through data. But we don't have good data. We have a terrible tragedy of data fragmentation. We don't have common methodologies. We're not measuring the same things. We can't compare what's happening. And until we fix those problems, we will never know what is working and what's not. So I'll finish by saying climate finance is development finance. It's domestic public budgets. It's fiscal space. It's taxes and spending. It's your local bank. It's everything. And we shouldn't forget that while there are no silver bullets, when it comes to climate finance, we need to remember the movie title, that we have to look for it everywhere, from everyone, and all at once. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. I would like to thank, on behalf of the DawnMedia Group, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, Mr. Salim Raza, and Ms. Valerie Hickey. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now recess for lunch. Please join us on the second floor. The break will be for half an hour, and then we will reconvene at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you.
इसमें वफाकी वज़ीर ख़ज़ाना मोहम्मद औरंगज़ेब ने भी इजहार ख्याल किया। मौसमियाती तब्दीली के हवाले से डॉन मीडिया की ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस के सिलसिले में चौथा सेशन जिसका इनेकाद किया गया, जिसमें वफाकी वज़ीर ख़ज़ाना मोहम्मद औरंगज़ेब ने इजहार ख्याल किया। उन्होंने कहा कि माशी मैदान में अहम कामयाबियाँ हासिल की हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि माहौलियात से हम आहंग इक़दामात करने होंगे। माहौलियाती फ़ंड के क़याम के बाद उन्होंने कहा कि मुतासरा ममालिक की मदद करना इंतहाई ज़रूरी है। इसके अलावा वर्ल्ड बैंक ग्लोबल डायरेक्टर फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज वैलरी हिकी की जानिब से भी इजहार ख्याल किया गया। इसके अलावा साबिक़ गवर्नर स्टेट बैंक सलीम रज़ा और शमशाद अख्तर ने भी इस सेशन में इजहार ख्याल किया। हाजिर होंगे ब्रेक के बाद।
मुल्क भर के 156 अजला में कौमी इंसदाद पोलियो मुहिम 3 फरवरी से शुरू हो चुकी है।
मुहिम में सिंध, पंजाब, खैबर पख्तूनख्वा और बलोचिस्तान समेत आज़ाद जम्मू और कश्मीर और गिलगित बल्तिस्तान के मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में 5 साल तक की उम्र के 4.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा बच्चों को पोलियो से बचाव के कतरे पिलाए जाएंगे।
पाकिस्तान में माहौलियाती नमूनों में पोलियो वायरस की मौजूदगी खतरे का बायस है, इसलिए वालिदैन अपने बच्चों को जिंदगी भर की माजूरी से बचाने के लिए पोलियो के कतरे जरूर पिलाएं,
क्योंकि फैसला आज करना है अगर कल बच्चे को चलना है।
A public service message by Dawn News.
अम्मी, क्या लड़कियां पायलट नहीं बनती?
ये देखो तुम्हारे बाल, ये जैसे चाहे बन सकते हैं क्योंकि ये मजबूत हैं। तुम भी जो चाहो बन सकती हो क्योंकि तुम भी मजबूत हो। एक माँ ही बनाती है बेटी को जड़ से मजबूत। जैसे लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू का नया एलोवेरा और मिल्क प्रोटीन फॉर्मूला बाल बनाए मजबूत। लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू, तुम मजबूत हो।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
घर से निकलते वक्त चाची ने गुस्से से कहा,
सुनो, घर बैठो और प्याज काटो।
पर मैंने सिर्फ प्याज नहीं काटी, अपना पार्लर भी खोला। टूट रहे हैं, काट दो। प्याज है, प्याज बाल टूटेंगे नहीं, बढ़ने दो यार। प्याज से बना नया सनसिल्क अनियन शैम्पू, ये पहले वॉश से लंबे बालों का टूटना 90% कम करे।
वंडरफुल, नाइस शॉट।
नो टूटना, ओनली बढ़ना। सनसिल्क।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
इस न्यूज अपडेट को आप तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमारे साथ ताउन किया है
नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
Sabroso Spicy Chicken Donut, King of the Ring.
बढ़ती आबादी और माहौलियाती तब्दीलियों मईशत के लिए बड़े चैलेंज हैं। ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी की हौसला अफजाई की जा रही है। वजीर खजाना मोहम्मद औरंगजेब का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से इजहार ख्याल। जस्टिस मंसूर अली शाह की आलमी माहौलियाती अदालत कायम करने की तजवीज़। माहौलियाती एहतिसाब का निज़ाम फौरी कायम करना चाहिए। ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से खिताब। और ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान मुहिम डॉन ग्रुप की बेहतरीन काबिश करार। गैर मुल्की मुकर्रीन की मुहिम का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान के बजाय लीड पाकिस्तान का नाम देने की तजवीज़।
नीडो स्कूल एज न्यूट्रिशन, जो है स्पेशली डिजाइन स्कूल गोइंग बच्चों की ग्रोथ, लर्निंग और इम्यूनिटी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, ताकि वो भरपूर बढ़े। नीडो न्यूट्रिशन टू ग्रो।
इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, द ऑल न्यू Sabroso Spicy Chicken Donut, King of the Ring.
क्या आपको चाहिए शाइनी बाल? सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन में है 5 नेचुरल ऑयल्स के साथ विटामिन ई का सुपर मिक्स, जो दे आपके बालों को अप टू 24 आवर्स शाइन। अब बाल करें शाइन ऑल द टाइम विद सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
एक्स्ट्रा जॉय।
मैं 570 में ले जाऊंगा।
550 में देसी। ऑफिस से घर जाना महंगा पड़ गया। सेम राइड ओनली ₹450 विद यांगो। लाइफ में लगेगा इंक्रीमेंट जब बचत होगी विद यांगो। हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटी। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड। हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
एक्स्ट्रा जॉय।
नन्हा सा जहन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना। नन्ही सी जान लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम, इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्री ब्लेंड की बड़ी खिजा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्री ब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी खिजा।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी, खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
लाला संभल के
देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
हर मोड़ पे खतरे हजार, हर मैच आर्या पार। आईसीसी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी शुरू 19 फरवरी से।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी, खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
I am Sidra Iqbal and you're watching Dove Presents Real Beauty series.
Beauty comes in so many different ways.
Somebody looked at you and told you that you're beautiful.
That's a powerful question. If someone is better than me, please, you go do this, I'll follow your lead. My body is strong. I am strong. My mind is strong.
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
लाला संभल के देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
हर मोड़ पे खतरे हजार, हर मैच आर्या पार। आईसीसी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी शुरू 19 फरवरी से।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
नन्ना सा जहन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना। नन्ही सी जान, बड़ी सी शरारत। ये अभी नन्ना सही लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम। इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्री ब्लेंड की बड़ी ग़िज़ा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्री ब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी ग़िज़ा।
पानी गर्म हो गया, चल नेस्कैफे बना दे।
ये तो रोज बनाते हैं, आज तुम बना लो।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है। पहले गर्म पानी,
फिर दूध और चीनी। गुड यार।
हाँ, काफी इजी था।
बाद में मग धोना भी सिखाएंगे। पहले साबुन फिर स्पंज।
इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, द ऑल न्यू सबरोसो स्पाइसी चिकन डोनर, किंग ऑफ द रिंग। सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर,
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
मिलती है कदम कदम पर, खिलती है कदम कदम पर, सबसे आगे सबसे ऊपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर।
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, द ऑल न्यू सबरोसो स्पाइसी चिकन डोनर, किंग ऑफ द रिंग।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
मिलती है कदम कदम पर, खिलती है कदम कदम पर, सबसे आगे सबसे ऊपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर।
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपरफास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
मानो कैसी फिकर।
ये जिद्दी दाग।
आंटी, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना?
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग, तो दागों से क्या डरना।
सर्फ एक्सेल है ना?
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर।
नन्ना सा जहन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना। नन्ही सी जान, बड़ी सी शरारत। ये अपनी नन्ना सही लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम, इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्रीब्लेंड की बड़ी खिजा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्रीब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी खिजा।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
इसकी एज के साथ इसके चैलेंजेस भी बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। क्या ये इनके लिए रेडी है? बिल्कुल रेडी है। With Nido School Age Nutrition, जो है स्पेशली डिजाइन स्कूल गोइंग बच्चों की ग्रोथ, लर्निंग और इम्यूनिटी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, ताकि वो भरपूर बढ़ें। Nido Nutrition to Grow from Nestle।
पहली बार विटामिन सी और ग्लिसरीन के साथ लक्स, जो जिल्द को निखारे, नमी दे और दे चांद सा रोशन चेहरा।
लक्स फेस ऑफ द ईयर माया अली।
पर ये अवार्ड सिर्फ मेरा नहीं, ये है इन सभी खूबसूरत चेहरों का, जिनकी रोशनी से दुनिया रोशन है।
लक्स, हमारा बेस्ट सोप ग्लो के लिए।
आपके बाल सबसे घने कब थे?
जब मेरी नानी मेरे बालों का ख्याल रखती थी। जब हेयर फॉल नहीं था।
हेयर फॉल है डैमेज की निशानी, इसीलिए डैमेज एक्सपर्ट डव, जिसका 1/4 मॉइस्चराइजिंग मिल्क और न्यूट्री सीरम, जो जड़ से सिरे तक बालों को नरिश करे, पहले वॉश से हेयर फॉल कम करे। अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से। डव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू।
क्या आपको चाहिए शाइनी बाल?
सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन में है 5 नेचुरल ऑयल्स के साथ विटामिन ई का सुपर मिक्स, जो दे आपके बालों को अप टू 24 आवर्स शाइन। अब बाल करें शाइन ऑल द टाइम विद सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन।
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
ये सब मुमकिन है जब आप करेंगे सपोर्ट अपने बच्चे की बढ़ती हुई बॉडी और माइंड को। नेस्ले लैक्टोग्रो में मौजूद है एक्टिव ग्रो, जिसमें शामिल है टबी के लिए प्रोबायोटिक्स और वो न्यूट्रिएंट्स जो सपोर्ट करें उसकी बढ़ती बॉडी और माइंड को, ताकि इसे मिले ग्रोथ में मदद और आपके बच्चे करें ग्रो विद एक्टिव ग्रो फ्रॉम नेस्ले।
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता है it's Tresemme.
Salon Smooth Blow Dry Hair. Now at home. Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे Salon Smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लुक घर पे?
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
इसकी एज के साथ इसके चैलेंजेस भी बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। क्या ये इनके लिए रेडी है? बिल्कुल रेडी है विद नीडो स्कूल एज न्यूट्रिशन, जो है स्पेशली डिजाइन स्कूल गोइंग बच्चों की ग्रोथ, लर्निंग और इम्यूनिटी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, ताकि वो भरपूर बढ़ें। नीडो न्यूट्रिशन टू ग्रो फ्रॉम नेस्ले।
मानो दागों का डर कैसी फिकर,
ये जिद्दी दाग।
आंटी सर्फ एक्सेल है ना?
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग, तो दागों से क्या डरना।
सर्फ एक्सेल है ना?
तुम्हारी बहन दूर रहकर बात करती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम है क्या?
प्रॉब्लम एक नहीं 10 है, लेकिन दांतों की।
मेडिकैम डेंटल क्रीम, जिससे रहें 10 डेंटल प्रॉब्लम्स दूर। मेडिकैम डेंटल क्रीम, हर रिश्ता मुस्कुराए। घर से निकलते वक्त चाची ने गुस्से से कहा,
सुनो, घर बैठो और प्याज काटो।
पर मैंने सिर्फ प्याज नहीं काटी, अपना पार्लर भी खोला। टूट रहे हैं, काट दो। प्याज है, प्याज बाल टूटेंगे नहीं, बढ़ने दो यार। प्याज से बना नया सनसिल्क अनियन शैम्पू, ये पहले वॉश से लंबे बालों का टूटना 90% कम करे।
वंडरफुल, नाइस शॉट।
नो टूटना, ओनली बढ़ना। सनसिल्क।
स्पाइसी चिकन डोनट, जो कर दे सबको नॉकआउट। इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, सबरोसो स्पाइसी चिकन डोनट, किंग ऑफ द रिंग।
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज ने चमन में तकरीबकारी का बड़ा मंसूबा नाकाम बना दिया। कल अदम तंजीम के ठिकाने से भारी मिकदार में गोला बारूद और मफासलाती आलात बरामद कर लिए। पशीन डीसी कॉम्प्लेक्स के बाहर बम बरामद हुआ, जिसे नाकारा बना दिया गया। मजीद जानेंगे डॉन न्यूज़ के नुमाइंदे अब्दुल्ला जहरी से। अब्दुल्ला, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज की जानिब से मजीद क्या तफसीलात सामने आ सकें?
जी बिल्कुल, ये चमन का इलाका है। गुलजार बागीचा और दीगर मकामात पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज ने असादारों की निशानदेही पर कार्रवाई के दौरान एक ठिकाने से बड़ी तादाद में असला और गोला बारूद बरामद किया गया, जिसमें मवासलाती आलात भी शामिल है। सिक्योरिटी जराये के मुताबिक एक कंपाउंड में छुपाए गए सामान में बड़ी तादाद में रॉकेट लॉन्चर, एंटी माइंस, ग्रेनेड और प्रेमा कार्ड समेत दीगर एंटी टैंक माइंस भी शामिल है, जो मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में इस्तेमाल किया जाना था। जराये ने इस बात की भी तस्दीक की कि कार्रवाई के दौरान अब तक कोई भी गिरफ्तारी अमल में नहीं लाई जा सकी। ताम ये तमाम तर बरामद होने वाला असलाह और गोला बारूद एक कालादम तंजीम के बताए जा रहे हैं, जो मुल्क के मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में सप्लाई करके तकरीबकारी का मंसूबा बनाया जाना था। जी
अब्दुल्ला जहरी, बहुत शुक्रिया इन तफसीलात के लिए। लाहौर हाईकोर्ट ने PTI की 8 फरवरी को मीनार पाकिस्तान पर जलसे की इजाज़त की दरख्वास्त पर DC को आज शाम 5 बजे तक फैसला करने की हिदायत कर दी। मज़ीद जानेंगे डॉन न्यूज़ के नुमाइंदे राना बिलाल से। राना बिलाल, क्या तफसीलात है?
जी देखें, PTI को 8 फरवरी को मीनार पाकिस्तान जलसे की इजाज़त के हवाले से चीफ सेक्रेटरी पंजाब को अदालत में तलब किया गया था, जिस पर दोबारा कार्रवाई के बाद
गालिबन हमारा राब्ता मुनक़ता हो गया राना बिलाल से। लाहौर हाई कोर्ट ने PTI की 8 फरवरी को मीनार पाकिस्तान पर जलसे की इजाज़त की दरख्वास्त पर DC को आज शाम 5 बजे तक फैसला करने की हिदायत कर दी। हैदराबाद बार के वकला और पुलिस के दरमियान तनाज़ा शिद्दत इख्तियार कर गया। मुश्तइल वकला ने हाई कोर्ट से सेशन कोर्ट तक एहतजाजी रैली निकाली और SSP के तबादले का मुतालबा किया। सेशन कोर्ट से वकला SSP हैदराबाद के दफ्तर पहुंच गए। वकला की बड़ी तादाद के पहुंचने पर पुलिस ने SSP ऑफिस के दरवाजे बंद कर दिए और भारी नफरी तलब कर ली गई। वकला ने SSP ऑफिस के बाद DIG हैदराबाद के दफ्तर की जानिब से एहतजाजी मार्च शुरू कर दिया। वकला और पुलिस में 2 रोज़ कबल वकील के खिलाफ गलत ड्राइविंग का मुकदमा किए जाने पर तनाज़ा हुआ। SSP हैदराबाद डॉक्टर फर्रुख रज़ल अंजार ने वाज़ेह किया है कि इस मामले में कानून के मुताबिक जो भी ज़रूरी हुआ एक्शन लिया जाएगा। न्यू गवादर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट पर पहली हंगामी इनखला की मशक मुकम्मल कर ली गई। मशक का मकसद एयरपोर्ट के एमरजेंसी रद्द-ए-अमल की सलाहियतों को जांचना और बेहतर बनाना था। हंगामी मशक एयरपोर्ट के डिपार्चर लॉन्ज में हुई है। PAA की जानिब से बताया गया है न्यू गवादर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट पर पहली हंगामी इनखला की मशक मुकम्मल कर ली गई है। मशक का मकसद एमरजेंसी रद्द-ए-अमल की सलाहियतों को जांचना था। बांग्लादेश की दारुल हुकूमत ढाका में बानी रहनुमा शेख मुजीबुर रहमान के घर पर दर्जनों अफराद ने धावा बोलकर तोड़फोड़ की और क्रेन से इमारत की दीवारें गिरा दी। ढाका में धान मंडी के इलाके में शेख मुजीब के घर बंगला बांधू के सामने हजारों अफराद ने मुजाहरा किया। इस मुजाहरे के वक्त साबिक वज़ीर आज़म हसीना वाजिद का भारत से अपने हामियों से वीडियो खिताब हो रहा था। मुश्तइल मुजाहरीन ने मुजीबुर रहमान के घर पर हमला करके इमारत में तोड़फोड़ की, आग लगाई और इमारत की दीवारों को क्रेन से गिरा दिया। बांग्लादेश के दारुल हुकूमत ढाका में बानी रहनुमा शेख मुजीबुर रहमान के घर पर दर्जनों अफराद ने धावा बोलकर तोड़फोड़ की और क्रेन से इमारत की दीवारें गिरा दी। ढाका में धान मंडी के इलाके में शेख मुजीब के घर बंगला बांधू के सामने हजारों अफराद ने मुजाहरा किया। कराची के इलाके पुरानी सब्जी मंडी पर कायम टायर के गोदामों पर कस्टम ने करोड़ों रुपए मालियत के स्मगल शुदा टायर्स को जब्त कर लिया है। पुरानी सब्जी मंडी पर कायम गोदामों पर कस्टम की जानिब से कार्रवाई की गई। करोड़ों रुपए मालियत के स्मगल शुदा टायर जब्त कर लिए गए। कार्रवाई सिंध रेंजर्स, सिंध पुलिस और हसास इदारे के ताउन से की गई।
पाकिस्तानी खाने ज़ुबान पे लगे तो छूटते नहीं है, और अगर कपड़ों पे लगे तो वो कोरमे को आउट ऑफ साइट कर देगा। निहारी को वाइप कर देगा। कढ़ाई से भी फाइट कर लेगा। कौन?
ब्राइट, क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले।
आपके रेस्टोरेंट का मेन्यू आपकी यूनिफॉर्म में भी नजर आता है।
इसीलिए तो ये काम ब्राइट और आपको दिया जाता है।
अपनों की रैलीज पे रहें, एक कॉल पे मौजूद, ताकि मुस्कुराते रहें पाकिस्तानी, खुशहाल रहे पाकिस्तान। KNN।
Shining Star of the Month, Dua, Fatma, Mehreen।
कितने साल क्यों भाई? सर क्योंकि शाइन तो सभी करते हैं।
पावर प्लस पॉलिश एंड शू शाइनर अब नई शानदार चमक के साथ।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to the master of every ring, the unbeatable, flavorful, and irresistible Sabroso Spicy Chicken Donut, जिसकी हर बाइट में है स्पाइस का ऐसा यूनिक बैलेंस जो कर दे सब को नॉकआउट। इसी को तो कहते हैं the specialist move. Give it up for the all-new Sabroso Spicy Chicken Donut, King of the Ring.
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपरफास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
चाय चाहिए कौन सी जना, लिप्टन ही तो है, लिप्टन पीजिए।
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
नन्ना सा जहन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना। नन्नी सी जान, बड़ी सी शरारत। ये अपनी नन्ना सही लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम, इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्रीब्लेंड की बड़ी खिजा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्रीब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी खिजा।
Pakistan generates 49.6 million tons of solid waste annually. Only 18.4% is properly landfilled. Where does the 81.6% go? Improper waste management can block water drains, resulting in flooding, cause environmental pollution, and lead to an increase in diseases like cholera, dengue, and malaria. Do you want your children to live in a toxic wasteland? The time to act is now.
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
देखिए आज शब 10:05 सिर्फ डॉन न्यूज पर।
ओलिविया हेयर कलर का 40 साल तजुर्बा, महारत और एतमाद। हर एक के बस की बात नहीं, सबसे ज्यादा नेचुरल एंड फैशन शेड्स। मेरे पास ओलिविया हेयर कलर के अलावा कोई चॉइस ही नहीं। पैर को हिलाने पर ओलिविया से ओरिजिनल और ओरिजिनल से ओलिविया बदलता हुआ नजर आए तो यही असली ओलिविया हेयर कलर की पहचान है। ओलिविया, शुक्रिया।
मैं तो नया कोलगेट स्ट्रॉन्ग टीथ के लिए खरीदती हूँ।
पर दादी, इसका आप क्या करोगे?
अरे यही तो न्यूट्रिशन देता है मेरी काटने वाली मशीन को। सिर्फ इसी का कैल्शियम बूस्ट दे दांतों को न्यूट्रिशन, बनाए स्ट्रॉन्ग। पेस्ट ही नहीं, न्यूट्रिशन है ये।
बेलगाम सांस रोकती जहरीली आबो हवा हर पाकिस्तानी शहरी की जिंदगी के 4 साल कम कर चुकी है।
सिर्फ साल 2022 का सैलाब ही अरबों डॉलर्स का नुकसान और लाखों लोगों को बेघर कर गया। ये है क्लाइमेट चेंज की वो कीमत जो पाकिस्तान अदा कर रहा है।
कुरैर्स का बढ़ता हुआ दर्जा हरारत 2% इजाफे की इंतहाई सतह की जानिब तेजी से बढ़ रहा है,
जो बाइस बन रहा है हौलनाक वेदर इवेंट्स और शदीद गर्मी का।
क्या पाकिस्तान एक नए बहरान की तरफ फिर से बढ़ रहा है?
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
डॉन न्यूज आवरली क्लॉक के लिए ताउन किया है
कोलगेट मैक्सिमम कैविटी प्रोटेक्शन। पेस्ट ही नहीं, न्यूट्रिशन है ये।
हेडलाइंस के लिए ताउन किया है।
अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से डाव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू।
बढ़ती आबादी और माहौलियाती तब्दीलियां मईशत के लिए बड़े चैलेंज हैं। ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी की हौसला अफजाई की जा रही है। वजीर खजाना मोहम्मद औरंगजेब का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से इजहार ख्याल। जस्टिस मंसूर अली शाह की आलमी माहौलियाती अदालत कायम करने की तजवीज़। माहौलियाती एहतसाब का निज़ाम फौरी कायम करने का मुतालबा। ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से खिताब। ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान मुहिम डॉन ग्रुप की बेहतरीन काविश करार। गैर मुल्की मुकर्रीन की मुहिम का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान के बजाय लीड पाकिस्तान का नाम देने की तजवीज़। इस्लामाबाद के जिना कन्वेंशन सेंटर में डॉन मीडिया के ज़रिए एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस। डॉन ग्रुप के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव हमीद हारून और नाज आफरीन सहगल लाखानी ने मेहमानों को खुशामदीद कहा। पाकिस्तान का शुमार मौसमियाती तब्दीली से सबसे ज्यादा मुतासर ममालिक में होता है। सैलाब के बायस पाकिस्तान को अरबों डॉलर का नुकसान हुआ। वफाकी वजीर अहसन इकबाल का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से खिताब। वजीर आला खैबर पख्तूनख्वा का मौसमियाती असरात से निपटने के लिए NFC अवार्ड में रकम मुख्तस करने का मुतालबा। अमीन गंडापुर का खैबर पख्तूनख्वा में आलूदगी से पाक मंसूबे शुरू करने का ऐलान। फलस्तीनियों को उनकी सरजमीन से कहीं और भेजना इंतहाई तशवीशनाक है। फलस्तीन की सरजमीन फलस्तीनियों की जगह है। तर्जुमान दफ्तर खारजा की ब्रीफिंग। ट्रंप के गजा पर कब्जे के बयान पर दुनिया चिरागबाज। 2 रियासती हल का मुतालबा। फलस्तीनियों की जबरी बेदखली किसी सूरत कबूल न करने का ऐलान। ट्रंप ने गजा की तामीर नौ की जिम्मेदारी लेने की पेशकश की है। जब गजा की तामीर नौ होने पर वहां के रिहायशियों को दूसरी जगह रहना पड़ेगा। अमरीकी वजीर खारजा का दावा। सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप का गजा में अमरीकी फौज भेजने का इरादा नहीं। फलस्तीनियों की आर्जी मुंतकली चाहते हैं। तर्जुमान व्हाइट हाउस का बयान। चेयरमैन पीपल्स पार्टी बिलावल भुट्टो की अमरीकी सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के दुआया नाश्ते की तकरीब में शिरकत। पाकिस्तान और चीन के दरमियान सीमेंट की पैदावार में इजाफे, काबिल तजदीद तवानाई और कोयले की गैसिफिकेशन समेत अहम मुआहिदों पर दस्तखत हो गए। लाहौर की एंटी करप्शन अदालत ने वजीर आजम शहबाज शरीफ और हमजा शहबाज को रमजान शुगर मिल केस से बरी कर दिया। PTI का 8 फरवरी को खैबर पख्तूनख्वा में एहतजाज अपनी ही सूबाई हुकूमत के खिलाफ होगा। गवर्नर फैसल करीम कुंडी का तंज। PTI की 8 फरवरी को मीनार पाकिस्तान लाहौर में जलसे की इजाजत के लिए दरख्वास्त। लाहौर हाई कोर्ट की DC लाहौर को आज 5 बजे तक फैसला करने की हिदायत। पैका तरमीमी कानून कलअदम करार देने के लिए PFUJ की दरख्वास्त। लाहौर हाई कोर्ट ने फरीकैन को नोटिस जारी कर दिए। चेयरमैन ज्वाइंट चीफ्स ऑफ स्टाफ कमेटी जनरल साहिर शमशाद मिर्जा का मालदीव के चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ से पेशावराना उमूर पर तबादला ख्याल। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज ने चमन में तकरीबकारी का बड़ा मंसूबा नाकाम बना दिया। कलअदम तंजीम के ठिकाने से गोला बारूद और बड़ी तादाद में असलहा बरामद। करक में दहशतगर्दों के हमले में शहीद 3 पुलिस एहलकारों की नमाज जनाजा अदा। पुलिस दस्ते ने शोहदा को सलामी दी। लाहौर से हरबंसपुरा में मुलजिम ने रंजिश पर खातून पर तेजाब फेंक दिया। पुलिस ने मुलजिम को गिरफ्तार कर लिया। न्यू गवादर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट पर पहली हंगामी इनखला की मशक मुकम्मल। मकसद एयरपोर्ट के इमरजेंसी रद्द-ए-अमल की सलाहियतों को जांचना और बेहतर बनाना था। और ढाका में हजारों मुजाहिरीन ने बांग्लादेश की मफरूर साबिक वजीर आजम शेख हसीना वाजिद के आबाई घर को आग लगा दी।
आपके बाल सबसे घने कब थे?
जब मेरी नानी मेरे बालों का ख्याल रखती थी।
जब हेयर फॉल नहीं था।
हेयर फॉल है डैमेज की निशानी, इसीलिए डैमेज एक्सपर्ट डव, जिसका 1/4 मॉइस्चराइजिंग मिल्क और न्यूट्री सीरम जो जड़ से सिरे तक बालों को नरिश करे, पहले वॉश से हेयर फॉल कम करे। अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से। डव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू।
पहली बार विटामिन C और ग्लिसरीन के साथ लक्स, जो जिल्द को निखारे, नमी दे और दे चांद सा रोशन चेहरा।
लक्स फेस ऑफ द ईयर माया अली।
पर ये अवार्ड सिर्फ मेरा नहीं, ये है इन सभी खूबसूरत चेहरों का जिनकी रोशनी से दुनिया रोशन है।
लक्स, हमारा बेस्ट सोप ग्लो के लिए।
बेलगाम, सांस रोकती, जहरीली आबो हवा हर पाकिस्तानी शहरी की जिंदगी के 4 साल कम कर चुकी है।
सिर्फ साल 2022 का सैलाब ही अरबों डॉलर्स का नुकसान और लाखों लोगों को बेघर कर गया। ये है क्लाइमेट चेंज की वो कीमत जो पाकिस्तान अदा कर रहा है।
कुरैर्स का बढ़ता हुआ दर्जा हरारत 2% इजाफे की इंतहाई सतह की जानिब तेजी से बढ़ रहा है,
जो बाइस बन रहा है हौलनाक वेदर इवेंट्स और शदीद गर्मी का।
क्या पाकिस्तान एक नए बहरान की तरफ फिर से बढ़ रहा है?
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम, आप देख रहे हैं डॉन न्यूज़। मैं हूं सैयद रजी। पाकिस्तान ने गजा से फ़लस्तीनियों को बेदखल करने के अमरीकी मंसूबे की मुखालफत कर दी। तर्जुमान दफ्तर खारजा ने वाज़ेह किया कि फ़लस्तीन की सरजमीन फ़लस्तीनियों की जगह है। पाकिस्तान फ़लस्तीन कॉज की हिमायत जारी रखेगा। फ़लस्तीनियों को उनकी सरजमीन से हटाने की कोई भी तजवीज़ इंसाफ के मनाफी है। हफ्तावार प्रेस ब्रीफिंग में तर्जुमान दफ्तर खारजा शफकत अली खान ने कहा कि पाकिस्तान का मौक़िफ़ फ़लस्तीन के बारे में वाज़ेह है। फ़लस्तीन के लिए 1967 से पहले की सरहदों के साथ 2 रियासती हल के हामी हैं। फ़लस्तीनियों को उनकी सरजमीन से कहीं और भेजना इंतहाई तशवीशनाक है। वज़ीर आला पंजाब मरियम नवाज ने रमज़ान शुगर मिल केस में वज़ीर आज़म शहबाज शरीफ और हमज़ा शहबाज शरीफ की बरियत पर इज़हार तशक्कुर किया है। मरियम नवाज ने केस में बरियत के फैसले पर शहबाज शरीफ और मोहम्मद हमज़ा शहबाज शरीफ को मुबारकबाद दी और उनके लिए नेक तमन्नाओं का इज़हार किया। वज़ीर आला पंजाब मरियम नवाज शरीफ ने कहा कि अल्लाह ताला ने केस में सुरखरू किया, जिस पर उसका शुक्र बजा लाते हैं। कराची में हैवी ट्रैफिक के हादसात में शहरियों के अमवात में किसी तौर कमी नहीं आ रही। ममनुआ औकात में दिन दिहाड़े भी भारी गाड़ियां शहर की तमाम सड़कों पर आज़ादाना दिखाई दे रही हैं। इसी हवाले से शहर के वस्त से रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं डॉन न्यूज़ के नुमाइंदे आसिम खान। उनसे मजीद जान लेते हैं। आसिम, हैवी ट्रैफिक के मामले पर पुलिस क्यों बेबस नजर आ रही है और इस बड़ी गाड़ियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं होती?
कराची में हैवी ट्रैफिक के पहियों तले कुचल कर शहरियों की जान जाने का सिलसिला बदस्तूर जारी है और गुज़िश्ता रोज़ होने वाले हादसात में 5 शहरी जान से गए, जबकि मुतादिद अफराद ज़ख्मी हुए हैं। अगर बात की जाए कार्रवाइयों की तो नुमाइशी कार्रवाइयाँ जो है हर हादसे के बाद हुकूमती मशीनरी हमें हरकत में कुछ दिन के लिए नज़र आती है और फिर सूरत हाल बदस्तूर पहले जैसी हो जाती है। इस वक्त मैं शहर के वस्त लियाकताबाद में मौजूद हूँ और यहाँ पर भी ये सूरत हाल है कि हैवी ट्रैफिक दिन दहाड़े दंदनाता फिर रहा है। ट्रैफिक पुलिस एहलकार ज़रूर मौजूद हैं, लेकिन वो मोटरसाइकिल सवारों को, कार सवारों को चलान करने में ज़रूर मसरूफ़ हैं, लेकिन हैवी ट्रैफिक के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। कैमरा देख के कुछ देर के लिए कार्रवाई की जाती है और फिर सूरत हाल जो है पुरानी हो जाती है। उनसे जब बात की जाती है ट्रैफिक पुलिस एहलकारों से तो वो बरमला ये कहते हैं कि टैंकर माफिया, डंपर माफिया जो है उनके खिलाफ एहतजाज शुरू कर देती है, उनके ट्रांसफ़र पोस्टिंग करा देती है, जिसकी वजह से वो चलान करने से कासिर हैं हैवी ट्रैफिक के। तो इसका कोई हल निकलता नज़र नहीं आ रहा है। आज गवर्नर सिंध ने जो है इस पर सख्त एक्शन लेते हुए हुकूमत सिंध को फौरी तौर पर लाएअमल तय करने का ज़रूर कहा है, लेकिन अब तक सूरत हाल जू की तू है और अरसा दराज से यही सूरत हाल है कि हैवी ट्रैफिक शहर भर में जो है दिन दहाड़े दंदनाता फिरता है। जो उन्हें वक्त दिया गया है सुबह 7 बजे से रात 11 बजे तक शहर में दाखिल ना होने का, उसी दौरान जो है सबसे ज़्यादा ट्रैफिक होता है, जिसमें बजरी माफिया है और दीगर हैवी ट्रैफिक है वो शहर में बदस्तूर चल रहा है और ट्रैफिक पुलिस जो है इस मामले में मुकम्मल तौर पर नाकाम नज़र आती है। जी
बहुत शुक्रिया आसिम खान इन तफसीलात के लिए। और तर्जुमान सिंध हुकूमत नादिर नबील गबोल ने कहा है कि महकमा एक्साइज सिंध और ट्रैफिक पुलिस अगले 2 से 3 दिनों में डंपर्स और बड़े ट्रेलर्स के खिलाफ मुश्तरका ऑपरेशन शुरू करने जा रही है। उनका मजीद क्या कहना था, आपको दिखाते हैं।
कराची में पिछले कुछ दिनों से जो ट्रैफिक में हादसात की इंक्रीज रिपोर्ट हुई है, उस पर हुकूमत ने नोटिस लिया है और खदशा जाहिर किया है। ये काफ़ी अलार्मिंग सिचुएशन बन चुकी है जिसमें मासूम शहरियों की जान जा रही है और हुकूमत इस पर स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगले 1-2 दिनों में स्टार्ट करने वाली है। इसमें महकमा एक्साइज और होम डिपार्टमेंट जिसके अंडर ट्रैफिक पुलिस जाहिर सी बातें आती है, इन दोनों का जॉइंट एक्शन प्लान्ड है अगले चंद दिनों में। 1 या 2 दिन में इंशाल्लाह ये इसका इफ्तिताह होने जा रहा है।
न्यूज़ स्टूडियो से फिल वक्त इतना ही। मजीद खबरों और अपडेट्स के लिए आप विजिट कर सकते हैं हमारी वेबसाइट dawnnews.tv और Dawn News TV मोबाइल ऐप, और देखते रहिए Dawn News।
जमान किधर है?
ये जमान का बाप उसे घर छोड़ के आया ताकि वो पोलियो के कतरे ना पी सके।
मुझे देखो लाला, अगर मुझे बचपन में पोलियो के कतरे पिला दिए जाते तो आज मैं खुद अपनी टीम के साथ मैच खेलता।
गलती मेरी थी। काश मैंने उस वक्त अपने बच्चे को पोलियो के कतरे पिलाया होता तो आज वो अपने पांव पे खड़ा होता।
मगर ये पोलियो का टीम बार बार क्यों आता है?
ताकि बच्चों में वैक्सीन का असर बरकरार रहे, इसलिए 5 साल तक के तमाम बच्चों को हर बार पोलियो के कतरे लाजमी पिलवाएं।
सोचना कैसा लाला, तुम नहीं चाहते कि कल को तुम्हारा जमान अपने पैरों पे खुद खड़ा हो?
तुम ठीक कहता है। पता नहीं क्यों हमारा आंखों पर पट्टी बन गया था।
पोलियो टीम से अपने बच्चे ना छुपाएं। पोलियो एक लाइलाज मर्ज है जो बच्चे को जिंदगी भर के लिए माजूर कर सकता है। सिर्फ पोलियो के कतरे और वैक्सीन के जरिए ही पोलियो जैसे लाइलाज मर्ज से बचा जा सकता है। फैसला आज करना है अगर कल बच्चे को चलना है।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग, तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
क्या आपको चाहिए शाइनी बाल?
सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन में है 5 नेचुरल ऑयल्स के साथ विटामिन ई का सुपर मिक्स, जो दे आपके बालों को अप टू 24 आवर्स शाइन। अब बाल करें शाइन ऑल द टाइम विद सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Base ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
एक्स्ट्रा जॉय।
मेरे बाल आपकी तरह घने और मजबूत कैसे होंगे?
मेरी तरह बालों में प्याज लगानी पड़ेगी। लगाओगी?
बहुत मेहनत लगेगी।
हाँ, पर इसकी नया लाइफ पॉइंट नेचुरली स्ट्रॉन्ग शैम्पू। इसमें है प्याज जो बालों की जड़ों में जाए और दे घने और 5 गुना तक मजबूत बाल।
10 रुपए के साशे में भी।
लाला संभल के
देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
हर मोड़ पे खतरे हजार, हर मैच आर्या पार। आईसीसी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी शुरू 19 फरवरी से।
मुल्क भर के 156 अजला में कौमी इंसदाद पोलियो मुहिम 3 फरवरी से शुरू हो चुकी है। 7 रोज़ा पोलियो मुहिम के दौरान 5 साल से कम उम्र के 4.5 करोड़ से ज़्यादा बच्चों को पोलियो से बचाव के कतरे पिलाने का हदफ मुकर्रर किया गया है। पाकिस्तान में माहौलियाती नमूनों में पोलियो वायरस की मौजूदगी खतरे का बायस है, इसलिए वालिदैन अपने बच्चों को ज़िंदगी भर की माजूरी से बचाने के लिए पोलियो के कतरे ज़रूर पिलाएं। 9 फरवरी तक जारी पोलियो मुहिम के दौरान वालिदैन यकीनी बनाएं कि 5 साल से कम उम्र का कोई भी बच्चा पोलियो वैक्सीन से महरूम ना रहे, क्योंकि फैसला आज आपने करना है अगर कल आपके बच्चे को चलना है।
A public service message by Dawn News.
I am Sidra Iqbal and you're watching Duff Presents Real Beauty series.
Beauty comes in so many different ways.
Somebody looked at you and told you that you're beautiful.
That's a powerful question. If someone is better than me, please, you go do this, I'll follow your lead. My body is strong. I am strong. My mind is strong.
अम्मी, क्या लड़कियां पायलट नहीं बनती?
ये देखो तुम्हारे बाल, ये जैसे चाहे बन सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये मजबूत हैं। तुम भी जो चाहो बन सकती हो, क्योंकि तुम भी मजबूत हो। एक माँ ही बनाती है बेटी को जड़ से मजबूत। जैसे लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू का नया एलोवेरा और मिल्क प्रोटीन फॉर्मूला बाल बनाए मजबूत। लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू, तुम मजबूत हो।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
नन्हा सा जहन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना। नन्ही सी जान, लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम। इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्रीब्लेंड की बड़ी ग़िज़ा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्रीब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी ग़िज़ा।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Base rupees 30 or rupees 50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Base rupees 30 or rupees 50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
लाला संभल के देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
हर मोड़ पे खतरे हजार, हर मैच आर्या पार। आईसीसी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी शुरू 19 फरवरी से।
घर से निकलते वक्त चाची ने गुस्से से कहा,
सुनो, घर बैठो और प्याज काटो।
पर मैंने सिर्फ प्याज नहीं काटी, अपना पार्लर भी खोला।
टूट रहे, काट दो।
प्याज है,
प्याज
बाल टूटेंगे नहीं, बढ़ने दो यार। प्याज से बना नया सनसिल्क अनियन शैम्पू, ये पहले वॉश से लंबे बालों का टूटना 90% कम करे।
वंडरफुल, नाइस शॉट।
नो टूटना, ओनली बढ़ना। सनसिल्क।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Base rupees 30 or rupees 50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
डॉन मीडिया की ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस का 5वां सेशन शुरू हुआ चाहता है, आपको बराह रास्त लिए चलते हैं।
The first is GDP growth is flat and close to zero till 1800. And then it starts escalating at a very fast pace. And the reason for that is that human societies go through the Industrial Revolution. And growth enhances exponentially. So what this effectively means is people were close to starvation for about 800 years that we have economic data for. And the right graph is showing you what is the proportion of global population that was living in poverty. And you can see for the same period, it starts with 76%. And as the Industrial Revolution takes off and growth starts to happen, basically the proportion of people in poverty actually starts to fall. So Industrial Revolution in that sense changed the paradigm of growth, of welfare, of productivity, and of income in societies. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, the left graph is the same, but the right graph is telling another story, which is it's plotting CO2 emissions and average temperature rises. And this is, I think, the key point. The key point is that as early industrializers started to grow, they were not confronted with a human-made global climate crisis problem. So they could push on industrialization and grow without having a climate challenge. But if you particularly look at the red graph on the right, which is essentially showing you average temperature rises, and you see post-75 you see a very, very steep incline. So for any country that is a late industrializer and it's still struggling with industrialization, now it's confronted with a global climate problem. So, you can't duck this problem. The early industrializers could, because there was no climate problem to confront, but as late industrializers, you're confronted with this global climate problem. If you could move to the next slide. So the left is just showing what the predicted temperature rises are in Pakistan. They're pretty steep. By 2050, we have very good data. We would expect for there to be an addition of about a month where temperatures would be in excess of about 37 degrees Celsius. So the global warming is happening at a very, very fast pace. And what we also know is that this process of the global climate crisis is causing extreme weather events, and it's leading to extreme events like floods, landslides, drought, and a rise and intensity of heat waves, which are having huge productivity and other challenges for our country. Now, the important thing here is this is what I'm calling the 20th century climate challenge. And this is one part of the climate environmental challenge that Pakistan is facing. This is the part of the climate challenge that the early industrializers didn't face and we're now facing. But we continue to be wedded to paradigms of industrialization and growth that were adopted in the 19th and 20th century in the early industrializers. But there are two other challenges which are, to me, very central to what I'm calling the climate and environmental problem, which are not related to the 20th century problem of global warming and the climate catastrophe, which are what I'm calling early industrializer environmental challenges, which are to do with public health and which are to do the way in which we are doing agriculture. So if you could move to the next slide. The next slide, please. The slide after this. So the important kind of evidence that we have on agriculture is that we have really falling fertility of soils in Pakistan. We have a loss of biodiversity. We have huge problems of deforestation, of unmanned grazing, and of urban sprawls eating into the agricultural landscape. These challenges were challenges that were dealt with by early industrializers too. In our case, what these challenges are doing is, if you look at the left graph and the orange bar to the left, which is Pakistan's agricultural productivity in comparison to other developing countries, you'll see we have now one of the lowest agricultural productivity rates, and it's been low for almost 30 decades. And this is one of the biggest causes of rural poverty, and it's related to these environmental challenges around agriculture, which early industrializers also faced, but they overcame. But we've had no policy thrust to address these challenges. If you could go to the next slide. The second challenge, which was also a challenge that is faced by early industrializers, if you could go to the next slide, please, is basically the problem of clean air, clean water, and clean sanitation. So you don't have to go far. You just have to open up a Dickens novel, which talks about London in the 19th century, and you have the challenges of dirty air, dirty water, and dirty sanitation as a problem that confronted industrialization. So this is also an environmental challenge of an early industrialization, which developed nations were able to overcome, but which we've singularly failed at overcoming. I mean, I don't want to take you through these bars in great detail, but the left bar, all it's showing is one of the biggest causes of the decline in life expectancy now. Again, we have very good data, is air pollution. And it's shaving off almost 3 years of an average Pakistani's life. And the loss of productivity and human capital that air pollution is resulting in has bigger effects. And the top bar, what it's plotting, particularly the light blue bars, is stunting. Pakistan is on the right. You compare that bar to a bar, any other bar for any other country, and stunting rates are very, very high, and they're integrally linked to the issue of water and sanitation. So the big message that I have is that unless you can confront these problems of public health, of the loss of fertility, biodiversity, water, and overgrazing, and other associated issues in agriculture, combined with the global climate problems that Pakistan is confronted, you won't be able to grow. So this is not business as usual. And this is not about justice. Of course, Pakistan is not the big polluter in the global warming sense, but it's a polluter in the sense of air pollution. It's a polluter in the sense of dirty water, bad sanitation. It's a polluter in terms of the effects we're having on fertility losses in agriculture. Those are very localized problems. So we have to have a growth paradigm that amalgamates these and puts it bang in center in terms of our growth thinking. So the climate question is not separable from growth or human development. If you could go to the next slide. And I'm just going to end. So, usually we talk about there being a trade-off between climate and growth. We have very good evidence now as well that actually these problems that I've talked about are by 2050, we know that they're going to shave off a quarter from GDP growth in Pakistan. So if we don't address it, then we're kind of walking into a terrain which is going to make us poorer and our people less well off. And I think, unless we address it, there's no way to reverse it. The next slide, please. And the next slide. The next slide, please. Okay, so in addition to these big challenges that I've talked about as being central to our growth paradigm, I think for effective growth to happen, we have to have some key enablers which complement any growth strategy which centers climate and environment. And I'm going to talk about three things at a broad level because I have short time, and then I'm going to hand it over to Senator Rahman. The big challenge is we have to basically have a public investment strategy that centers climate, health, and human capital development. So unless these three things come together, the effectiveness of spending in terms of a climate-centered growth strategy is never going to pay dividends. And I think we need to push on that direction far more than what we're pushing right now. And this is really important because as the government of Pakistan increases the tax to GDP ratio, if that increase in tax to GDP ratio cannot translate into increased income and welfare for citizens through effective public investment, the legitimacy of that taxation policy will completely collapse. So if you want fiscal sustainability, then you have to have a public investment strategy that allows you to follow a green growth model. And if the three things don't link up, the whole edifice of both growth and sustainability is going to unravel. So that's one. The second thing is we have to have a revenue plan which is tied very clearly to green transformations. And we can talk afterwards about what I mean. I was talking to Senator Rahman, and she made a very important point about the importance of local action. And I think how do we more local governance to make actions effective and to engage the community has to be central to any kind of transformation. And finally, this is a question we don't talk about. And again, to me, it's not a social problem, but it's a human development and growth problem, is to tackle fertility. This is population and fertility as part of a transformative development and growth strategy. This left graph is shocking. All it's plotting is basically on the horizontal axis, the flat axis, which is horizontal, is children per women, and the vertical axis plots population growth rates. So all the dots, which are countries that you see on the left, are countries where fertility rates have gone down and population rates are low. You'll find India there, you'll find Vietnam there, you'll find China there, you'll find Sri Lanka there. because all these countries have hit replacement in terms of fertility growth. So the average is around 2 births per woman. If you look at the top right countries in which Pakistan is placed, these are countries with very high fertility rates and very high population growth rates. So what effectively this means is your population is going to continue to grow. And if you need major transformations in terms of structure and public investment, that simply won't be feasible if population continues to go at this rate. So if you're going to think about population and fertility as a separate issue to a green growth and a green human development paradigm, then I think we've left the elephant in the room and we'll have missed the boat. And with that, I'll hand over to Senator Rahman. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, and Yusra, before you announce me, I lose no time. Change the slide and we get on with this. Thank you. So, thank you, Dawn Group, and my session chair, Ali Chima, for that absolutely stellar presentation. I completely agree with all your points, particularly the last one. That population is inextricably linked with the challenge of any development goal, including climate action. And for that reason, I actually bother to chair a parliamentary, well, it's a caucus, but it's the Population Council for the year for Pakistan, where we try to convene parliamentarians to bring urgency and, lend their voice to actually consider bringing down fertility rates, because that impacts everything. Now, before I get into the keynote, there's a bit of schizophrenia about today's session here in my mind, which echoes Pakistan's schizophrenia about climate change and multilateralism, which is like, am I supposed to keep talking, or am I supposed to come there and do a fireside? So we decided between us that we'll just take it as it comes. And since there's a flight to Karachi looming at the end of this session, I'm going to play it by ear. It is highly unlikely that I will make it back there for the fireside. So with those words, I quickly want to also thank and acknowledge the DawnMedia Group and all their partners for bringing this important convening together and putting their considerable heft and purpose behind this. Because, if legacy media tries to make climate and environmental issues central part of the public conversation, we're halfway there, which of course will not stop me from saying, when the National Clean Air Policy is announced, hello editor, where are you? Right there. Take it out of Metro page 3 and put it front and center. When, for instance, a few days ago, the power minister I took permission from him, he's a brave man, to say all this. And we have a friend's contract, so all is well. But say the power minister says, Pakistan's energy mix is now 55% renewable. Well, I think that's a very big, big number, and it's a big statement to make. I can sort of break that down and disaggregate it, but I think the media needs to ask the inconvenient questions from all of us and amplify the issue so that it doesn't become eminently forgettable. And here I'm not beating down on the Dawn Group, at least they're doing this, and they'll go further. But mostly, I think other than the Guardian newspaper in the UK, everywhere in the world, if I make one eminently forgettable statement about the political opposition or what we are having for tea tomorrow in another forgettable meeting in the high corridors of politics, believe me, it will be the front page or the back page at the very least. So I think this is a problem climate stress and environmentalists encounter the world over. And it's one of the themes we discussed at the World Economic Forum for a while that why is there resistance to climate change? So to me, this is a structural and fundamental issue. You've got this slide on backwards. The first slide is this, the many futures before us, because climate change now is going to define our future, not so much climate change as our choices. It is going to be the choices we make as countries, as individuals, as peoples, and even as multilateral assemblies. Because climate change, you like it or not, goes from global to local. It knows no borders, and it will not recognize that, as people have found out. In 2022, I remember saying, what went on in Pakistan will not stay in Pakistan. That was our, insignia for the COP27. And I'm very sorry to say, many countries then saw 2 years of climate hell unfold in front of them. You've all seen the Los Angeles fires, the Red Mountain, the Burning Mountain, but you have not heard too much about a similar fire that went on in Balochistan 2 years ago. That's because the media wasn't interested. It's too remote an area. If it was the Margalas burning, in what is known as the fire season, you would have it on TV. But in Balochistan, there was an event in 2022 which burnt down thousands of acres of pine cone forests, which provide livelihoods for many more thousands of people. Even my researchers not interested in it. I kept asking for an update. I didn't get it. But I'm very focused on that because that fire raged on for weeks. It consumed most of Pakistan's, Balochistan's juniper, which takes over 50 years to grow, and provides livelihoods and exports for over $2 billion. So it is something that we have to look around us to lay our fingers into. In that sense, my point one is, for Pakistan and the world, the scatter is too great. The challenge is very, very quantum. It's not a 20th century conversation or a 20th century challenge. Quantum means it is everywhere, at all places, at the same time. And the more it accelerates, the more the climate clock ticks, which is faster and faster, it is going to be at your doorstep. There is a human reaction to this, and it's also, in Pakistan particularly, in many countries. Climate denialism is coming back to define our responses. And what that means is we have an epistemical arrogance that it's not going to happen to us. It won't happen again, maybe then, because we're really not responsible. Which brings me to the heart of what I want to speak about, which is who is going to take responsibility. Turns a bit of the climate justice argument around on its head because, as Mr. Chima says, climate action is not just about climate justice. Of course, it's not. It's very many things. And it's going to take more than 20 minutes to unpack those, so I'm not going to unpack all of those. There are better specialists than me that will address each sectoral challenge. But the broad issues that I see looming in front of Pakistan are, quite simple. They are three. One is that we have decided in many ways to continue with looking at climate as an external problem. Is this my fault because I brought up climate justice at COP27? Of course not. Okay, maybe a little bit. But climate justice is integral to how the global north and the south see each other. That is the climate bargain we strike at what are known as the Conference of Parties. We have had 29 of those, ladies and gentlemen. And before I say that they can sometimes end up becoming theater, like all conferences, even theater has its value. It raises the public question and asks the inconvenient questions. So in doing so, what have we achieved at the multilateral level? Because that's what I was asked to speak on. And multilaterally, look, 2027, we got ourselves a loss and damage fund because what did the World Bank tell us? That Pakistan's survival or sustainability for growth, as Mr. Chima says, for everything. You need $348 billion. I keep repeating that figure. It has never gone out of my head. $348 billion until 2030, not 2047. Mid-century is a different ballgame altogether. Pakistan needs to understand that it is not just finance, but it is this business as usual, the BAU idea of action that will change the future for us. Either we continue with business as usual, which, make no mistake, we are, or we go forward in radical changes in how we think, how we treat climate as not an add-on thing or a separate subject or a niche issue. We make it the central lens through which every development action is taken. And why I say it is because we have a strange relationship with multilateralism and ourselves. We are still unable to design, for instance, projects that I saw an earlier session talk about with great erudition. Climate finance is the bottleneck. It chokes everything. That's the second point for multilateralism. And most of the COPs, COP30, will also be about climate finance, without generating anywhere close to the quantum that the world needs, particularly the developing world. The developing world needs anywhere from $1.3 trillion per year to what some people estimate as $6 trillion. The figures are huge. They're huge. And everyone then asks, where will this money come from? At every COP, we're told, no, public finance internationally is not available. And I want to reiterate that message. My most important bumper sticker for Pakistanis today is, no one is coming for you. If your house is burning, which it is, please smell the flames and the fumes and get it together with the fire hose yourself. Okay, that is my most important message, which does not mean that if 4 houses away, I know that someone was responsible or partially responsible for setting this fire, I will not seek to bring them to justice. Let's not colonize our minds further. We should seek that justice. That is the heart of the bargain that is struck at COP29, or should be struck at COP30 rather, but we have lost leadership on loss and damage. You don't even hear about it. It has not raised more than $800 million. And so Pakistan must ask. Any woman will tell you, you do not get your rights by expecting it to filter down to you as part of an entitlement program or a call to justice. It does not. You have to push for it. Having said that, pushing for climate finance is your right, it's an entitlement, don't change that. Decolonize further, please. I hear that people were talking about bankable projects, design them so they reach financial close, they attract investment, bring the private sector in. We have to do that all in Pakistan, because no one is bringing those trillions of dollars to your doorstep. Even the bank is going to give you loans. They're just going to give you loans and increase your indebtedness. So before we keep strategically drifting forward, and I don't think Pakistan has totally done that, I think we've taken some steps, this is what keeps me awake at night. Somebody asked, Ms. Iki, you asked me, what keeps me awake at night? This is what keeps me awake at night, the strategic drift that the world is in right now into acute climate stress. And Pakistan is a poster child for the triple planetary crisis, the pollution which we are entirely responsible for, not like climate change, not the greenhouse gas emissions that creates the overheating of the planet, the pollution, the loss of biodiversity, entirely our fault, the loss of green cover, forest cover, polluted rivers, polluted air, entirely our fault, and take responsibility for it. But the biggest crisis is going to be overheating. That is something we are not causing. We're less than a 1% emitter, but again, that mountain is burning, and to get beyond that red mountain, what do? You take clear stock of what's happening in the world. Multilateralism is retreating. Smell the coffee. The rules-based order after the Second World War is in ICU. So different rules will apply for different actors. And you've already seen that, okay? When you focus that down to climate finance and your entitlements, you're very lucky you got the loss and damage fund. But now it's lost traction. We haven't heard anything from Team Pakistan for 2 years on it. And where we need to go now is understand that even if that fund gets capitalized by the global north, I don't think that Pakistan at this rate, with the kind of projectization needed, will be able to extract the funds needed. $348 billion until 2030 is a huge amount, but it will be the cost of inaction also. Remember that. There are costs to inaction at home. So what does that mean? It means that we, again, say, all right, we will talk about climate justice, we will pursue it with diligence, integrity, and consistency. And one last thing on multilateralism and climate justice. So make no other mistake, and I'm sure my friend Harjeet Singh from the Fossil Fuels Treaty will tell you this later, or has already told you, the money is out there. Internationally, the money is there. But don't assume it's coming to you just because it's an entitlement, because you did not heat up the atmosphere. Just to sober everyone's minds, before you jettison climate justice as an ask, decolonize, decolonize. $7 trillion in 2022. $7 trillion in 2022 was just the subsidy given to the fossil fuel industry. There are many other staggering figures like that. So the money is out there, but it's with private capital. And we get told internationally that you have to go to the private sector. Yes, go to the private sector at home and abroad, but remember, the private sector never works on what it owes you. There's only so much ESG you can mobilize, right? But do that. We've got to do that. We are not even doing that right now. So we've got to step up. And why I say this matters is because, look, we are not anywhere too far from our NDC, nationally determined contributions, the energy transition. If the minister is saying 55%, and I can tell you Pakistan is going through a huge solar revolution. It is absolutely quantum. It is happening outside of the public sector. It is happening because there was an enabling policy called net metering. It's enabling policy, and the tariffs and the taxation ecosystem. But there it is. Pakistan has imported 1/3 of its installed capacity in 1 year in solar panels from China. That should tell you something. The public sector has caught up to that, and that's a different debate. But on our NDCs, we can make that transition well before mid-century. We can even up the ambition on that. And the same goes for electric vehicles, which will reduce the pollution, the thick pollution, especially in the Punjab, in the air we breathe, because it's not just an impact on fertility. Pollution is a serial killer in Pakistan. It kills about 128,000 people every year, and 11 million children are impacted by it. They can't go to school in Lahore, in what I call the 5th season of Pakistan. India and Pakistan now have 5th seasons. So, please sober your minds. Remember the National Clean Air Policy? It was designed to address this. And it's still very much out there with low-hanging fruit-type solutions, which are not too expensive for us to change the game. Now, what I also want to address as a structural problem is this business of integrated policy and who takes responsibility. If Islamabad rolls out a policy, it is often to meet treaty obligations, at least 26 treaty obligations internationally. But it is also responding to local conditions. Each province, believe it or not, has an excellent climate policy document. Stellar. We now have a brilliant national adaptation plan, if I may pat myself on the back or shoulder for that. But where is it going? It needs to, the federal government's jobs are just to be the regulator, to make the policies, and then the actions have to be taken by the provinces and local actors and whole of country. Whole of country is how climate transitions happen, how environmental changes actually roll back, where you start getting your blue skies back, and when the most polluted, second most polluted river in the world, which is the Indus, and which is your lifeline for 90% of your fresh water, starts becoming less toxic. So it's a question of defining our responsibility. And what is my most important resilience building project, in my mind, problem? That is Pakistan's water and food security nexus. Now, I don't like jargon. I'm trying not to speak with any of that, because often it substitutes for action. And here we treat this as a call to action, but remember, take this seriously. Pakistan needs to change its relationship with water. It is fundamental to the climate and environment and biodiversity equation. It is fundamental to the economy. All of Pakistan's cities, as the Living Indus session will tell you, all of Pakistan's cities are clustered around the Indus. That's how civilizations evolved, except for Quetta. And all of them dump toxic effluent into that river. That's how it's become the second most polluted river in the world. And thank you for that glass bottle, because single-use plastics are also choking the coastline of my cities and Balochistan, Sindh and Balochistan. That's because of human consumption. Now, no international donor is doing that. That is something we are doing ourselves. That is something we can actually take responsibility for. So, is urban circularity even a big thing? It should be huge. Pakistan is one of the fastest growing urban countries in the world, in South Asia right now, faster than India in terms of urbanization. And we're, I think, managing only 1% of our solid waste water, the wastewater. In Rawal Dam, this is a small city, take Islamabad, comes under my purview as standing committee chair. 9 billion gallons of waste are dumped into this dam. It supplies the water for Islamabad and Rawalpindi. Please start asking those questions. Please start putting them on page 2 at least. And please start understanding that this is happening everywhere in Pakistan. So in this arc of, actions from global to local, if there are local actions to take, then they have to be related to water. Agriculture is very much part of it. There are different actions needed for our rural areas. And you know what should keep you awake in the morning and hopeful is that Pakistan has actually got one of the most resilient soil and terrains that we've seen. After the 2022 flood, 1/3 of Pakistan was submerged underwater. Many of us did not expect a great deal of it to come back. Yesterday, I was driving through most of 2 days ago, parts of Sindh and Punjab are green again. But that need not happen again. Well, parts of Sindh are not because of the salinity. So we have a problem with water. There is competition on it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what keeps me awake at night. 2025, we are going to be officially water scarce. Why are we not talking about that? Why am I making videos and telling people not to waste their water? Why? Because we are, per capita, we are one of the largest consumers of water per capita, 4th largest. Anyway, in the 10. So, while there is a lot you can't do about global warming, the heat waves will continue. They will intensify because nobody is switching that switch off. The COP29 told us that emissions are growing. The Paris goals of 1.5 are not alive. The fossil fuel emissions are also growing. So global warming will continue to grow. And lastly, I want to remind you that fix your narrative. Pakistan gets the hottest cities in the world for the last 3 years in the summer. That's 53 degrees, Jacobabad, Dadu, Turbat, in succession and higher. They will rise. That's not fit for human habitation. Just for perspective, in London, in the UK, when it reaches 40 degrees, they declare an emergency. It's time to declare that now, people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Shali Rahman, and thank you, Mr. Ali Chima, for your time. We will now proceed to our second session after lunch.
ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान की कॉन्फ्रेंस इस वक्त जारी है। लंच का वक्फा दिया गया है, उसके बाद दूसरा सेशन का इनेकाद किया जाएगा। बढ़ती आबादी और माहौलियाती तब्दीलियां मईशत के लिए बड़े चैलेंज हैं और दूसरा सेशन शुरू होगा लंच के वक्फे के बाद। आपको बता रहे हैं बढ़ती आबादी और माहौलियाती तब्दीलियां मईशत के लिए बड़ा चैलेंज है और ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान का कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है वो इस वक्त जारी है और लंच के वक्फे के बाद ये दूसरा सेशन जारी है।
Climate change, mainstreaming and increasing the adaptive capacities of countries vulnerable to climate change. The next session, climate
डॉन न्यूज आवरली क्लॉक के लिए ताउन किया है
कोलगेट मैक्सिमम कैविटी प्रोटेक्शन। पेस्ट ही नहीं, न्यूट्रिशन है ये।
हेडलाइंस के लिए ताउन किया है।
अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से डाव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू।
इस्लामाबाद में डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस, 11 मुल्कों के 90 से ज़ायद नुमाइंदे शरीक। 15 सेशंस में माहौलियाती तब्दीली के असरात पर रोशनी डाली जाएगी। ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान मुहिम डॉन ग्रुप की बेहतरीन काविश करार। मुहिम का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान के बजाय लीड पाकिस्तान का नाम देने की तजवीज़। गैर मुल्की मुकर्ररीन का कॉन्फ्रेंस में इजहार ख्याल। मौसमियाती तब्दीली के खिलाफ ठोस इक़दाम करने का मशवरा। मेहमानों के कन्वेंशन हॉल पहुंचने पर डॉन ग्रुप के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव हमीद हारून और नाज आफरीन सहगा लाखानी ने खुशामदीद कहा। इफ्तिताही तकरीब में गुलकारा आबदा परवीन ने सूफियाना कलाम पेश करके महफिल लूट ली। शुरका भी झूमते नजर आए। माहौलियाती फंड के क़याम के बाद मुतासर मुल्क की मदद जरूरी है। माहौलियाती चैलेंजेस से निपटने के लिए मजीद इक़दामात पर तवज्जो देना होगी। टेक्नोलॉजी की हौसला अफजाई की जा रही है। वज़ीर ख़जाना मोहम्मद औरंगज़ेब का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से खिताब। बढ़ती आबादी और माहौलियाती तब्दीलियाँ मईशत को दरपेश अहम चैलेंजेस करार दे दिया। वाज़ेह किया माशी शोबे में बुनियादी इस्लाहात पर अमल पैरा हैं। माशी मैदान में अहम कामयाबियाँ हासिल की। मौसमियाती तब्दीली सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। पाकिस्तान का शुमार मौसमियाती तब्दीली से सबसे ज्यादा मुतासरा ममालिक में होता है। सैलाब के बाइस पाकिस्तान को अरबों डॉलर्स का नुकसान हुआ। वफाकी वजीर एहसन इकबाल का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से खिताब। वजीर आला खैबर पख्तूनख्वा का मौसमियाती असरात से निपटने के लिए NFC अवार्ड में रकम मुख्तस करने का मुतालबा। अली अमीन गंडापुर का पेशावर में आलूदगी से पाक मंसूबे शुरू करने का ऐलान। माहौलियाती तब्दीली हमारे मुस्तकबिल का फैसला करेगी। लॉस एंजल्स जैसी आग बलूचिस्तान के हजारों एकड़ जंगलात में भी लगी, लेकिन बलूचिस्तान के जंगलात की आग को खबरों में लॉस एंजल्स जैसी जगह नहीं मिली। शहरी रहमान का तकरीब से खिताब। पीपल्स पार्टी सेनेटर की अहम तरीन मसले पर कॉन्फ्रेंस के इनेकाद पर डॉन मीडिया ग्रुप की तारीफ।
Pakistan is a frontline state of climate catastrophe. Climate justice demands that countries with resources, global north, support countries on the front lines of climate change, global south, not as charity, but as a legal and moral obligation.
पाकिस्तान माहौलियाती तबाही का सबसे ज्यादा शिकार ममालिक में शामिल है। माहौलियाती इंसाफ के लिए फौरी काम करना होगा। माहौलियाती तब्दीलियों के लिए संगीन माशी और समाजी मसाइल सामने आ रहे हैं। जस्टिस मंसूर अली शाह का ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान से खिताब। मौसमियाती तब्दीली का जिम्मेदार पाकिस्तान नहीं है। 2022 में पाकिस्तान को संगीन सैलाब का सामना करना पड़ा, जिससे 30 अरब डॉलर से जायद मालियत का नुकसान उठाना पड़ा। अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा के रेजिडेंट एंड ह्यूमैनिटेरियन कोऑर्डिनेटर मोहम्मद याहिया का इजहार। सैलाब में पाकिस्तान का 1/3 हिस्सा ज़ेरे आब आ गया था, जो पूरी दुनिया के लिए अलार्मिंग कॉल है। तहम कार्बन के अखराज का सिलसिला जारी है। मोहम्मद याहिया ने खबरदार कर दिया। मौसमियाती तब्दीली से मुतालिक आलमी बैंक की डायरेक्टर वैलरी एकी ने खबरदार किया कि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से बहुत से लोग मर जाएंगे। आलमी सतह पर मौसमियाती तब्दीली से निपटने के लिए 100 अरब डॉलर से 3 अरब डॉलर तक मुंतकिल होने हैं। ये बहुत खतीर रकम लगती है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। ये ग्रांट नहीं, इसका ज्यादातर हिस्सा कर्ज पर मुश्तमिल है। सदर मुमलिकत आसिफ अली जरदारी की चीनी वजीर आजम ली चियांग से मुलाकात। 2 तरफा ताल्लुकात और मुख्तलिफ शोबों में ताउन के फरोग पर तबादला ख्याल। पाक चीन दोस्ती मजीद मुस्तहकम करने का अज़्म। मुलाकात में नायब वजीर आजम इसहाक डार और वजीर आला सिंध मुराद अली शाह भी मौजूद। वजीर आजम ने निजकारी के अमल को तेज करने के अहकामात दे दिए। इदारों की निजकारी के अमल को शफाफियत पर समझौता किए बगैर आगे बढ़ाया जाए। मुल्की इदारों की निजकारी हुकूमत के उड़ान पाकिस्तान इक़दाम का हिस्सा है। किसी किस्म का तातुल कबूल नहीं। बर वक्त इस्लाहात से मईशत बेहतरी की जानिब गामजन है। निजकारी के लिए बनाए गए टास्क मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम पर जायजा इजलास से खिताब। मुल्क भर के तलबा के लिए खुशखबरी। वज़ीर आला पंजाब ने दीगर सूबों के तलबा के लिए होनहार स्कॉलरशिप स्कीम की मंजूरी दे दी। तलबा के लिए भी पंजाब की तरह अहलियत का यकसा मयार मुकर्रर। लैपटॉप की तादाद बढ़ाकर 1,10,000 कर दी गई। पंजाब में सेकेंड ईयर, थर्ड ईयर और फोर्थ ईयर के लिए भी होनहार स्कॉलरशिप की बाज़ाब्ता मंजूरी। लैपटॉप और होनहार स्कॉलरशिप दीगर सूबों के तलबा का भी हक है। मरियम नवाज की गुफ्तगू। चेयरमैन पीपल्स पार्टी बिलावल भुट्टो की अमरीकी सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के नाश्ते की तकरीब में शिरकत। वाशिंगटन में होने वाली तकरीब में दुनिया भर से अहम शख्सियात को मदऊ किया गया था। पाकिस्तान ने गजा से फलस्तीनियों को बेदखल करने के अमरीकी मंसूबे की मुखालफत कर दी। तर्जुमान दफ्तर खारजा ने वाज़े किया, फलस्तीन की सरजमीन फलस्तीनियों की जगह है। पाकिस्तान फलस्तीन कॉज की हिमायत जारी रखेगा। फलस्तीनियों को उनकी सरजमीन से हटाने की कोई भी तजवीज़ इंसाफ के मुनाफी है। 1967 से पहले की सरहदों के साथ 2 रियासती हल के हामी हैं। तर्जुमान दफ्तर खारजा शफकत अली खान की न्यूज़ ब्रीफिंग। अफगान तालिबान हुकूमत से अफगानिस्तान में मौजूद दहशतगर्द ग्रोहों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई का मुतालबा। ट्रंप के गजा पर कब्जे के बयान पर आलमी बरादरी का सख्त रद्द-ए-अमल। फलस्तीनियों की जबरी बेदखली किसी सूरत कबूल न करने का ऐलान। अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा, चीन, रूस, बरतानिया, फ्रांस, सऊदी अरब, ईरान, तुर्किया, दीगर ममालिक समेत हमास का 2 रियासती हल का मुतालबा।
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East.
और अमरीकी इंतजामिया सदर ट्रंप के गजा पर कब्जे के बयान पर वजाहतें देने पर मजबूर। ट्रंप ने गजा की तामीर नौ की जिम्मेदारी लेने की पेशकश की। तामीर नौ के दौरान रिहायशियों को दूसरी जगह रहना पड़ेगा। अमरीकी वजीर खारजा की वजाहत, फलस्तीनियों की आर्जी मुंतकली चाहते हैं। सदर का गजा में अमरीकी फौज भेजने का इरादा नहीं। तर्जुमान व्हाइट हाउस का दावा।
आपके बाल सबसे घने कब थे?
जब मेरी नानी मेरे बालों का ख्याल रखती थी। जब हेयर फॉल नहीं था।
हेयर फॉल है डैमेज की निशानी, इसीलिए डैमेज एक्सपर्ट डव, जिसका 1/4 मॉइस्चराइजिंग मिल्क और न्यूट्री सीरम जो जड़ से सिरे तक बालों को नरिश करे, पहले वॉश से हेयर फॉल कम करे। अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से। डव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू।
पहली बार विटामिन सी और ग्लिसरीन के साथ लक्स, जो जिल्द को निखारे, नमी दे और दे चांद सा रोशन चेहरा।
लक्स फेस ऑफ द ईयर माया अली।
पर ये अवार्ड सिर्फ मेरा नहीं, ये है इन सभी खूबसूरत चेहरों का जिनकी रोशनी से दुनिया रोशन है।
लक्स, हमारा बेस्ट सोप ग्लो के लिए।
बेलगाम, सांस रोकती जहरीली आबो हवा हर पाकिस्तानी शहरी की जिंदगी के 4 साल कम कर चुकी है।
सिर्फ साल 2022 का सैलाब ही अरबों डॉलर्स का नुकसान और लाखों लोगों को बेघर कर गया। ये है क्लाइमेट चेंज की वो कीमत जो पाकिस्तान अदा कर रहा है।
कुरैर्स का बढ़ता हुआ दर्जा हरारत 2% इजाफे की इंतहाई सतह की जानिब तेजी से बढ़ रहा है,
जो बाइस बन रहा है हौलनाक वेदर इवेंट्स और शदीद गर्मी का।
क्या पाकिस्तान एक नए बहरान की तरफ फिर से बढ़ रहा है?
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम। डॉन न्यूज़ के साथ मैं हूं अरीबा खान। हेडलाइंस आपने मुलाहिजा की। अब आपको बराह रास्त लिए चलेंगे इस्लामाबाद, जहां पर डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस इस वक्त जारी है।
Is media. And the media, I think this is fantastic. What Dawn has done is brilliant. But this should not be the end of it. We have to engage in a persistent fashion to point out not only the misquoted numbers that Sherry was talking about, but also promises that are made, reports that get written, reports that are discussed in the presence of ministers, and the presence of chief ministers, in the presence of prime minister, and then nothing happens. I think the media has a huge role to play in that. So let me stop there and invite Valerie to earn her dinner this time. Valerie, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And yes, it's me again. This is my first visit to Pakistan, and I worry that I'm wearing out my welcome very quickly by taking up all of the oxygen in the room. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes right now trying to present how the World Bank thinks about adaptation, and then I really do want to sit down and with the professor get into those discussions. But I want to start by saying the original sin of climate change and the reason why climate denialism is on the rise again, and why we're not responding to the climate crisis, because that's all we have in our control to do is respond, is because of the way we communicate about climate change. Even the fact that we talk about climate change, nobody knows what the climate is. Everybody knows what weather is. Why don't we just talk about the weather? Why don't we talk in terms that people understand and be very wary of the audience we're speaking to? Because how we describe what we do in adaptation at the World Bank to an audience of some of the smartest, most educated people on climate change from the public and private sectors is very different to how we would speak about it to a farming family. And yet too often in the climate change community, we say the same thing to both audiences, and neither audience understands what we're talking about anyway. So communications really is the original sin of the climate community. But I want to speak very briefly about our approach to adaptation, because it defines an awful lot of our approach to knowledge management in this space. And it starts and ends with water. Because when it comes to adaptation, water is to adaptation what energy is to mitigation. It's the alpha and the omega. Because people experience climate change through floods or drought or desertification or land degradation, whether as a sudden shock or whether as the slow-moving misery that hundreds of millions of people experience that never is in the news, because the fact that somebody can't make enough off of their land isn't very exciting or sexy, not compared to fires in Los Angeles when multi-million-dollar celebrity homes are burning down. But it is a slow-motion misery. And of course, when I say we experience, it's how we experience climate change. We don't really experience climate change. We're all going to be fine. It's the poor. It's the people who are already downtrodden, for whom already just simply through an accident of birth have a lot less than all of we have. And I think it's important that we remember that, because globally, there's 1.2 billion people who are facing this climate crisis, and too many of them alone. They don't have access to all of that data that everybody talks about. There is no dearth, you're absolutely right, Professor, of data on climate change in Pakistan, but I guarantee you there are tens of millions of farmers who don't have access to that data. The men, and increasingly the women who are actually farming the land, don't have access to the data. So it's not just that data exists, it's who it's in the hands of. But at the end of the day, when we think about adaptation and we think about the climate crisis, we have to talk about the terrible tango. And it's the fact that climate by itself is not the threat. It's climate coupled with human action or human inaction that is making things so much harder. Human choices about overuse of land, about deforestation, choices that are often driven out of necessity, not any kind of neglect or malintention, accelerates the impact of climate change. The same as climate change accelerates the need to take those sorts of local actions that hurt people in the medium term. And it's not just in rural areas, it's in urban areas. I'm always amazed that here in Pakistan, as your population in cities grows by less than 2% a year, the spatial size of your cities are growing at almost 7% per year. That's a mismatch, which means these cities are becoming unaffordable, they're inefficient. It's a huge waste of money and time, and you're creating slums in one part, and again, certifying that inequality. Not to mention, of course, air pollution, knocking on average 4 years off of people's lives. There's hundreds of thousands of babies born in Pakistan with smoker's lung, right out of their mother's womb. Think about that. That's not okay. Those are choices that we need to rethink. But the good news is when it comes to adaptation, because we're learning, and part of our reason to exist as the World Bank is to share good news and to share lessons so that countries can learn faster, they can fail faster. Things have changed. In the last 10 years alone, over 1 billion people have been made resilient against climate change. That's incredible. That is good news. And it's basically because we're talking about resilience. And at the end of the day, resilience is, again, one of these terms that isn't in everybody's everyday vocabulary. But it's about what is somebody's capacity and capabilities and courage to face Mother Nature at her worst. How do we build up those capacities and capabilities? And how do we do it in a way where adaptation is not just about building back? It's not even just about building back better at the margins. It's about transformation. It's about not letting a crisis go to waste. And I really admire what Pakistan has done after the horrendous floods of 2022. What Sindh province did in its housing reconstruction is exactly that. It's not about building back so that people are still poor, but they're not more poor. It's not about making marginal improvements in the houses. It's taking a whole different approach built on a focus on data and data-driven decision-making and transparent data and accountable data. This ability to go more than build back better at the margins and really transform an economy, a sector, a place, in Sindh was focused on owner-driven approach. It was focusing on empowering women. It was focused on jobs. Because at the end of the day, a great adaptation is to have a nice job. There's nothing better than a salary in your pocket that is safe and secure to allow you to bounce back. So this is something we focus on very much when we talk about adaptation at the World Bank, is that nobody can afford neither the time nor the treasure to think about adaptation as a defensive agenda, as just building back to where you were. It has to be a growth agenda. You've heard that from so many people today. It means centering adaptation with growth, with human development. It means in the agriculture-water nexus, which is at the core of the adaptation agenda, the climate agenda here in Pakistan, you have to think about the water insecurity that Senator Rahman was talking about. You have to look at modernizing irrigation systems, better managing surface and groundwater resources, to think about water pricing mechanisms to encourage conservation. What about upgrading canal infrastructure? What does that look like? How do you do integrated flood and drought management? Because too often, this slow-moving misery is floods one day, drought the next. It's in agriculture similarly thinking about so many of these issues, thinking about repurposing subsidies. We've talked a lot about that today. Climate-smart practices, diversifying crops. At the end of the day, agriculture is all about seed, feed, and land. How do you secure all three inputs? And restoration is there too. And so those, in many ways, are how we think about adaptation. But Professor, before I end, and I know I'm sort of shortcutting a lot of what I want to say because we do want to have our conversation, is I can't leave the podium without talking about women and how important women are to the adaptation journey. Because if we just think about the fact that women are 45% of the agricultural labor force, so they're not a nice to have in this agenda. They're absolutely fundamental at the agriculture and water interface and becoming more important. 80% of the food we put on our table is produced by 550 million farms across the world. Increasingly, because of migration, because the men in those families are leaving those homes to go to cities to earn a salary, increasingly, those 550 million farms are being headed by women. So we can't have a conversation about adaptation without talking about women, without talking about land ownership. This is something that the Sindh Housing Reconstruction Project did so well. It put women's land ownership, women's financial inclusion at the center of their thinking. But today, globally, 40% of countries have formal regulatory barriers to women owning land. 40%. If you add cultural barriers, that number goes up again. In so many countries, women's land ownership is mediated through their marriage. That's the only way they have access. Even in those countries without regulatory burdens, without cultural burdens, there's often an administrative burden. Women don't always have the ability to travel in the same way as men. Offices to register for land can be far away. Forms can only have one name on them. And so we have to remember, and we have to work on women's land ownership if we're serious about the agriculture and water nexus and really fighting the climate crisis. And we have to do it in two additional ways that I think we always forget. One is taking care for women during the transition. This is, again, Professor, where data is so important, because the data tells us that for every 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature, domestic violence rises by almost 3%. We learned this during COVID too. So we have to safeguard women during this period of transition, and we have to have them at the table. If women aren't at the table, their interests are going to be on the menu and they're going to be spit up and chewed out. It matters who is in the process. And so at the end of the day, the way we at the World Bank think about adaptation is it is about doing development better and faster, and it's about doing development for and by women. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Valerie, and thank you, Professor Ijaz Nabi. We will now move on to a short recess. We have a stage set up. Please don't leave the room. Allow our teams.
Yeah. We have an iterative session after.
Ji, please.
So, thank you. Okay. Let me put.
इस्लामाबाद में डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है। यहाँ वक्त हुआ है एक ब्रेक का।
Starting from just ₹51, download the Yango app and book your ride now.
अम्मी, क्या लड़कियाँ पायलट नहीं बनती?
ये देखो तुम्हारे बाल, ये जैसे चाहे बन सकते हैं क्योंकि ये मजबूत हैं। तुम भी जो चाहो बन सकती हो क्योंकि तुम भी मजबूत हो। एक माँ ही बनाती है बेटी को जड़ से मजबूत। जैसे लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू का नया एलोवेरा और मिल्क प्रोटीन फॉर्मूला बाल बनाए मजबूत। लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू, तुम मजबूत हो।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
क्या आपको चाहिए शाइनी बाल? सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन में है 5 नेचुरल ऑयल्स के साथ विटामिन ई का सुपर मिक्स जो दे आपके बालों को अप टू 24 आवर्स शाइन। अब बाल करी शाइन ऑल द टाइम विद सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन।
एक बार फिर लिए चलेंगे आपको इस्लामाबाद, जहां पर डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है।
No, thank you, Professor. And you know, in many ways, the answer to this is, regardless of the administration in the US or anybody else, the bank is going through a period of change. We were born out of the Second World War. We were born as a bank for reconstructing Europe. In the 1990s, we very much became a bank about poverty and thinking through how do we lift countries out of poverty. And in the last few years, especially since COVID, we've realized that the way out of poverty doesn't simply run through a country's own borders. It's about cross-border problems. That's what COVID is. An illness in one country that has reverberated across the world and still does. Sea level rise in one country affects fisheries thousands of miles away. And so we have to think about those cross-border issues, and it's why climate change remains front and center to what we do, because it is one of the biggest threats to the poor, who at the end of the day are our clients. They're the people I get out of bed every morning to work for. And so as part of this evolution, I think there's 2 things we realize that matter. That one, we've done lots of knowledge. We have spent lots of money creating data, curating data, bringing data together. And I think we made two key mistakes. One, we then deployed that data often through consultants. We hire consultants, bring them into countries, get them to lecture you, get to tell you what's happening in your country or what you should do in your country, and then we fly them out. And you're left behind with maybe a nice report to put on your desk, but it hasn't built capacity. And we realized that you cannot use data if it's not localized, if it isn't owned and operated by the country, if we're not building the capacity to continue to curate and manage that data and that analysis. The second thing we realized, the mistake we made in terms of knowledge in particular, was we had terrible proximity bias. And so most of the partnerships for knowledge creation were built with big international NGOs or consulting firms in Washington or in London or in Brussels, not with the academic minds, the NGOs in the countries where we work. And so, of course, oftentimes the solutions we were coming up with are wonderful for Washington, but they're not so useful for Port-au-Prince in Haiti. They're not so useful for Islamabad. And so thinking through how do we actually work with the people who have to live with the results of that knowledge generation. So it's been interesting that we're already going through this evolution regardless of administrative change in any of our shareholders.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we can come back to it later if there's time. But I just wanted to point out that among the bilaterals, FCDO has taken a somewhat different model. FCDO has been funding research. A lot of the cities agenda that I talked about comes from analytical work done with funding by FCDO through the International Growth Center, which is a London School of Economics and Oxford consortium. They have taken a very different approach. There's no consultancy funding at all. It's all local researchers in partnership with international researchers. And there is enormous amount of very country-specific, very evidence-driven information on what works and what doesn't work. I hope very much the World Bank will begin to incorporate that knowledge also in its conversations with the government, because of the money angle, you guys have a much better access to government than other researchers.
But this localization is key. It's why now, whenever we do analysis, whether we do the data creation or the actual analysis of data, we're always asking the following questions. Question number one is, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And we're stopped looking at these global aggregate problems. What's the specific problem in Islamabad on air pollution that we want to try and solve with this analysis? Second question we ask is, whose problem is it? Because often we come in with our own ideas of problems people care about, or we come in with a solution focus. And if we can't identify who owns the problem, then we also don't know how to communicate to them, because some people want a 300-page technical annex document. Other people need an Instagram video. But if you don't know whose problem you're trying to solve, you don't know how to communicate or how to answer it. Third question is, has somebody else answered it? In a world where we have so little money, and academics, particularly in local places who are trying to solve these problems, don't have time to keep answering the same questions. So we need to confirm that nobody else has solved this problem before. And then we have to confirm that we have the people within the bank who can actually assess the value of that knowledge we're creating, who know whether the solutions that we're coming up with are next generation solutions, are best-in-class technical knowledge, are at the frontier of that technical discipline. Because if we're not doing that and doing it locally, we're not going to get our knowledge to result in action.
You know, you emphasized, and earlier Ali Chima emphasized, that to mainstream climate change, you have to make it part of the growth agenda. Pakistan is searching for a new growth paradigm. What we pursued in the last 20, 30 years hasn't delivered. We see the results in front of us. We need to move away from real estate and retail, get back into exports, which is what we did very well till the late 90s. The question, and the World Bank has just announced a 20 billion 10-year lending program to Pakistan. Is there something you can pick out from there which will reassure us that climate change will be central to the way the World Bank engages on the broader growth framework?
You know, the world is changing, markets are changing. And for us, it becomes critical that with every one of our investments, we're helping countries respond to the demands in the marketplace of the 21st century. Because the 20th century was all about grow now, clean up later. The 21st century is all about if you want to grow fast and make that growth stick, you have to grow green. So that's where the markets are heading. That's where consumer preferences are heading, domestically as well as internationally. So for us, in our country partnership framework for the next 10 years, we have put climate change at the heart, including focusing on air pollution, because we want to make sure that the country is set up for success. That means thinking about food security. In a country with 40% stunting, you're not going to be able to grow their labor force to meet the demands of a competitive global market force if that labor force, when they were young, were hungry. And so we're going to work on stunting. We're going to work at the agricultural frontier because this is a place where there is huge demand for transformation, huge global markets growing, and how can Pakistan be part of that conversation? And how do we make sure that the power sector that can be inefficient, that can suffer huge losses from theft and poor production, how can we build inefficiencies? A lot of what we end up working on are those enabling environment, the policy reforms that will unlock the genius of the Pakistani people and of the entrepreneurial spirit of the companies that are already here and that are eager for an opportunity to grow their market share and to enter new markets if they can have a tailwind behind them, supporting them from government, not a headwind. And if we can help support and make those connections between markets. But that's something we're fully committed to, and we're going to make sure that 75 million people in Pakistan have more resilience against climate change. That's not just to make sure they don't fall into poverty, it's to make sure they have that additional money in their pocket to buy local goods and services that are the engine of economic growth in this country.
I think we could talk for a long time, but there's the next session. So thank you very much. And I hope the Dawn Group will pick up nuggets from these sessions, from what Valvi just said in the last interactive section, in the concluding statement that comes out tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ijaz Nabi and Ms. Valerie Hickey. We will take a short recess of 5 minutes for setup change. However, in the meantime, I would...
दो रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस इस वक्त जारी है। यहाँ वक्त हुआ है एक ब्रेक का।
पोलियो के खात्मे के लिए कौमी मुहिम का आगाज 3 फरवरी से होगा। 7 रोज़ा पोलियो मुहिम 9 फरवरी तक जारी रहेगी। मुहिम में सिंध, पंजाब, खैबर पख्तूनख्वा और बलूचिस्तान समेत आज़ाद जम्मू कश्मीर और गिलगित बल्तिस्तान के मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में 5 साल तक की उम्र के 4.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा बच्चों को पोलियो से बचाव के कतरे पिलाए जाएंगे। मुल्क में पोलियो वायरस की मौजूदगी बच्चों के लिए खतरे का बायस है, इसलिए वालिदैन से गुजारिश है कि वो अपने बच्चों को पोलियो वैक्सीन जरूर पिलवाएं और उनके मुस्तकबिल को महफूज बनाएं, क्योंकि फैसला आज करना है अगर कल बच्चे को चलना है।
A public service message by Dawn News.
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
इस न्यूज अपडेट को आप तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमारे साथ ताउन किया है
नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
Sabroso Spicy Chicken Donut, King of the Ring.
इस्लामाबाद में डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी। 11 मुल्कों के 90 से ज़ायद नुमाइंदे शरीक। इस्लामाबाद में पैका एक्ट तरमीमी बिल के खिलाफ नेशनल प्रेस क्लब के सामने सहाफियों का एहतजाज, नारेबाजी। और कराची में डंपर हादसे में जाँ बहक होने वाले मियां बीवी की नमाज जनाजा अदा, शहरियों की बड़ी तादाद ने शिरकत की।
Need नीडो स्कूल एज न्यूट्रिशन, जो है स्पेशली डिजाइन स्कूल गोइंग बच्चों की ग्रोथ, लर्निंग और इम्यूनिटी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, ताकि वो भरपूर बढ़े। नीडो न्यूट्रिशन टू ग्रो।
इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, द ऑल न्यू Sabroso Spicy Chicken Donut, King of the Ring.
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपरफास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है, इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
मेरे बाल आपकी तरह घने और मजबूत कैसे होंगे?
मेरी तरह बालों में प्याज लगानी पड़ेगी। लगाओगी?
बहुत मेहनत लगेगी।
हाँ, पर इसकी नया लाइफबॉय नेचुरली स्ट्रॉन्ग शैम्पू, इसमें है प्याज जो बालों की जड़ों में जाए और दे घने और 5 गुना तक मजबूत बाल। 10 रुपए के साशे में भी।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
ये सब मुमकिन है जब आप करेंगे सपोर्ट अपने बच्चे की बढ़ती हुई बॉडी और माइंड को। नेस्ले लैक्टोग्रो में मौजूद है एक्टिव ग्रो, जिसमें शामिल है टमी के लिए प्रोबायोटिक्स और वो न्यूट्रिएंट्स जो सपोर्ट करें उसकी बढ़ती बॉडी और माइंड को, ताकि इसे मिले ग्रोथ में मदद और आपके बच्चे करें ग्रो विद एक्टिव ग्रो फ्रॉम नेस्ले।
मैं 570 में ले जाऊंगा।
ऑफिस से घर जाना महंगा पड़ गया। सेम राइड ओनली ₹450 विद यांगो। लाइफ में लगेगा इंक्रीमेंट जब बचत होगी विद यांगो। हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटी। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटी।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपरफास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
एक्स्ट्रा जॉय। नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
लाला संभल के देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
हर मोड़ पे खतरे हजार, हर मैच आर्या पार। आईसीसी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी शुरू 19 फरवरी से।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
Sidra Iqbal and you're watching Dove Presents Real Beauty series.
Beauty comes in so many different ways.
Somebody looked at you and told you that you're beautiful.
That's a powerful question. If someone is better than me, please, you go do this, I'll follow your lead. My body is strong. I am strong. My mind is strong.
एक बार फिर आपको लिए चलेंगे इस्लामाबाद, जहां पर डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस इस वक्त जारी है।
The Himalaya, never has there been less snow, and there's never been as much rock faces showing up to the public down below. And Nepal as a country is actually a barometer of climate change, because unlike the other countries of South Asia, it is a country in an incline from 28,000 feet at the top of Mount Everest to 300 feet above sea level in the district of Jhapa, barely 70 miles away. So you can imagine the incline that is not found actually elsewhere in South Asia, which is why I like to call the country I come from the barometer of climate crisis and global warming, because people live in that incline. Unlike the first pole and the second pole, which are Arctic and Antarctic, the third pole, which is the Himalaya, Hindu Kush, Karakoram, the people live on the flanks, which is why it is that much more dramatic and excruciating to know the impact, to gauge the impact of the climate crisis. I wanted to congratulate DawnMedia not only for organizing this meet titled Breathe Pakistan, but also focused particularly our panel on all of South Asia. Also to congratulate DawnMedia for this incredible special report, Climate Change and Climate Resilience, that the editors have come out with, practically a book. And I would in fact suggest that it be published as a book to be used all over South Asia, because it does not talk only with the malaise that is impacting Pakistan. This panel is about as South Asian as you could get. We have individuals from Sri Lanka, from Bhutan, from Nepal, from online from India, and also, of course, from Pakistan. So I feel the message that the organizers want us to deliver from this podium is the interconnectivity of all South Asian environment, economies, public health, and the need to act. We have enough information by now, and there has also been enough emotional attempts to raise the emotional quotient of climate crisis. But we're not seeing action on the ground, on the hill terraces, or in the desert plains. So I believe that what our session would possibly do is try to shake us up a bit. And given that people are coming from all parts of South Asia, this is indeed an incredible opportunity. As a panelist said this morning, climate crisis is not a matter of the environment or even the economy or the politics or the geopolitics. It is a matter of poverty, she said. And I concur, because the depth and breadth of poverty in South Asia now surpasses poverty anywhere else in the globe. So if we are to feel for and empathize with the hundreds of millions of poor amongst us, then we are required even for that reason to do something about it. And I was at 2 p.m. today, I went into a particular site that gives you the evolving population by the second of the world and of the parts of the world. So this afternoon at 2 p.m., there were, we like to say South Asia has a quarter of the world's population, 25% nearly, and we like to say hence we have a duty to ourselves to do something about the climate crisis. But we are also talking about poverty quotient within that 25%. But let's just count how many South Asians there were, how many of us there were at 2 p.m. today. 1,985,226,402 individuals. So if we just keep saying we're a fourth of humanity, it's just a proportion. It is important to look at individual lives, and particularly the lives in poverty, which is why poverty is going to be heightened. The stress of individuals is going to be heightened with the climate crisis, already happening as we speak around South Asia. So when we speak of climate change, we had the code words. We had global warming, then we got climate change, then we started saying climate crisis, then we started saying climate emergency. But that's certainly not enough. There are new terms coming up even as we destroy our ecosystems more. We always used to say rising oceans and receding glaciers. That is no longer enough. Let me add to the terminology. We used to say GLOFs, glacial lake outburst floods. Even that is not now enough, because in the high Himalaya, from the Karakoram, Hindu Kush, all the way to Namcha Barua, in the easternmost tip of the Himalaya, you have permafrost melting. Permafrost melting the melting of permafrost is not yet a discussion even among academics, but the frozen frozen stones, boulders, dust, detritus is loosening up. And when you have extreme climate events and rainfall, you have what happened in Sikkim last year, what happened in the Melemchi River of Nepal 3 years ago. Incredible crisis for which we already have the indicators in front of us. And so beyond groundwater, and when we say groundwater loss, we tend to forget that the smog that goes up from Lahore, from the Pakistani Punjab and a part of Sindh, Indian Punjab, Haryana, they go up and the westerlies take everything eastward for 7 months of the year. And so it is not just a matter of aesthetics, friends. When that dust at 14,000, 15,000, 16,000 is almost like aerosol dust, settles on the snows, you have the albedo effect, which means that the snow melts much quicker because of the darkness on the surface. It does not reflect back the sun. But not to talk science, but to talk sociology, what that does is it reduces groundwater. And when groundwater is reduced across the swathe of the Himalaya, the water in the Ganges and the Brahmaputra and of course the Indus depletes drastically. So the link between burning crop residue in the Punjab, receding glaciers, is also leading to groundwater loss. So these are the kind of connections I believe the organizers have wanted us to draw, and there are specialists in the diverse arena here before you today. Before that, of course, we will have Dechen, who is with the United Nations Environmental Program, herself coming from Bhutan, will have much more to share also from her very important position that she holds for the region, and soon to be the UNEP head, I gather, for Asia, more or less, yes. I'll end with two quick points. The term Anthropocene is now almost passé. Nevertheless, it has not infiltrated our local tongues. We do not say Anthropocene and don't have a word for it in Urdu or Punjabi or Hindi or Nepali or Sinhala or Bangla or Dihevi. I suggest that if you don't have a term, how can you actually describe? Because in the end, we need to go to the grassroots to energize the politics with alerting an alert of the crisis we're in. So what we have decided in Nepal is to popularize the term Anthropocene rather than go look for a term with a Sanskrit root. Likewise, there's no reason to go for a Persian root for Anthropocene speaking in Urdu, for example. So in Nepal, we're popularizing Anthropocene just to get the message across. The brown cloud, as we call it, black carbon, whatever, when it rises from industrial activity, from emissions, from agricultural residue burning. Last year, friends, last December, we tend to think of this cloud as only going as far as Bangladesh from here, from the Punjab plain. It actually, last year, twirled over the Bay of Bengal, went down to Sri Lanka, and as far as Maldives. So let no one say that for now that the Indo-Gangetic smog impacts only the Indo-Gangetic valley. It is all over. And sadly, Sadly, our governments are turned away from each other. At the very point where we need to be talking to seek desperate measures, our governments are actually at loggerheads, particularly two largest governments of our South Asian space. And so you see it in the condition of SARC, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, practically moribund. The summit to have been held in Islamabad in November of 2016, it has been hanging fire. The government of Nepal has been forced to hold on to the chairmanship of SARC. We need to find a way through sessions such as this to send the word, please talk, please keep issues and problems on the shelf, because the crisis, as many people have said before me, is existential. So how is it that the media talks about the smog all the time in Lahore, in Punjab, in India, in Delhi, in Haryana? How come nobody does anything about it? What Yogendra Yadav, a very prominent social scientist as well as politician of India, of New Delhi, wrote an article 3 weeks ago, where he said that while everybody is agreed about the crisis with the AQI in Delhi and in the rest of the Haryana, Punjab plains, why is nothing happening? Because the politicians do not raise it. There is a silence of convenience among, right now there is elections coming up, as you know, and the political parties who are fighting each other are at loggerheads. They don't talk about AQI. So there's something going on, and that something is wrong in our politics. Within our politics, there's a problem, and with our interpolitics, our geopolitics, there's a problem. So I think I end there with my chairman's remark, which became a little longer than I had planned. I apologize. May I now introduce Dechen, who is, of course, as you know, the Dechen Chering is Director, Climate Change Division and Director, Regional Office of Asia and Pacific, UNEP. UNEP, of course, as the organization which should be the bellwether for all of us. Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Kanik. Colleagues, as of 1st February, I'm the Regional Director for Asia Pacific and no longer Climate Director. So you've heard this morning about climate change, the adverse impacts. You've also heard about loss of nature, land degradation, pollution, and the impact on water. If we start to look at the three crises, what we're calling the triple planetary crises, and it relates to its impact on water, whether it's disasters, floods, droughts, desertifications, we're looking at wildfire, and it's all linked to water. My presentation today will really focus on three aspects. I'll talk about glacial lakes, I'll talk about decarbonization, and I'll talk about air pollution. And I think it's really good that we frame it from a South Asia perspective. The Himalayas, as Kanak's talked about the third pole, talks about home to vast glaciers that feed major river systems, the Indus, the Ganges, the Brahmaputra. And yet we know that the rising temperatures, the glacial melt, the erratic weather patterns threatens livelihoods. This year, 2025, is International Year of Glaciers, and it's really an opportunity for us to highlight the adverse impacts of climate change. You've already heard how the impacts of glacial melt, but what you've seen is that the glacial melt has increased from 1998 to 2007, and it will further increase till 2050. And the far-reaching impacts of agricultural impact, you're looking at food security, livelihoods of millions depend on farming, the economic strain, again, the damage to infrastructure. We've seen when we've had Basically monsoon floods on steroids, devastating impacts. You've looked at the health impacts, waterborne diseases, compromising water and sanitation, public health challenges, and of course, energy security. A lot of the region depends upon hydropower. But what we're not seeing, and there are many interventions, there's the early warning for all, there's the systematic observation financing facility, and a lot of this is looking at data, sharing of data, but I think in South Asia we can do better. For us, we can learn from each other in terms of the data that we share, in terms of the hydrological, meteorological information, climate resilient policy, investing in water management, learning from floods, glacial lake outburst floods, how do we restore ecosystems. And this is probably the sub-region where there is the lowest level of exchange of information, and here there is an opportunity to do so. But while we look at, when we look at the adaptation to the adverse impacts of climate change, the flip side is we need to reduce carbon emissions to slow glacial retreat. And so while we look at building adaptive capacity, building resilience, everyone talks about the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and we had the 29th Conference of Parties. And really, what are they? I mean, the focus is the focus on mitigation, and if you look at the nationally determined contributions, it's basically for every country to look at an investment plan. In order to address climate mitigation, this is a country's investment plan. These are the greenhouse gas sources and sinks. These are the sectors that will be impacted. And on the flip side, countries produce national adaptation plans. And these are plans that are supposed to really look at how does a country formulate plans to reduce vulnerability? How do you integrate climate into planning budgetary systems? How do you look at agricultural resilience, food security? But often what has happened is that how we work on climate change, and we have tremendous negotiators. We have, minister, we have, the coordinator minister from Pakistan. We have their voices, which are really important, because it's going to need a signal to the financial system, to the architecture, on where resources are, the signal for trade and environment. And the third part about this process is what we call the transparency regime. And it's a regime where we measure, report, verify the information and the resources for countries to look at building the information base that helps them understand the impacts, both mitigation and adaptation. So many countries in our region have prepared national adaptation plans. Pakistan is preparing one, Nepal has, Mongolia has, Maldives have. And all these plans, they've identified agriculture, food security, health and well-being, infrastructure, energy systems, early warning, disaster reduction as the top sectors. And there's been a lot of efforts to include water, freshwater ecosystems. But where we find, and all these processes, I mean, if I've started to look at countries that have been successful, it's been successful when you've had a presidential council or a prime minister's council that looks at climate. Because climate, unlike many other issues, it affects energy, it affects infrastructure, it affects transport, it affects water, it affects health, it affects food systems, it affects agriculture. So you can't depend on your traditional sectoral ministers. It affects trade and environment. It has to come together. And I'm very excited that under the leadership of our UN Resident Coordinator, Mohammed, is actually going to do, an analytic work on the financial flows that come in. When we looked at the 100 billion that went to climate finance, and now you're looking at a new target, many countries wanted to know where that money was coming. And we found that much of it that came in was not understood by the country, the governments, and a lot of it was going through private sector. And I think the more information that is out there, that would be important to understand where the interventions are happening. In India, if you look, you had the National Agricultural Bank of Rural Development, NABARD, 50 billion, and they realized all the interventions for agricultural interventions, and they're now accredited to the Green Climate Fund. So much of the work that is happening, I think, are not there isn't enough information, and I think there's an opportunity to put this information to see where there are transitions happening. If you look at emissions, decarbonization, 80% of the emissions are from the G20 countries. So that's already there. So already the focus is, you know which countries we have to focus on. In this region, the emissions, 55% of Asia Pacific accounts for all the global emissions, comes from urbanization, industrialization, deforestation, fossil fuel. And if we look at the energy increase, our region, the energy increase grew 151% between 2000 to 2023. So every year countries, the next round of nationally determined contributions they expect it to be ready by February 2025, and many countries will take longer. And what the NDCs give us an understanding and accounting of where we are in the emission gap. And this is the emission gap to stay within 1.5 degrees. Right now, in order to stay within a 1.5 degree world, a very, very small gap, I mean, we have to cut emissions 42% by 2030, 57% by 2035. And so the emissions from our region, again, you've heard this morning, energy, industry, transport, waste, forestry, agriculture, marine ecosystems. And South Asia continues to have an appetite for coal. While we see coal and the use of coal in energy production declining, it still represented 60% of energy generation in South Asia in 2021. And so when we look at how do we hasten this transition, many countries in Southeast Asia, in Africa, have signed up to the Just Energy Transition Partnership. And the Just Energy Transition Partnership is getting financing to hasten the investment in renewables. So we start to look at, so our region, the instruments they use are subsidies, tax, incentives, tariffs, and there are positive stories. I mean, India now has a target, a renewable energy capacity target of 450 gigawatts by 2030, a national hydrogen mission. And we've started to look at, when South Korea had their Green New Deal, they invested 61 billion renewable energy, green grids, smart grids, energy efficiency. The Just Energy Transition Partnership in our region, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Sri Lanka's aim to achieve 70% renewable energy generation by 2030, phasing out coal by 2042, and a very ambitious EV policy. Bhutan's committed to carbon neutrality, and here again it's linked to maintaining forest cover at 60%. And so while we know that where countries have been successful are if there is the policy and then the instruments that follow, and there can be a lot of cross-country learning in South Asia. At the UN, we set up what we call an issue-based coalition, and it's about 17 UN agencies at the regional level. And our focus is to look at the nationally determined contributions. These are investment plans countries do, and try to learn from each other. We've also looked at sharing practices in low energy, and we've looked at showcasing emission gaps. Every year, the issue-based coalition produces sort of a nationally determined contribution from the Asia-Pacific region. And this information, we are hoping countries will come together and then look at different ways that they can work together. The South Asia Cooperative Environment Program, based in Sri Lanka, and they have on the governing council all the ministers of South Asia. They've had the Mali Declaration to combat transboundary movement of air pollution, and they've produced science policy assessments. ISIMOD has done a lot of work on glacial lake outburst floods, and they have their regional science policy frameworks, adaptation at altitude. They're working on air pollution, they're working on glacial melt, and they've also been starting to look at discussing, would there be space for something like a Hindu Kush Council? If the glaciers and the mountains are so important for the region, you know, we have the Arctic Council. Is there a space where South Asia can sit together and discuss some of these issues? Does it matter what the mountainous countries do and its impact on the low-lying countries? And an SCAP hosted in last December, a workshop on air pollution and looking at policies and technical cooperation. Kanak's already talked quite a bit about air pollution, and he's talked about the importance of limiting the melting of the water towers and the interlinkages between air quality and climate change. And when we talked about air pollution, we really look at black carbon, short-lived climate pollutants, and they pose a dual threat. It harms health, glacial melt. And so, Kanak's already talked about if there's additional warming due to black carbon and dust deposited on glaciers and snowfields in the Hindu Kush Karakoram Himalayas, and it leads to accelerated melting. So at the moment, I mean, when we worry about, you know, melting glaciers, we worry about not having enough snow, we worry about our rivers not being replenished. We don't want another force that accelerates melting of glaciers. And so, in addition to carbon dioxide, we have to start to look at short-lived climate pollutants. We have to look at gases like methane and nitrous oxide. And if you look at methane, addressing methane emissions would be 0.3% centigrade of global warming by 2045. And you're talking about losing less 25 million tons of crop losses and less 260,000 premature deaths. The International Methane Emission Observatory has what you call a methane alert response system, and they have these satellites on the ground, and they provide actionable data. And last year UNEP issued 1,200 notifications of major methane leaks, and 2 of those leaks led to the equivalent, you know, shutting off the leaks led to the equivalent of 1 million cars, you know, the emissions from 1 million cars produced annually being turned off. So while you're looking at other ways to reduce emissions, there are technological in terms of shutting off the methane leaks. And again, nitrous oxide, I mean, again, premature deaths. And so here it's really important that we start to look at their impact. The burden of air pollution on South Asia, I mean, we were looking at WHO interim target of 35 micrograms is considered the least stringent, and you start to see the particulate matter across the region. I mean, you've seen numbers. So we're looking at acting on air quality, benefits from climate, air quality point of view. Under the SCAP, there's a regional action program on air pollution, a resolution. And what this means is the region would come together. We would monitor air pollution. We would do source apportionment, so we would know which sectors had the major emissions. And then we would look at mitigation measures. UNEP is also looking at a regional instrument for air pollution. So I think my message is whether we look at air pollution, we look at glacial lake outburst floods, we look at decarbonization, this is tremendous opportunity for this sub-region. Thank you, Kanak.
Thank you, Dejan, and we wish you all the best for the sake of all of Asia as you take up your position as Director Regional Office for Asia Pacific at UNEP. And indeed, you mentioned the Arctic Council and the suggestion that there should be a Himalaya Hindu Kush Council. If there is a resolution that we could have passed in this session. That is the resolution that I would propose passing. We now go into the first panel discussion. We have, as the panelist participants, we have Romina Khurshid Alam, who's a member of the National Assembly, also deeply involved in negotiations at COP and elsewhere, coordinated with the Prime Minister on climate change. Then we have Sonam Wangchuk, who's introduced in the list here as the Raman Magsaysay Award winner of 2018. That is true, but he is so much more than that. He's an educator and a true activist in the sense that over the last couple of years, in fact, he's been at the interface between politics and environment in a very real activistic sense, to the extent of being also putting into a lot of difficulties on the part of the state. We have Aisha Khan, who's with the Civil Society Coalition of Climate Change, and as she said before, we came into the session in the green room. She would really like to talk about not so much the community issues as interstate or regional issues, if I'm right, Aisha. And let me now introduce the participant as well as facilitator, Indrika Ratwata from Colombo. He has had a long experience through the UN on the arena of refugee affairs, including Afghan refugees in Pakistan, which means that if we are talking about poverty and how climate change impacts those in poverty more than others, then the bottommost slice, if one might say so, impacted are the refugees. And so that obviously means that Indrika has the sensitivity required to discuss climate change. Presently, you are the UN Resident Coordinator, Afghanistan. I ask you to manage the panel and participate yourself.
Thank you very much. I think the stage setting has been excellent with you and Gretchen framing the thing as glacial melt as a cross-cutting, transboundary challenge for all of us. And the data is clear. Where this the Hindu Kush, Himalayas, the Karakoram regions, this is holding the largest reserves of fresh water outside the polar regions. And that's why it's called the water towers of South Asia. And here we're talking, as you've said already, 1.5 billion people across South Asia, and the impact it has, whether it's on agriculture, hydropower, drinking water supplies. But impacts of climate change have really turbocharged glacial melt, as you have seen. Temperatures have accelerated, and today we are looking at a retreating average of 0.3 meters per year. And in the last 4 decades, in the last 40 years, we have seen approximately 15% of glacier ice that has been lost. This is an incredible amount of glacial degradation. And this rapid glacial melting has also had one immediate knock-on effect, which we have seen, is 3,000 glacial lakes, of which 33 are considered to have been classified as highly hazardous. So the water melting, collecting, lakes forming, and then the impact that goes through that, posing serious threats of, as was already alluded to, glacial lake outbursts and floods, or as we like acronyms, GLOFs, one more fantastic acronym to our nomenclature. Yeah. The UN also loves acronyms, as you know, so we are adding to this. But on a more serious note, it goes beyond the immediate impacts of the devastation, impacting infrastructure, as we talked about, disrupting livelihoods in vulnerable countries, Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan in the basin, but it also contributes to long-term water scarcity, erratic river flows, prolonged drought, and then leading to desertification as well. So glacial melt as a phenomenon has a knock-on impact, as we've talked about, which are far more far-reaching in this way. What does it mean? It means, as has been alluded to by many of the speakers this morning and today, and you'll hear from our illustrious panelists, the importance really for urgent collaboration, technological innovation, and sustainable strategies at a regional level as well to mitigate the impacts of glacial melt, and to really ensure the water security resources for future generations. Just 2 days ago, I was in Helmand, in a remote area of Afghanistan, sitting with some farmers. And when I asked them, what is the most important thing for you? They said, water. And I said, what's the second most important thing and the third most important thing? And they said, water and water. So I think it says it all in terms of how it impacts just in a country like Afghanistan alone, where 70% is the agrarian population relying on water and the lack thereof. And this is a phenomenon we are seeing in the South Asian region. So in the interest of time, let me not, without any further ado, our illustrious panelists have been already introduced. So let me ask them to just give us their shared insights based on their experience and their encounters with people, institutions, policies, and give us some insights. So let me start with Romina, then to Sanam and Aisha Khan. So, Romina.
Thank you very much. For me, it's a great honor to be with such a learned panel. And of course, the people who are sitting at the other side, all the participants who have been here. I first of all really want to congratulate and want to pay a great thanks and acknowledgement to all, of course, for me it's great to see such a learned media persons over here, and of course to the Dawn, because I believe this is the greatest need of the time, that the media's responsibility, and I really want to say that hats off to you that you have taken a lead. And not only that, I just wanted to request that it's a great need of the time that we should come up with the International Climate Caucus on media, of the media, because I think it's all very much important when we talk about all these elements, because without that things won't get resolved, because there are so many things which have been hidden, there are so many things which have been unfolded, there are so many things which have been said, but they have not been known to the people. But now getting back to the point and the subject which you have said, when we talk about the glaciers, when we talk about Pakistan, when we talk about our region, I always believe, and what I've learned from all the learned people and all from the experiences and from the researchers, the greatest need is to come up with global, first, of course, the global solutions, but moreover, to the regional solutions. When we talk about the Pakistan, of course, I would really like to share where that one of, about glaciers in Pakistan, one of the greatest achievement in the recent glacier inventory conducted in Pakistan, which has revealed that we have a total of 13,032 glaciers across the country. So it's a huge number. So Pakistan hosts over 13,032 glaciers, the largest number outside the polar region. This is a significant finding, of course, made possible through the collaboration, I want to share with you, of the experts from EVK2CNR, along with the universities and the government institutions of Gilgit-Baltistan. So, of course, when we talk about rapid melting due to the rising temperature, poses risk on the glacial lake outburst floods, affecting millions of the millions people. And then, of course, when we talk about the Indus River, which relies heavily on glacial melt, it is at a risk, of course, threatening water security. But when we talk about the regional collaboration and, the solutions, I really wanted to share over here, because I'm glad that it's almost, we all are from, if we talk about Nepal, Sri Lanka, all like countries, a region, like when we talk about the importance of the SARC, it is moreover important, like we have seen from COP1 to COP29. Then, of course, we have seen COP16, which has been recently done in at the Riyadh, that was about the land desertification and biodiversity and so much more, which is going to be conducted next in Bhutan. So, the most important and the missing component is the collaboration. The developing countries and the regions need to sit together to come up with the solutions, because until and unless we are not going to do that, there are lots of challenges which are going to be continuously like that. And as you very rightly mentioned about the need, when you went to a village and over there you asked the need, so they said water, water and water. I believe this is moreover now climate challenge is no more just a climate challenge. It's a human rights issue. It's a need of a time. It is need of, it's like, and as per the constitution, of course, 25A of Pakistan, and of course in all other countries, we all know that everyone have the right to live. So climate change is also something which is very much needed. If we talk about the glaciers specifically, the most nearby, the communities, how they're suffering, how they're getting vulnerable, and in that we are trying moreover to engage the local communities. Yes, of course, we do have different projects on which we have worked with the project like GLOF 2 as well, and in that also Recharge Pakistan as well, which we are going to talk in next few minutes. But I think the most important for me, as very rightly said, that we should, at least from this panel, we should come up with some resolution where that not only in the state, I would really like to share that at the COP, we tried our level best to sit along with the other countries. We welcomed, because this is something now, whatever was happened or is happening in Pakistan or in Bhutan or in another country, it is not going to stay there. It is going to be moved on and on. Today is Pakistan, tomorrow it can be someone else. So as soon as possible, because I believe this is more over the war footage situation. So I think in that, I just wanted to say that more important is to come up with the regional solutions. We need to sit together to come up with the mechanism, to not only the mechanism, the policy, and to generate the risk pool. And that risk pool doesn't mean the money also. That means, moreover, the capacity, how we can learn from each other's best practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romina. Now let me turn to Sonam and hear from him on innovations in sustainable glacier management and the importance of bringing in the blending of traditional knowledge with science. Over to you, Sonam.
Thank you very much. Salam alaikum and namaskar and Jule as we greet in very, very cold place called Ladakh. For you, it might be interesting to know that the region of Ladakh is where Indus River begins, on which most of Pakistan depends, and what happens there will have an effect here, and what's happening there is not very good. Now, about sustainable ways of managing the water towers of Asia. I think water towers was very aptly termed. Water towers, the strength is in its height. So coming to specifics, I would say the best way to deal with water is to stop it at the height that it is. Height is a great resource, more than oil, I would say. Mountains are what gives height to water, whether in frozen forms or in permafrost or in flowing water. Now, stop it where it is should be our strategy. And stopping it there and then making it useful downstream can be done in two ways. One would be freeze and refreeze. Freeze it when it flows in cold mountains so that it can be used in spring and summer when farmers need it. In other words, artificial glaciers. That's what we do in Ladakh. Artificial glaciers, man-made during winters when nobody needs water for agriculture, to keep it till spring and summer when everybody needs. So freeze every drop where possible, and then it melts and goes down. This freezing can be of streams, it can be higher up of glacial lakes, which are becoming like a ticking time bomb. You can refreeze the glacial lakes using various technologies, and we are working on them. You can siphon them out and refreeze them. By siphoning, you reduce the risk of the lake, and by refreezing, you make it into an asset that can serve people downstream. So refreezing glacial lakes to refreezing streams, freeze, freeze, freeze should be the strategy to keep it at the height that it is. Now, these artificial glaciers also will not go for very long because there's less and less snow, less and less freezing in coming decades, and therefore we'll have to learn to live with rain and more rain. So therefore the strategy should be to learn to soak it, to absorb it in the mountains. Soak, soak, soak. And that can be done in many ways by vegetating the high valleys. We're trying to do that so that there are indigenous trees and shrubs and bushes that grow that holds the water. You can have swales, you can have check dams, and in flood-prone streams, you can have ice dams that are made in winter but disappear in summer when floods come, so no obstruction or destruction. So therefore, soak, recharge. You can have recharge wells and various other mechanisms to recharge the whole mountain so that water comes slowly, because when water comes fast, as it will, as rains increase, it will cause destruction, floods. When it is soaked or frozen, it comes very gently, being very useful to people. Now, thirdly, the strategy should be educate, 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 because one needs to learn how to do these things. So, education of communities, education of youth and children to deal with the new changes in the mountains. And for that, in Ladakh, we are starting a whole university called Himalayan Institute of Alternatives Ladakh, or HIAL, to basically learn and teach to deal with climate change. And I'm happy that Gitanjali is here, who heads that university. People around the mountains will have to relearn, re-educate themselves to deal with that. Now, these things can be done in the mountains. At these institutes, we also do solar heated buildings that can be plus 20 inside when it is minus 20 outside. All these we need to learn, but we cannot stop glacial melting with these mechanisms that I just said. Great for local strategies, but not enough to save our glaciers. So the answer for that is not so much in the mountains, high Himalayas. It's more in big cities like Islamabad, Karachi, Mumbai, Beijing, New York, London, because that's where climate change is starting. We cannot also just blame them far away, but cities that are closer to the Himalayas, Hindu Kush, are even more to blame, whether it is in Kashmir or Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar. These cities not only add to the carbon dioxide, but they also release black carbon, which goes with the wind and sits on our glaciers and thereby melts it even faster, because black absorbs sun's energy. So our message to the world always has been, please live simply in the big cities so that we in the mountains simply live. And this message needs to reach the whole world, and I'm so happy that media and leadership have a great role to play, and in Pakistan I see DawnMedia is taking that responsibility as a champion of environment. I wish all countries, and in my country, a media house really takes this responsibility like here. Similarly, leadership has to take charge, world leaders. While many world leaders are now denying climate change even, I'm happy that Prime Minister Modi has not only taken many initiatives, but also launched a special mission called Mission Life, Lifestyle for the Environment, to urge the people to live simpler life. This kind of initiative we expect from leadership, from media, from celebrities all, so that we later, have a safer place to live in the mountains. Finally, I want to congratulate and thank UN for declaring 2025 as the UN Year of Glacial Preservation. That's an amazing initiative like this. So with such initiatives, I have some hope that we still will live, survive, and perhaps thrive in the mountains. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll pick up where Sonam left to say that this is the year of glacier preservation, the year 2025. So I begin by saying
that mountains are marvel of nature. Mountains are also sacred places. But I think we also need to remember that mountains are home to mountain communities. We have tourists who flock these places. They go there for adventure sports. They go there for recreation, perhaps sometimes for spiritual healing as well. But they leave the place degraded. They don't understand that mountain communities rely on these ecosystems for their ecological goods and services to survive. So this is very, very important that we learn to understand that when we enter a sacred domain, and mountains are sacred domains to me. I've been working with mountain communities for the last 2 decades, and I've visited Nepal and other countries with mountains, and there is something about mountain communities that goes beyond this. For us in South Asia, it's very, very important to remember that these mountains are a source of water for us. When we talk about the Himalaya, Karakoram, and the Hindu Kush, they directly supply water to 240 million people and indirectly to about 1.8 billion people who rely on these water supplies. So if we do not take an integrated approach to their management, we will not be able to retain the flows that we are getting. So I want to highlight just in the short time that I have 2 things that are very important to me. One is the centrality of mountain communities and communities everywhere, because all the approaches that we take or make have to be community-centric. And the other one is the imperative of taking a regional approach. I say this because we live in a geography that extends from the cryosphere to the coast. Whether we look at it from the regional lens or we look at it from a country lens, what happens in the mountains does not stay in the mountains. It cascades and it has an impact on all the communities till it reaches the coast, which means that communities and their resilience is very important. Communities who live in rural areas really do not understand what's happening to them or why these things are happening to them. So that's where the civil society role comes in. They have to step in. They have to serve as a bridge between science and policy. They have to train these communities. They have to educate these communities. They have to pass on the messages. For example, the whole day today we've received a lot of knowledge, information that was disseminated in this room to an already perhaps informed audience, but these messages are taken by civil society actors to the communities and explained in simplified language what it means to their lives and livelihoods. On the regional front, I just want to say that we are standing at the crossroads of history right now.
मौसमियाती तब्दीली के हवाले से इंडिया की आगाही मुहिम ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है। यहाँ पर आपको खबर देंगे चीफ जस्टिस की ज़ेर सदारत जुडिशल कमीशन का इजलास इख्तिताम पजीर हो गया है। लाहौर हाई कोर्ट के लिए 9 एडिशनल जजेस के नामों पर इत्तेफाक किया गया है। मजीद जानते हैं डॉन न्यूज़ के नुमाइंदे उमर बढ़नी से। जी उमर बढ़नी, तफसीलात से आगाह कीजिएगा।
जी बिल्कुल, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ पाकिस्तान जस्टिस याह्या अफरीदी की जेर सदारत जुडिशल कमीशन का इजलास इख्तिताम पजीर हो गया है। जराये के मुताबिक लाहौर हाई कोर्ट के 9 एडिशनल जजेस के नामों पर इत्तफाक किया गया है। जस्टिस हसन नवाज, मलिक वकार हैदर, सरदार अकबर अली के नाम पर इत्तफाक जो है वो हुआ है। इसके अलावा मलिक जावेद इकबाल, सैयद अहसन रजा, मोहम्मद जवाद जफर, खालिद इसाक के नाम पर भी इत्तफाक जो है वो किया गया है। इसके अलावा लाहौर हाई कोर्ट के लिए मलिक अवैस खालिद, चौधरी सुल्तान के नाम पर भी जो है वो इत्तफाक किया गया है। अब से कुछ ही देर बाद जुडिशल कमीशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान का एलामिया जो है वो जारी हो जाएगा, जिसमें मजीद तफसीलात जो है वो बताई जाएंगी। जी,
अपडेट करे थे उमर मेहताब बढ़नी, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया। एक बार फिर आपको लिए चलेंगे इस्लामाबाद, जहां पर डॉन मीडिया के जेर एहतमाम 2 रोजा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है।
Because from what I see, the policies that are made do not really reflect the hopes, aspirations, and the priorities of the community. So we have to go to the communities and we have to co-create those policies that are more reflective. And at the regional level, we have to develop a very integrative negotiating approach in which I think climate diplomacy will be extremely important. The 2 key words for me that are always very important in everything that you do in life, but especially in climate action, are balance and harmony. We have to strike that balance so that we live in harmony with other countries in the region and we live in harmony with climate and with nature. So if we are looking to move towards social, ecological, and democratic equity, civil society plays an important role, because at the end of the day, it is civil society that elects the leadership who take the policy decisions that decide the future of where things will go, how things will happen. So with that, I will give it back to you, Enrica, in the hope that, like the other panelists have said, that this is the first step in the right direction, and it will lead to more things that will perhaps bring us together regionally to work together and take collective ownership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha, for that last appeal as well, for that connectivity, which is quintessential. Let me usurp the remaining time by giving you each a question.
इस्लामाबाद मीडिया की ज़ेरे एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है। यहाँ शामिल करेंगे एक ब्रेक।
जमान किधर है?
ये जमान का बाप उसे घर छोड़ के आया ताकि वो पोलियो के कतरे ना पी सके।
मुझे देखो लाला, अगर मुझे बचपन में पोलियो के कतरे पिला दिए जाते तो आज मैं खुद अपनी टीम के साथ मैच खेलता।
गलती मेरी थी। काश मैंने उस वक्त अपने बच्चे को पोलियो के कतरे पिलाया होता तो आज वो अपने पांव पे खड़ा होता।
मगर ये पोलियो का टीम बार बार क्यों आता है?
ताकि बच्चों में वैक्सीन का असर बरकरार रहे। इसलिए 5 साल तक के तमाम बच्चों को हर बार पोलियो के कतरे लाजमी पिलवाएं।
सोचना कैसा लाला, तुम नहीं चाहते कि कल को तुम्हारा जमान अपने पैरों पे खुद खड़ा हो?
तुम ठीक कहता है। पता नहीं क्यों हमारा आंखों पर पट्टी बन गया था।
पोलियो टीम से अपने बच्चे ना छुपाएं। पोलियो एक लाइलाज मर्ज है जो बच्चे को जिंदगी भर के लिए माजूर कर सकता है। सिर्फ पोलियो के कतरे और वैक्सीन के जरिए ही पोलियो जैसे लाइलाज मर्ज से बचा जा सकता है। फैसला आज करना है अगर कल बच्चे को चलना है।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
क्या आपको चाहिए शाइनी बाल? सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन में है 5 नेचुरल ऑयल्स के साथ विटामिन ई का सुपर मिक्स, जो दे आपके बालों को अप टू 24 आवर्स शाइन। अब बाल करी शाइन ऑल द टाइम विद सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Base ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
एक्स्ट्रा जॉय।
मेरे बाल आपकी तरह घने और मजबूत कैसे होंगे?
मेरी तरह बालों में प्याज लगानी पड़ेगी। लगाओगी?
बहुत मेहनत लगेगी।
हाँ, पर इसकी नया लाइफ पॉइंट नेचुरली स्ट्रॉन्ग शैम्पू। इसमें है प्याज जो बालों की जड़ों में जाए और दे घने और 5 गुना तक मजबूत बाल। 10 रुपए के साशे में भी।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता, it's Tresemme.
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home. Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे Salon Smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा blow dry लोग घर पे?
लाला संभल के देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
हर मोड़ पे खतरे हजार, हर मैच आर्या पार।
आईसीसी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी शुरू 19 फरवरी से।
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता, it's Tresemme.
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home, Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे Salon Smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा blow dry लोग घर पे?
मैं 570 में ले जाऊंगा।
ऑफिस से घर जाना महंगा पड़ गया। सेम राइड ओनली ₹450 विद यांगो। लाइफ में लगेगा इंक्रीमेंट जब बचत होगी विद यांगो। हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटी। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटी।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Base ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
नन्हा सा जहन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना। नन्ही सी जान लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम, इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्रीब्लेंड की बड़ी ग़िज़ा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्रीब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी ग़िज़ा।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
Sidra Iqbal and you're watching Dove Presents Real Beauty series. Beauty comes in so many different ways. Somebody looked at you and told you that you're beautiful. That's a powerful question. If someone is better than me, please, you go do this, I'll follow your lead. My body is strong. I am strong. My mind is strong.
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता, it's Tresemme.
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home, Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे Salon Smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लोग घर पे?
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Base ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
अम्मी, क्या लड़कियां पायलट नहीं बनती?
ये देखो तुम्हारे बाल, ये जैसे चाहे बन सकते हैं क्योंकि ये मजबूत हैं। तुम भी जो चाहो बन सकती हो क्योंकि तुम भी मजबूत हो। एक माँ ही बनाती है बेटी को जड़ से मजबूत। जैसे लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू का नया एलोवेरा और मिल्क प्रोटीन फॉर्मूला बाल बनाए मजबूत। लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू, तुम मजबूत हो।
ये सब मुमकिन है जब आप करेंगे सपोर्ट अपने बच्चे की बढ़ती हुई बॉडी और माइंड को। नेस्ले लैक्टोग्रो में मौजूद है एक्टिव क्रो, जिसमें शामिल है टमी के लिए प्रोबायोटिक्स और वो न्यूट्रिएंट्स जो सपोर्ट करे इसकी बढ़ती बॉडी और माइंड को, ताकि इसे मिले ग्रोथ में मदद और आपके बच्चे करें ग्रो विद एक्टिव ग्रो फ्रॉम नेस्ले।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
घर से निकलते वक्त चाची ने गुस्से से कहा,
सुनो, घर बैठो और प्याज काटो।
पर मैंने सिर्फ प्याज नहीं काटी, अपना पार्लर भी खोला।
टूट रहे हैं, काट दो।
प्याज है,
प्याज?
बाल टूटेंगे नहीं, बढ़ने दो यार। प्याज से बना नया सनसिल्क अनियन शैम्पू, ये पहले वॉश से लंबे बालों का टूटना 90% कम करे।
वंडरफुल, नाइस शॉट।
नो टूटना, ओनली बढ़ना। सनसिल्क।
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता, इस समय
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home. Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे स्टाइल ऑन स्मूथ बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लुक घर पे।
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड। लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है।
Lay's ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
एक्स्ट्रा जॉय। नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर।
इसकी एज के साथ इसके चैलेंजेस भी बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। क्या ये इनके लिए रेडी है? बिल्कुल रेडी है। विद नीडो स्कूल एज न्यूट्रिशन, जो है स्पेशली डिजाइन स्कूल गोइंग बच्चों की ग्रोथ, लर्निंग और इम्यूनिटी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, ताकि वो भरपूर बढ़ें। नीडो, न्यूट्रिशन टू ग्रो फ्रॉम नेस्ले।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
मिलती है कदम कदम पर, खिलती है कदम कदम पर, सबसे आगे सबसे ऊपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर।
मैं तो नया कोलगेट स्ट्रॉन्ग टीथ के लिए खरीदती हूँ।
पर दादी, इसका आप क्या करोगे?
अरे यही तो न्यूट्रिशन देता है मेरी काटने वाली मशीन को। सिर्फ इसी का कैल्शियम बूस्ट दे दांतों को न्यूट्रिशन, बनाए स्ट्रॉन्ग। पेस्ट ही नहीं, न्यूट्रिशन है ये।
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
क्या आपको चाहिए शाइनी बाल? सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन में है 5 नेचुरल ऑयल्स के साथ विटामिन ई का सुपर मिक्स, जो दे आपके बालों को अप टू 24 आवर्स शाइन। अब बाल करें शाइन ऑल द टाइम विद सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन।
मिलती है कदम कदम पर, खिलती है कदम कदम पर, सबसे आगे सबसे ऊपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर, सीधी सादी खुशी का सुपर।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
पहली बार विटामिन सी और ग्लिसरीन के साथ लक्स, जो जिल्द को निखारे, नमी दे और दे चांद सा रोशन चेहरा।
लक्स फेस ऑफ द ईयर माया अली।
पर ये अवार्ड सिर्फ मेरा नहीं, ये है इन सभी खूबसूरत चेहरों का जिनकी रोशनी से दुनिया रोशन है।
लक्स, हमारा बेस्ट सोप ग्लो के लिए।
आपके बाल सबसे घने कब थे?
जब मेरी नानी मेरे बालों का ख्याल रखती थी।
जब हेयर फॉल नहीं था।
हेयर फॉल है डैमेज की निशानी, इसीलिए डैमेज एक्सपर्ट डव, जिसका 1/4 मॉइस्चराइजिंग मिल्क और न्यूट्री सीरम, जो जड़ से सिरे तक बालों को नरिश करे, पहले वॉश से हेयर फॉल कम करे। अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से। डव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू।
पानी गर्म हो गया, चल नेस्कैफे बना दे।
ये तो रोज बनाते हैं, आज तुम बना लो।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है। पहले गर्म पानी,
फिर दूध और चीनी। गुड यार।
हाँ, काफी इजी था। बाद में मग धोना भी सिखाएंगे। पहले साबुन फिर स्पंज।
इसकी एज के साथ इसके चैलेंजेस भी बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। क्या ये इनके लिए रेडी है? बिल्कुल रेडी है। विद नीडो स्कूल एज न्यूट्रिशन, जो है स्पेशली डिजाइन स्कूल गोइंग बच्चों की ग्रोथ, लर्निंग और इम्यूनिटी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, ताकि वो भरपूर बढ़ें। नीडो न्यूट्रिशन टू ग्रो। नेस्ले।
मानो
कैसी फिकर?
ये जिद्दी दाग।
आंटी, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना?
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग, तो दागों से क्या डरना?
सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, द ऑल न्यू सबरोसो स्पाइसी चिकन डोनट, किंग ऑफ द रिंग।
DawnMedia, Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
हर रूट पे सबसे कम रेट गारंटीड। यांगो, लोएस्ट प्राइस गारंटीड।
इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, द ऑल न्यू सबरोसो स्पाइसी चिकन डोनट, किंग ऑफ द रिंग।
नन्ना सा जहन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना। नन्नी सी जान, बड़ी सी शरारत। ये अभी नन्ना सही लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम, इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्री ब्लेंड की बड़ी ग़िज़ा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्री ब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी ग़िज़ा।
पानी गर्म हो गया, चल नेस्कैफे बना दे।
ये तो रोज बनाते हैं, आज तुम बना लो।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है। पहले गर्म पानी,
फिर दूध और चीनी। गुड यार।
हाँ, काफी इजी था। बाद में मग धोना भी सिखाएंगे। पहले साबुन फिर स्पंज।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है, इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
तुम्हारी बहन दूर रहकर बात करती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम है क्या?
प्रॉब्लम एक नहीं 10 है, लेकिन दांतों की।
मेडिकैम डेंटल क्रीम, जिससे रहें 10 डेंटल प्रॉब्लम्स दूर। मेडिकैम डेंटल क्रीम, हर रिश्ता मुस्कुराए।
DawnMedia, Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
एक्टिव लाइफ के साथ दिन रात KNN's डिलाइन।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है, इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
स्पाइसी चिकन डोनट, जो कर दे सबको नॉकआउट। इसी को तो कहते हैं द स्पेशलिस्ट मूव, सबरोसो स्पाइसी चिकन डोनट, किंग ऑफ द रिंग।
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपर फास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपर फास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
पावर प्लस पॉलिश एंड शू शाइनर, अब नई शानदार चमक के साथ।
DawnMedia, Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
देखिए आज शब 7:05 सिर्फ डॉन न्यूज पर।
पानी गर्म हो गया, चल नेस्कैफे बना दे।
ये तो रोज बनाते हैं, आज तुम बना लो।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है।
एक मग में एक सैशे डलता है। पहले गर्म पानी,
फिर दूध और चीनी। गुड यार।
हाँ, काफी इजी था।
बाद में मग धोना भी सिखाएंगे। पहले साबुन फिर स्पंज।
Experience the luxury of Facile Sanitary. Reinforced with a quality chrome coating, engineered for perfection, designed to give you superior water savings. Facile Sanitary for an elegant lifestyle.
ओलिविया हेयर कलर का 40 साल तजुर्बा, महारत और एतमाद। हर एक के बस की बात नहीं, सबसे ज्यादा नेचुरल एंड फैशन शेड्स। मेरे पास ओलिविया हेयर कलर के अलावा कोई चॉइस ही नहीं।
पैर को हिलाने पर ओलिविया से ओरिजिनल और ओरिजिनल से ओलिविया बदलता हुआ नजर आए तो यही असली ओलिविया हेयर कलर की पहचान है। ओलिविया, शुक्रिया।
मैं तो नया कोलगेट स्ट्रॉन्ग टीथ के लिए खरीदती हूँ।
पर दादी, इसका आप क्या करोगे?
अरे यही तो न्यूट्रिशन देता है मेरी काटने वाली मशीन को। सिर्फ इसी का कैल्शियम बूस्ट दे दांतों को न्यूट्रिशन, बनाए स्ट्रॉन्ग। पेस्टी नहीं, न्यूट्रिशन है ये।
बेलगाम सांस रोकती जहरीली आबो हवा हर पाकिस्तानी शहरी की जिंदगी के 4 साल कम कर चुकी है।
सिर्फ साल 2022 का सैलाब ही अरबों डॉलर्स का नुकसान और लाखों लोगों को बेघर कर गया। ये है क्लाइमेट चेंज की वो कीमत जो पाकिस्तान अदा कर रहा है।
कुरैर्स का बढ़ता हुआ दर्जा हरारत 2% इजाफे की इंतहाई सतह की जानिब तेजी से बढ़ रहा है,
जो बाइस बन रहा है हौलनाक वेदर इवेंट्स और शदीद गर्मी का।
क्या पाकिस्तान एक नए बहरान की तरफ फिर से बढ़ रहा है?
DawnMedia, Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
डॉन न्यूज आवरली क्लॉक के लिए ताउन किया है
कोलगेट मैक्सिमम कैविटी प्रोटेक्शन। पेस्ट ही नहीं, न्यूट्रिशन है ये।
हेडलाइंस के लिए ताउन किया है।
अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से डव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू।
इस्लामाबाद में डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेरे एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीद पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस, 11 मुल्कों के 90 से ज़ायद नुमाइंदे शरीक। 15 सेशंस में माहौलियाती तब्दीली के असरात पर रोशनी डाली जाएगी। ब्रीद पाकिस्तान मुहिम डॉन ग्रुप की बेहतरीन काविश करार। मेहमानों के कन्वेंशन हॉल पहुंचने पर डॉन ग्रुप के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव हमीद हारून और नाज आफरीन सहगल लाखानी ने खुशामदीद कहा। माहौलियाती फंड के कयाम के बाद मुतासिर ममालिक की मदद जरूरी है। वजीर खजाना मोहम्मद औरंगजेब का ब्रीद पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस से खिताब। वफाकी वजीर एहसन इकबाल ने मौसमियाती तब्दीली को बड़ा चैलेंज करार दे दिया। लॉस एंजलिस जैसी आग बलोचिस्तान के हजारों एकड़ जंगलात में भी लगी, मगर खबरों में जगह ना मिल सकी। शरी रहमान का शिकवा। मुल्क में इंसानी स्मगलर्स के खिलाफ एक्शन जारी। नारोवाल और गुजरावाला से यूनान कश्ती हादसे के मुलजिम समेत 2 अफराद गिरफ्तार। 45 लाख रुपए देने वाला एहसन अली यूनान कश्ती हादसे में जान की बाजी हार गया था। चमन में तखरीबकारी का बड़ा मंसूबा नाकाम। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस ने कलअदम तंजीम के ठिकाने से भारी मिकदार में गोला बारूद और मवासलाती आलात बरामद कर लिए। पशीन में डीसी कॉम्प्लेक्स के बाहर नस्ब बम नाकारा बना दिया गया। कर्क के इलाके बहादुर खेल पुलिस चौकी पर रात गए दहशतगर्दों का हमला। 3 एहलकार शहीद और 5 जख्मी हो गए। शहीद पुलिस एहलकारों की नमाज जनाजा अदा कर दी गई। खैबर के इलाके लंडी कोतल में एडिशनल SHO के हुजरे के बाहर धमाका, जानी नुकसान नहीं हुआ। लाहौर के इलाके हरबंसपुरा में खातून पर तेजाब फेंक दिया गया। चेहरा, हाथ और जिस्म का कुछ हिस्सा मुतासिर। हमले में मुतासरा खातून की दोस्त भी जख्मी। शिकारपुर में 2 गिरोहों में देरीना दुश्मनी पर मुसल्ला तसादुम, 2 अफराद कत्ल। पेशावर के इलाके चमकन्नी में फायरिंग से 2 अफराद जान से गए, 1 शख्स जख्मी। पाकपतन में FIA की कार्रवाई। हवाला हुंडी में मुलव्विस मुलजिम गिरफ्तार। मुलजिम के जेर इस्तेमाल बैंक अकाउंट से 8 करोड़ 50 लाख रुपए से जायद की मशकूक ट्रांजैक्शंस की गईं। मुल्तान के इलाके जामपुर से भी हवाला हुंडी का मुलजिम गिरफ्तार। ननकाना साहब में पुलिस की कार्रवाई, 3 मुलजिमान गिरफ्तार, 14 किलो से जायद मनशियात बरामद। मुजफ्फरगढ़ में ऊंटों की लड़ाई पर जुआ खेलने वाले 39 जुआरी गिरफ्तार। 10 ऊंट, 2 ट्रक और 1 कार कब्जे में ले ली गई। हैदराबाद में वकील के खिलाफ मुकदमे पर वकला का एहतजाज जारी। बाईपास को बंद करके कराची और पंजाब के दरमियान ट्रैफिक मुअत्तल कर दी। हाई कोर्ट से सेशन कोर्ट तक एहतजाजी रैली भी निकाली गई। SSP के तबादले का मुतालबा। पंजाब के मुख्तलिफ शहरों में इंसदादे तजावुजात ऑपरेशन। खानेवाल में अयूब रोड पर कार्रवाई। साहिवाल, उकाड़ा और पाकपतन में 175 बाजारों से तजावुजात हटा दी गई। मुल्तान में कस्टम और पुलिस की कार्रवाई। जाली डीजल और पेट्रोल बनाने वाली फैक्ट्री पकड़ ली। भारी मिकदार में जाली लाइट डीजल और ईरानी डीजल बरामद। दुबई टैक्सिंग में 2 ट्रैफिक हादसात में 1 शहरी जाँ बहक। 2 खवातीन और स्कूल जाने वाले 4 बच्चे शदीद जख्मी हो गए। एबटाबाद में हादसे में 4 अफराद जख्मी। और बहावलनगर में इस्लामिया यूनिवर्सिटी के असातिज़ा और मुलाजमीन का तनख्वाहों की अदम अदायगी के खिलाफ एहतजाज। यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए फौरी तौर पर बेल आउट पैकेज का मुतालबा।
आपके बाल सबसे घने कब थे?
जब मेरी नानी मेरे बालों का ख्याल रखती थी। जब हेयर फॉल नहीं था।
हेयर फॉल है डैमेज की निशानी, इसीलिए डैमेज एक्सपर्ट डव, जिसका 1/4 मॉइस्चराइजिंग मिल्क और न्यूट्री सीरम जो जड़ से सिरे तक बालों को नरिश करे, पहले वॉश से हेयर फॉल कम करे, अब बाल दिखें घने फिर से। डव हेयर फॉल रेस्क्यू,
पहली बार विटामिन सी और ग्लिसरीन के साथ लक्स, जो जिल्द को निखारे, नमी दे और दे चांद सा रोशन चेहरा।
लक्स फेस ऑफ द ईयर माया अली।
पर ये अवार्ड सिर्फ मेरा नहीं, ये है इन सभी खूबसूरत चेहरों का जिनकी रोशनी से दुनिया रोशन है।
लक्स हमारा बेस्ट सोप ग्लो के लिए।
बेलगाम सांस रोकती जहरीली आबो हवा हर पाकिस्तानी शहरी की जिंदगी के 4 साल कम कर चुकी है।
सिर्फ साल 2022 का सैलाब ही अरबों डॉलर्स का नुकसान और लाखों लोगों को बेघर कर गया। ये है क्लाइमेट चेंज की वो कीमत जो पाकिस्तान अदा कर रहा है।
कुरैर्स का बढ़ता हुआ दर्जा हरारत 2% इजाफे की इंतहाई सतह की जानिब तेजी से बढ़ रहा है,
जो बाइस बन रहा है हौलनाक वेदर इवेंट्स और शदीद गर्मी का।
क्या पाकिस्तान एक नए बहरान की तरफ फिर से बढ़ रहा है? DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम। शहर शहर से मैं आपको खुशामदीद कहेंगे। हेडलाइंस आपने मुलाहिजा की। बुलेटिन के आगाज में सबसे पहले बात करेंगे ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान के हवाले से। डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम जिना कन्वेंशन सेंटर इस्लामाबाद में मौसमियाती तब्दीली के हवाले से आगाही मुहिम ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है। इफ्तिताह में सदर मुमलिकत आसिफ अली जरदारी का वीडियो पैगाम नशर किया गया। वफाकी वजीर एहसन इकबाल ने कॉन्फ्रेंस से खिताब में मौसमियाती तब्दीली को बड़ा चैलेंज करार दिया। CEO डॉन मीडिया ग्रुप हमीद हारून ने कहा कि ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस का मकसद माहौलियाती तब्दीली के असरात से मुताल्लिक आगाही फराहम करना है।
डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम मौसमियाती तब्दीली के हवाले से ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी है। जिना कन्वेंशन सेंटर इस्लामाबाद में होने वाली 2 रोजा कॉन्फ्रेंस में अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा, वर्ल्ड बैंक के नुमाइंदों समेत दुनिया भर के माहौलियाती माहिरीन, स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर, पंजाब हुकूमत, सरकारी और निजी कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर के नुमाइंदे शरीक हैं। कॉन्फ्रेंस के आगाज पर डॉन मीडिया ग्रुप के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव हमीद हारून और नाज आफरीन सैगल लखानी ने मेहमानों को खुशामदीद कहा। हमीद हारून ने खिताब में कॉन्फ्रेंस के अगराज व मकासद पर रोशनी डाली।
I think that the idea of Breathe Pakistan is certainly, I think its orientation, amplification and climate resilience, hopefully, as the goal of the whole thing. Climate change is not just an event. It came as Naz Afrin's idea. It's a belief, it's an ideology, and we hope to work with you over the next few years to make partial, if not highly achieved resilience.
वफाकी वजीर एहसन इकबाल ने अपने खिताब में कहा कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस सिर्फ तबादला ख्याल के लिए नहीं बल्कि ये एक एक्शन कॉल है।
This is not just a discussion, it is a call to action. We must move from awareness to impact, from policy to execution, and from individual efforts to collective responsibility.
कॉन्फ्रेंस से दीगर मुल्की और गैर मुल्की मुकर्रीन ने भी खिताब किया। ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट कॉन्फ्रेंस कल भी जारी रहेगी।
और अब आपको बराह रास्त लिए चलेंगे इस्लामाबाद, जहां पर डॉन मीडिया ग्रुप के ज़ेर एहतमाम ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस इस वक्त जारी है। मरियम औरंगजेब इज़हार ख्याल कर रही हैं।
Also to allocate funds and resources to a topic which has been ignored topic over last many years. Smog, of course, as we all know, South Asia has most polluted cities when we compare it to the rest of the world, and we all know the complexity of the situation and also the cause and the issue. So I will not delve into the details of how important this issue is. But I'll straight away come to what we've been doing in Lahore, because of course Lahore, as we were just listening to Dawar, that it's a regional issue, it's a national issue. Lahore is not just the only city affected by smog and bad air quality, but other parts of the country also, and of course the region has an impact across. So whatever happens in India has an impact transboundary, across borders. It transcends borders, I would say, and within Pakistan also, we have seen in last November and December the peaks, and other parts of the country also being affected in terms of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, in terms of Sindh, and also South Punjab. So it is no more just Lahore, which is most polluted. And we have, of course, compiled data and evidence for our decision making over the last 9 months, which I will request my secretary, who's there at the conference, to share with the panelists and with the audience also. So for the first time in Punjab, under the leadership of a very dynamic and environmentally responsible chief minister, because we don't see decision makers who are both sensitive and also understand the issue and takes it heads on. So in last 9 to 10 months, we've seen smog and air quality and Punjab air quality from a sectoral lens. And I, being the planning minister also, it was easier for me to allocate funds sectorally across this smog mitigation, adaptation and management. So previously, this has been a recent phenomena, and 4 or 5 years we've seen smog in Lahore and in other parts of the province also. But there was not enough done in terms of sectoral, comprehensive, integrated and consolidated approach was taken. But for the first time, we've taken it from a institutional capacity building, both technology, resources, and also data. We had, we were compromised and we were challenged with technology also for monitoring data as well. We just had 3 monitors, air quality monitors across the province, and those were installed back in 2007. And then we did have a private sector monitoring with different criterias and different equipments and different air quality monitors. But now we, as I speak to you, 30 are installed till December, and the plan is to install about 60 across Punjab till March 31st. So we took it from a sectoral lens, and we involved, we made a smog project management unit in planning and development, where we consolidated the sectors at planning, and we had different milestones, targets for each sector at planning project management unit. So we had, of course, industries, transport, and we do have data where we see that the maximum contribution is from the transport sector by 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers. In Punjab, then we also had industry brick kilns and demolition of brick kilns, and converted about more than 1,700 on zigzag. And I can say that in Lahore division, not a single brick kiln is now working other than the zigzag technology. So from March till May, June, we had hand-holding, we had institutional strengthening, we had legal amendments, administrative amendments, and also lots of stakeholder engagement and citizen engagement also when it came to the bad air quality evidence and how the citizens need to be involved, the stakeholders, the sectors. Then industry also, we gave loans to the industrial units for environmental control systems installation, and around 2 billion has been dispersed already, and the industries have started installing, which has become mandatory now for all the industries to have these environmental control systems at their industrial units. So then also transport, the Chief Minister has a very holistic and integrated approach to mass transit. For the first time, Punjab is seeing a holistic, comprehensive mass transit policy, which is in place now. Already 28 EV buses for the first time in Punjab, in Lahore. They've arrived in Lahore, and the plan is to have more than 1,500 buses across Punjab, electric vehicle. So the province is going through a transitionary policy from converting our mass transit from traditional petrol-based, diesel-based to more environmental friendly hybrid and electric vehicles. There's also a plan under Clean Air Punjab project funded by World Bank to replace two-wheelers and three-wheelers to e-bikes. The project has already started with the students. Around 10,000 electric bikes have been given to university and college students under the same program. Then, of course, Punjab has been declared as zero plastic, no plastic use. The single-use plastic is banned in Punjab at the moment, and massive surveillance and regulation is underway when it comes to anti-single-use plastic campaign. Citizens and the manufacturers, they all are for the first time being listed under the No Plastic Bag campaign and the project that we have. The Environmental Protection Agency is a very traditional challenged organization where they used to rent motorbikes for their surveillance. For the first time, they've been equipped with state-of-the-art technology for their surveillance, including monitors, mobile vans, also the air quality monitors, mobile monitors, drones have also been given, body cams have been also given to the Environmental Protection Agency, and also the institutional reform is underway where we have restructured the entire EPA of Lahore, Punjab, and massive policy intervention and also infrastructural and technology interventions have been taking place, and which has been complete now. As I was telling you about environmental control system, 80% industry has been, they've installed the environmental control systems in their industrial units. Then we also, under the stubble burning, massive, when we assumed office in April, a massive subsidy program was given to the farmers where super seeders were given to the farmers in Lahore division and also divisions that we have seen over past many years where they have this data showed us where they have stubble burning, and we gave them the super seeder also where it is about 5.6 billion super seeder subsidy program, and we've seen a massive change because this all, of course, we all know is habit change, attitudinal change, mindset change, behavior change also is involved massively. So we took everybody along. Our agriculture department is one of the key departments in our smog mitigation and air quality program stakeholder. They've been working in last 9 months with the farmers directly and convincing them, engaging them to have super seeders. And then we are also now coming up with a program of biorefinery for the complete recycling of the stubble and how we reuse it into byproducts. So that's also something that we are doing. Biogas is another area that we are investing substantially across Punjab. Every divisional headquarter will have a biogas plant. One pilot has been completed in Lahore, which is a very successful pilot, and where they're working, local communities working with the Department of Energy for this. And then also one of the key thing is the curriculum, because my humble experience in the environment sector while working with Worldwide Fund for Nature and IUCN for about 10 years, the awareness raising, capacity building, engagement of the citizens. So that also played a very important role. We are also changing and including smog, air quality and its impact on health in our curriculum from Montessori up to the metric level and O levels and A levels. So that's something which is going on. It's almost complete under the newly established curriculum authority by the Chief Minister. So that's something that is also new. Then plastic I've spoken about. So health-wise, in last 8 months, as I was saying, was more of mitigation plan. Punjab's first in Lahore division's first mitigation plan with targets, milestones, and monetary framework is already in place, in implementation. And fugitive dust, of course, was another area we visited. Beijing is a case study for the world also and for the region to follow. So we saw these sprinklers of recycled water where there were construction sites. So we came back and implemented it. It has already started. We have changed the law. Every construction site now has sprinklers to start with in Lahore. So that's one area that we are working on as Fugitive does, because we do have evidence and data in December and November where we had seen peaks for the first time. Of course, weather conditions did play a role. The regional also, they played, weather conditions also played a role in the peak, but our own activities, both in industrial and we've seen where there were construction sites, we saw AQI peaks in Lahore. So that was the initiative that is in place there. Then one thing which we did was that we've already written to our Foreign Office for regional diplomacy, climate diplomacy in terms of smog mitigation with India, and we're waiting for a reply from the Foreign Office to expedite also, and we're thinking of having, the Chief Minister has a vision of having and organizing a regional conference with India and with the region as well, because we think that, as we all know, that this has a transboundary, cross-border impact, regional impact also within Pakistan also. Karachi has seen peaks this time. Our mountain area, Abbottabad in KPK, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, has seen peaks. South Punjab for the first time, Multan, Dera Ghazi Khan, bad air quality and has seen peaks. So it's no more a Lahore issue. Lahore gets, of course, attraction because of being province capital, but we have seen worse air quality days in other parts of the province and the country. And of course, India, Delhi, we've seen.
I think we've lost connection over there, but I think some of the points that she highlighted nicely flow into our discussion, especially on health and infrastructure and regional diplomacy. So I think we're going to go back to Ellen, and we're just about to start a discussion on the health impacts worldwide and in Pakistan altogether. So I think if the minister is still online, maybe we can still go to Ellen and continue discussion on health and come back to the minister later. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dawa, for allowing.
Dr. Khatib finished. Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Sahaba, you're audible. We're just going to take some remarks on health from our WHO representative, and I'm going to come back to you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much, Dawa. First of all, let me thank DawnMedia for organizing this timely conference. And the question that has been posed to me this afternoon, and the one that I'm going to talk about, is the impact of air pollution to health, and that can also extend to the impact of climate change to health globally, as well as particularly in Pakistan. Air pollution has a serious impact on health, but it is in our hands to prevent and mitigate this impact. According to the recent Global Burden of Disease report, air pollution in Pakistan is responsible for approximately 128,000 premature deaths annually. If the first slide could be put up, and these deaths are preventable. And Pakistan, as a country, faces severe air pollution, particularly in urban areas, namely Lahore, Karachi, and as well as Islamabad, where smog levels frequently exceed safe limits. In last November, the IQ Air rated the city of Lahore as the most polluted city in the world, with an air quality index AQI score of 1,165, and the Dawn newspaper reported this, a level that rose to an unprecedented score of about 1,900. The slides are not coming up, but they're just the pictures of what I'm talking about. Increased emissions from vehicles, industries, brick kilns, combined with the seasonal wildfires and crop burning, contribute to dangerous increases in the levels of fine particulate matter, and this exacerbates respiratory diseases such as asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, and lung infections, particularly among vulnerable populations, including children and the elderly. Children mostly because their immunity is not yet built strong, and also the elderly because their immunity is wearing out with age. This also has great impact when it comes to pregnancy outcomes and complications to pregnant women. A study by Pakistan Ministry of Climate Change also found that air pollution contributes to a significant rise in hospital admissions due to respiratory and cardiovascular illnesses. Air pollution should not be discussed in isolation of climate change, so I'll still bring in the issue of the health impact of climate change. For instance, climate change brought negative impacts through extreme weather events in various years in Pakistan, increased disease transmission, food and water insecurity, as well as displacement. WHO estimates that between 2030 and 2050, climate change will cause an additional 250,000 deaths per year worldwide due to malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress alone. The World Economic Forum report published in 2024 also warns that by 2050, climate change may cause an additional 14.5 million deaths and $12.5 trillion in economic losses worldwide. In countries like Pakistan, rising global temperatures also increases the risk of heat exhaustion, heat strokes, and cardiovascular diseases, particularly among vulnerable populations such as the children, the elderly, and outdoor workers. According to the World Risk Report 2024, Pakistan is among the top 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change and other overlapping crises, including extreme weather events, floods, droughts, and air pollution. In June 2015, a severe heat wave resulted in approximately 2,000 deaths, primarily in Karachi, and more recently, in June 2024, over 568 facilities reported in southern Pakistan, reported fatalities in southern Pakistan due to extreme weathers. Factors such as climate change, rapid urbanization, and deforestation contribute to the increasing frequency and severity of heat waves, leading to higher mortality and morbidity rates. In Pakistan, warmer temperatures as well as changing rainfall patterns expand the habitats of disease-carrying vectors, such as mosquitoes, increasing the prevalence of diseases like malaria and dengue. You would agree with me that during the mid-2022, after the flood happened in Sindh and Balochistan, there was a rapid increase in malaria cases, and between January and August 2022, over 3.4 million suspected malaria cases were reported in these provinces, and in the subsequent year, in 2023, over 2 million cases were reported for malaria, against an average of less than 500,000, which was the trend since 1973. Water sources also, because they are contaminated, lead to outbreaks of waterborne diseases. We saw a surge of cholera during the flood response. We have also seen a surge of dengue, even last year in 2024, especially in Punjab, including Rawalpindi, which is just next door to Islamabad. The impact of air pollution and climate change, as well as extreme weather conditions, is well documented, and the actions that can be taken have been discussed throughout the sessions from morning up to now, and they include reducing emissions, enhancing sanitation, promoting sustainable energy sources, forestation, designing infrastructure according to climate resilient, and also ensuring that we improve water sanitation, waste disposal systems for health facilities as well as industries. And also, let me underline the need for awareness, individual awareness and action for each one of us to protect their health, sometimes with simple measures such as being informed and following recommendations during heat waves about being well hydrated, as well as staying indoors when the air is polluted, things like those that each one of us can take part in looking after their own health. Let me finish by an example that WHO has done, a simple example of providing water filtration pumps that are run using the solar system in districts like Landikoto, Timagra, as well as other areas in Karachi, contributing to the reduction of emissions, but at the same time providing water, clean water source to patients in hospitals, benefiting over 2.9 million patients in 1 year. Let me stop here, but the journey ahead is long, but we have started with the steps that we are in. The clock is ticking, saving millions of lives is in our hands, and WHO stands side by side with Pakistan to face and overcome these challenges and deliver health for all, and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. I think given the scale of the health impact of climate change and air pollution, it's obviously not something that a government alone can tackle. We obviously need advanced knowledge, which the WHO is providing. But the other subject that was touched upon by the senior minister as well is regional diplomacy. And I think I wanted to ask Indrika regarding this, that transboundary air pollution, we're seeing two types of it. We're seeing, of course, across the international borders. We're also seeing it among the countries which have different provinces, but particularly while the provinces among them can coordinate, because we have, for example, in Pakistan, we have the Ministry for Interprovincial Coordination, which enables this dialogue. Right now, between India and Pakistan, or beyond the wider South Asia, if you consider the entire Indo-Gangetic Plain, which is essentially the air pollution, which has a crisis, what can be done at the transboundary level?
Thank you very much. I mean, as the Minister has alluded, South Asia has 9 of the world's 10 most, the cities which has the worst air pollution. So I think the data set is clear. And in addition, in the previous session, you heard speakers talking about the black carbon settling on the glaciers from air pollution that enhances glacial melt, has other impacts as well. So it clearly, as you said, is transboundary. And I think the airshed approach, where we look at the entire sub-region, recognizing the transboundary nature and the special interdependence of the whole air quality and that space is important. Concretely, perhaps a few suggestions on how at a regional level we can improve the air management. I think one is to really establish a regional air quality framework that countries come together, look at this, given, as you rightly said, its transboundary nature, and the Indo-Gangetic Plain, for example, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and form a regional body dedicated to air quality, similar to what ASEAN has tried to do with its regional thing, transboundary haze management. A second recommendation could be to look at cross-border. If somebody could mute your microphone, please. We're getting some feedback. Cross-border monitoring and data sharing. And I think this is vital, given what you had said about the connectivity across the region. Activities that cause air pollution, from where it originates, how emissions travel. These data sets, I think, require cross-border monitoring and data sharing. As previous speakers have said, I think the need for some science-based and data analytics is really important in this exercise.
and also trying to perhaps harmonize air quality standards and pollutant measurements, because that also is not really, at least at a regional level, perhaps that's a starting point for this. Sharing real-time satellite and ground-based monitoring systems and that data. And I think finally, not just at national, but at municipal and city levels, how can this data be brought together? And we heard from the minister some very good examples on how this is being done in the Punjab. Secondly, I think coordinating policy actions and emission control measures. Maybe we are shooting very high to and ambitious to look at legally binding commitments, but at least some commitments on emissions reduction, especially for the common causes like was highlighted, like crop burning, coal-fired power plants, transport emissions, etc. What can we agree to as a common set of standards that could help us control emissions? And then at the same time, I think simultaneously incentivizing alternatives. This is extremely important because one doesn't really work without the other. Looking at joint policy on crop burning and incentivizing alternatives like biofuel production, I think could be very helpful as well. And then, as the minister also talked about, these are very good examples of how do we phase out high emissions, whether it's in the transport sector or in industries, how that can be done, and really having some time-bound targets for perhaps even uniform emission standards for vehicles could be something we could look at. I think two more points here. One is the role of international institutions. I think the WHO, World Bank, UNEP, and others have a wealth of technical knowledge and upstream capacity support that could be provided, and financial and technical assistance as well, going hand in hand with multinational banks and IFIs. There's a good example from the EU where they successfully managed some cross-border air pollution policies through the Gothenburg Protocol. So maybe some of these examples also localizing it to our context. The Green Climate Fund and institutions like the ADB can also look at vertical and other finances that are renewable for renewables. Engineering, civil society, science, and academia, I think, plays an important role. And I think we have a wealth of expertise in the region, as we saw in the course of today. How can that be more joined up in our collective effort? And last but not least, as you were saying, the diplomatic and political commitment. I think this is quintessential for coming together, because no matter how we have local and regional expertise, platform standards, if that is not brought together with political commitment at a high level, perhaps using platforms like the SAC and bringing up this agenda, up the agenda of these meetings, and BIMSTEC and other platforms, I think also would be helpful.
I think the minister is also was speaking about this, and I think she's online right now as well. I just want to go back to that question that we were speaking about, how Pakistan, especially Punjab, has reached out to the Punjab government in India as well. So I think this is an interesting new dynamic that we hadn't tried before. And I would like the minister to tell us a little bit more about this and how we want to engage the broader South Asia region to really tackle on the air pollution crisis.
Thank you very much. Coming to your question, before I just want to, because some health-related indicators and data was being shared when I spoke and after my talk.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
So one really has to look at the comparative data of the previous year also, that what Pakistan has seen in these months and also the last year. So I can see the data that's now in front of us, because we are also making it very evidence-based and data-driven. So about 93,657 fewer patients during the smog seasons in hospital in last 4 months. So it's a substantial decrease, about 11% decrease in the patients if we compare it to the last year. And if we compare the AQI levels, so in 2023-4, the bad AQI days were 325, and this year, same season, we've seen a drop of from 325 to 278. So it's a drop of about 47 points. I think that again speaks volume of what happened, both in terms of environmental conditions, weather conditions, and also the policy interventions that we did in Punjab, specifically in Lahore division, and also other peak cities of Punjab. So we are at the moment under the EPA umbrella, where we've looked at lots of EPA upgradations. We're also looking, because before going and talking to India, I thought, and the Chief Minister thought, let's put our house in order first. Let's have a national, provincial resolve and interventions, looking at it from a sectoral lens, as I said, integrated, holistic, comprehensive, and then also in terms of our data, because we are also embarking upon establishing a climate observatory of Punjab, which of course will have data, as my previous speaker was saying, that data, evidence-based, so that we, when we talk to other countries in the region, other provinces in the country, we need to have data. So we are at the moment compiling data of last 5 months comparing it to the last year smog season and bad days that we have plotted across the year. So that's what is happening. And then we thought that then we'll write to, of course, India and start dialogue with India. But we need to have these interventions in place in Punjab and in Pakistan before to have it have a more effective and efficient and a meaningful dialogue with other countries in the region. So that's how we're looking at it. Of course, international cooperation and funds. We do have Green Fund, Climate Fund, but this all, of course, depends at how we as a province and as a country take AQI and also climate resilience, adaptation, mitigation, and also the air quality as a national resolve. And at the moment, as I speak to you, there's a national campaign going on this Climate Resilience Punjab and Clean Air Punjab program. So that's what we are doing. We'll be happy to share all the data that we have to the audience, and also with the panelists, and of course the countries in the region that will come in a few months. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those comments. I think it's great to hear that there's a realization that we need to put our house in order, as the Senior Minister said. And I think that has been the theme of today's entire conference first day as well. Great to hear all the work being done in Punjab, and also how the inputs from international institutions about regional cooperation, science-based interventions, and really understanding the crux of the issues is being followed to resolve the health crisis that we have. I think with that, we will conclude the proceedings of this panel discussion, and we're going to shortly move to the next session. Thank you all for listening.
एहतमाम ब्रीद पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस इस वक्त इस्लामाबाद में जारी है, जिसका कुछ हिस्सा आपने मुलाहिजा किया। यहाँ वक्त हुआ एक ब्रेक का, हमारे साथ रहिए।
जमान किधर है?
ये जमान का बाप उसे घर छोड़ के आया ताकि वो पोलियो के कतरे ना पी सके।
मुझे देखो लाला, अगर मुझे बचपन में पोलियो के कतरे पिला दिए जाते तो आज मैं खुद अपनी टीम के साथ मैच खेलता।
गलती मेरी थी, काश मैंने उस वक्त अपने बच्चे को पोलियो के कतरे पिलाया होता तो आज वो अपने पाँव पे खड़ा होता।
मगर ये पोलियो का टीम बार बार क्यों आता है?
ताकि बच्चों में वैक्सीन का असर बरकरार रहे। इसलिए 5 साल तक के तमाम बच्चों को हर बार पोलियो के कतरे लाजमी पिलवाएं।
सोचना कैसा लाला, तुम नहीं चाहते कि कल को तुम्हारा जमान अपने पैरों पे खुद खड़ा हो?
तुम ठीक कहता है। पता नहीं क्यों हमारा आंखों पर पट्टी बन गया था।
पोलियो टीम से अपने बच्चे ना छुपाएं। पोलियो एक लाइलाज मर्ज है जो बच्चे को जिंदगी भर के लिए माजूर कर सकता है। सिर्फ पोलियो के कतरे और वैक्सीन के जरिए ही पोलियो जैसे लाइलाज मर्ज से बचा जा सकता है। फैसला आज करना है अगर कल बच्चे को चलना है।
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता है, it's just a
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home, Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे स्टार ऑन स्मूथ बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लुक घर पे?
वेलकम बैक। एक बार फिर आपको बराह रास्त लिए चलेंगे। डॉन मीडिया ग्रुप के ज़ेर एहतमाम ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस इस वक्त जारी है।
In the mid-1990s and early 2000. So it was a transformational solution. Instead of taking incremental action, we decided to move all public transport vehicles, a total of 100,000 vehicles, within a year to a new fuel, which was much cleaner and so improved the quality of air. And in that period, we did see improvement. We saw improvement, and literally people in Delhi could see the stars and clear skies again. But then we also saw that the gains that we made were lost. And this was lost because of the explosion of personal vehicles that we saw on our roads, particularly diesel vehicles. And this then meant new action. We also learned that dirty fuel used in industries and power plants contributed to pollution. So as a result of it, a second generation action plan was worked upon. In the last 5 to 6 years, Delhi has shut its last coal-based power plant. It has banned the use of coal in industries. The government of India has acted at huge cost again to improve the quality of fuel. It has set new standards for vehicles so that these are much more cleaner. And now there is an investment in electric vehicles, particularly electric buses, so that we can improve mobility in our cities. Now, all this done, we still know that we have a long way to go. And this is particularly acutely felt in the months of winter when it is cold, and inversion means that pollution that actually exists through the year is much more visible. It chokes us, it does not allow us to breathe, and we and governments know that therefore action has to be much more transformational. But this is why every urban area of our countries, our entire region, needs to make a plan, a clean air action plan, which is based on the inventory of sources and then take action that is not incremental but transformational. This is important because all too often we tend to blame the other for our problems. For instance, in Delhi and in Lahore, I hear that farmers burning stubble cause air to turn up toxic. This may be the case for a few days between mid-October to mid-November when there are farm fires and winds that carry these to either sides of the border. But this is episodal pollution. This is not the primary cause of pollution in our cities. The fact also is that farmers have no alternative to do this because they need to prepare their fields. And today the government of India is working to find ways to use stubble to make compressed biogas plant, and this I hope will make sure that the problem goes away. But the air pollution problem in our cities will grow until we find local solutions to traffic, to congestion, to the use of coal burning in factories, to garbage that is burnt because we are not segregating the wet from the dry. So please, let's recognize this is our challenge and also our opportunity to do things differently, to build an urban future that is resilient, and it is resilient because the solutions we have chosen are affordable and inclusive, and because of that, they are sustainable. Thank you again for inviting me to share these words, and I wish you and the conference great success. Thank you.
Even though Sunita is not live with us, I thank her on behalf of this gathering. And let me just say in conclusion of the second panel that between Minister Mariam Aurangzeb and Sunita Narayan in Delhi, we heard a telescoped version of dangers recognized as well as efforts taken by government and non-government entities on both sides of the border. And if there is an epicenter for toxic air, it is in this radius with Lahore and Delhi at the center. And this is a global epicenter, not just for South Asia. So very good to hear such important and very contextualized presentations by both Minister Aurangzeb as well as Sunita Narayan. And I also thank our facilitator Dawar Bhatt and Ellen Tom from WHO, as well as Indrika, who comes again for the next channel. So thank you all. Bye. May I now ask, now that we're going into beyond fossil fuels, balancing development and decarbonization, last session of this incredibly long day, but I'm sure the organizers at DawnMedia planned this day as such because the topic is very important, topics are very important, and there's no way to bring them within one agenda or one theme or one session, which is why we have a separate session now, beyond fossil fuels. May I ask the panelists to come up? Abid Koyan Sillery, Executive Director, SDPI.
May we request this panelists for the next session to come onto stage?
And Raksha Thapa from UNICEF's regional office based in Kathmandu. Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik, Federal Minister for Energy.
Thank you so much. Karat Saab, while we wait for our other two panelists who will be joining us shortly, please feel free to commence the session.
Okay. Well, we'll wait for Suleri Saab, who's the
And Harjit Saab,
facilitator, who's out there. Well, to keep you in focus, let me just say one point. The issue of electrifying public transport was raised both from Delhi and Lahore. Let us keep in mind that those electric buses will actually be running on coal because the electricity is generated through coal plants. And so I think we need to move quickly towards alternative generation of energy as well. That's just as a filler while I waited for Suleri Saab to come in. Do we have any word on the minister? Any word on the minister?
I think he's
okay.
Still busy in this cabinet meeting.
Okay, so we'll move on, and if he joins us, we'll have him on certainly. Let me now pass the mic to Suleri Saab, Executive Director of SDPI, one of the premier development policy institutes of not of Pakistan but of South Asia, with a long history of solid and rigorous work, including under his leadership. So you may take the panel ahead, and let me introduce Harjit Singh, who's also who's just joined us, comes across the border from the east, and he is the Global Engagement Director of an effort that is completely relevant for this session, Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. So welcome to you all, and Suleri Saab.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Kanakji. It's always a pleasure to reconnect with you. So this important session is about this economic development and decarbonization. Use of fossil fuel, whether it hinders the economic development, whether it promotes economic development, can both be taken together that is decarbonization of economies and economic development, and what does it mean in the new era of drill, baby, drill, where one can see that many of the developed nations, including United States, they are shying away from decarbonization. Now, another aspect that I want to put before I go to the panelists is some of the new tariffs. And these tariffs are not the American tariffs. CBAM, the European Union's mechanism of carbon border adjustment mechanism, whereby from 2026, most of the imports in EU, they will be subject to additional carbon taxes if the supply chain and the manufacturing processes, they are not green enough, which means that many of the developing countries, they would erode their competitiveness and they would erode the markets. Now, within this context, we have three eminent panelists. We are sorry that Minister couldn't join us, but we have, as Kanakji told us, Harjeet Singh from Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. We also have with us the representation of South Asian regional directors. So, Mr. Indreke Ratwata, who is here with us since morning, thank you, is not only representing Afghanistan, he is representing on behalf of all the regional directors of UN coordinators in South Asia. And then we have with us Dr. Thapa, who is representing UNICEF. I'll come to the colleagues from UN later, but Harjeet, taking the benefit of your presence here, I was a bit curious. We used to think, and part of the reason that many of the academic writers, they said that MDGs could not be achieved because MDG 1, Millennium Development Goal 1, that is economic prosperity, and 7, that was environmental conservation, they contradicted each other. So many governments, while they tried to pursue both policies, both MDGs in silos, they contradicted each other's effort. Now, when we're talking of green development, what are the unique challenges and needs for South Asia to take these two things simultaneously, to grow and to grow green? And what makes us think that while many of the major producers and emitters, if they can drill, baby drill, why organizations like yours, they tell us to go green?
First of all, thank you very much for having me, and a lot of appreciation for DawnMedia and all the associated partners for this wonderful initiative, much needed conversation, not only in Pakistan, but for the entire region. So thank you very much for this, and thank you for having me. So first of all, Abid Bhai, as you very rightly said, our thinking over the last few years has evolved. And it's not environment versus development anymore. At least at the conceptual level, we have resolved that. On ground, yes, there are still many challenges, and that's where we need to be really moving forward from that narrative to implementation. And that's why we moved also from MDGs to SDGs, where focus is on sustainability. No development can be sustainable if it is done at the cost of environment and degradation of nature. I think that's where we need to make sure, and good that we are talking about fossil fuels and decarbonization. Let's recognize that South Asia hosts 1/5 of the world's population. We are hugely dependent on fossil fuels for energy, close to 50%, almost on an average from the region. We are extracting coal, oil, and gas. At the same time, we have seen huge progress in renewables, including in Pakistan, and I've been hearing a lot of data and also a lot of potential that we have. And there's also a recognition that if we continue to go with the fossil fuel extraction, it not only causes local level destruction of natural resources, We also look at the issues related to displacement, but also when you burn it, look at the issue of air pollution. So there is that recognition that fossil fuel-based development, which has caused the climate crisis in the first place, is not the way to go. At the same time, we also realize that this region is also facing the challenge of poverty and also energy poverty at the same time. So we cannot say that we are going to shut all the fossil fuel projects immediately. What we need is a just transition away from fossil fuels so that we are able to also provide energy to people if we have to really lift them out of poverty. So what is that formula going to be? And that's something which we have to resolve at the local level, at the national level. But the important thing here is the role of international community. And that's where when you say drill baby drill, we need to talk about how this issue is about inequality and injustice. The fact is that a bunch of countries and corporations are responsible for the climate crisis that we are facing. We've been hearing about Pakistan, and that's true for the entire region, that we are not the ones who created this crisis. So who are the ones who did it? United States, 1/4 of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions came from the US. Another quarter came from European Union. And we have seen how Australia, Canada, Japan, Norway, they continue with their extraction even now. US is right now the top fossil fuel producer already in the Biden era, and now Trump says drill baby drill, which means it's going to cause more problem not only to the US, of course we have seen Los Angeles fire, but it's going to wreck the entire world. And countries in South Asia, countries like Pakistan are going to suffer disproportionately. And for us, it's a matter of justice. For us, it's a matter of equity, and that's why we need to continue to hold rich countries to account. At the same time, I also want to acknowledge and that we need to redefine development. The model that we are using right now is largely following the same extractive model. And that's what we heard during the day, that degradation that we are causing directly, biodiversity loss which is happening because of that development model, or the excessive use of water and other natural resources, that's where we have to take really steps so that we are in sync with what you are saying with nature, and we cannot allow that development model to cause destruction. So in my view, I think we have a fair understanding, but what we are lacking is political will to some extent, but also financial resources. And I would like to put a spotlight on developed countries who have failed over the last 30 years in providing finance and technology to developing countries, including our region, to help us make that transition.
Thank you, Harjit, for setting the scene. And that brings me to Mr. Ratwata. So Harjit mentioned and highlighted the need for a sustainable energy solution in the region. Now, I would like to understand from UN point of view. Of course, it's one of the major SDGs, and many other SDGs, they are directly linked with this sustainable energy and transition to it. How, in your opinion, the region can incorporate sustainable energy solutions to ensure long-term adaptation to climate change? And if you can also, I was curious to know from UN colleagues, how does this reduction of funding from United States to WHO and many others in particular, but to UN system, and closure of US aid would have pressure on UN system to deliver on all the commitments that we have made?
Thank you very much, Dr. Abid. The last question is very challenging, but anyway. I think talking about how the region can incorporate sustainable energy solutions and long-term adaptation measures, a couple of points, I think, clearly, as Harjit also said, where the inequities and the justice issues are preeminently there when you look at the imbalance of the emitters and those who are impacted the most. I think that's clear. And that remains forefront as well. And as a region, I think we should frame that and keep that as one of our key advocacy points as well, impacting also the policy we do. Maybe 3 or 4 kind of rather telegraphic points here. First, given what we know of the data, given what we know of the research and the science behind it, I think one, really, how can we as a region come together to decarbonize the energy sector? I think this is key. We rely a lot still, given of the historical precedence of what is there in our energy consumption heavy on coal and fossil fuels, which exacerbate, obviously, as we talked about, climate change at a multifaceted level. So at the same time, the region also has, we are at the forefront of exploiting renewables. So how can we, for example, shift towards solar, wind, and hydropower in a more strategic manner, looking at it from a regional lens? And each country has its value add in this space. How can we move that forward? And there it goes to that in the second point I want to make on the regional cooperation. I mean, cross-border collaboration on energy grids, allowing clean energy trades between hydropower-rich countries and solar-rich countries. Can that be an approach that we can seek? Because this is also what we tap in our inherent territorial spaces. Thirdly, looking at climate-smart policies and financing with the mid to long-term objectives. Yes, there are immediate short-term measures we have to take, which have I think, tangible impacts, but the real shift comes with longer-term approaches here. And how can we meaningfully incentivize or give stronger incentives towards this transition to renewables? Can we phase out meaningfully fossil fuel subsidies, for example? How do we attract some international investments, again, at scale, as you were saying, Ajit, right? Not cosmetic, but at scale, in greenhouse infrastructure. What can we also mobilize through the private sector, not just in terms of corporate social responsibility, but meaningfully as an investment opportunity in public-private partnerships? I think the Sri Lanka's floating solar projects, and we've been quite innovative in the region as well. So can we tap into that? And finally, I think the resilience demands community-driven solutions. I think top-down doesn't work. We talked about it in the previous section as well. Thinking globally but acting locally. How do we really support expanding access to clean cooking energy, promoting rooftop solar, enhancing battery lifetime? These technologies have a direct impact also on communities, and then it has a knock-on up as well, and not just top-down. Your last point, I think the U.S. remains in the spectrum of humanitarian and development assistance a very large donor, if not one of the largest, and that has an impact on all the programs it's done so far. And I think this current position of a review of assistance as a policy, nobody can argue with that. It's always good to look at efficiencies, the bang for the buck argument. But in the meantime, the impact of doing that with a freeze is that billions of dollars of resources that have gone, particularly also into some of the discussions we've had this morning, have been truncated or frozen. And we are losing Q1. And in the fiscal year, 90 days is April. That's already into Q2. And what stopped now has an impact in Q3, Q4. So basically, we are looking at a huge impact. Speaking for Afghanistan, for example, which is a special kind of situation compared to the other countries in the South Asia, 1/3 of the development and humanitarian assistance that comes is from the United States. So of $3 billion that came in and was raised and implemented in 2024, for example, $1 billion, grosso modo, was from the government of the United States. So the implications for the people of Afghanistan, which happens to be, like Pakistan, a country that has committed zero to emissions, but is one of the most climate vulnerable and impacted countries and least prepared. What does that mean? So, I mean, these are some of the challenges policymakers, I hope, reflect in Washington in their deliberations.
Thank you. And that brings me to Dr. Akshay Thapa. We heard two important points from Mr. Thapa. One is about role of climate finance, and second is about community-driven solutions. From your perspective, I wanted to know your view on mobilizing climate finance for sustainable energy in South Asia, but something that can actually also give benefit to its rural and underserviced areas. How can this climate finance actually help us towards this energy equity? And second, is UNICEF playing any role to have more children responsive, women responsive, and young people responsive energy policies?
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Raksha, and I'm the Regional Advisor for Climate and Environment at the Regional Office for South Asia, and we are based in Kathmandu. Thanks a lot for the organizers for having us here today, and thank you so much for the question. So I think, first of all, I'll start with the good news. And just as a segue of what Harjeet mentioned, so the good news is that in 2023, that's the latest data that we have in global renewable energy, so the capacity and the generation, it grew. And it grew by a record of 36%. While it may sound like a small number, but I think it's, as I said, it's been a record in the last, like several years, almost a decade. And similarly, renewable energy jobs also concurrently, it increased by almost 8 to 10%. And people who have been without reliable sources of energy or access to energy, the number of people have also marginally declined. We haven't done a great job when it comes to SDG 7, meeting the targets, but we are progressively getting there, hopefully. And another good news is that Asia overall is leading when it comes to energy generation globally. So I think this is something for us to celebrate, during some of these dull times. But at the same time, I also wanted to mention that when it comes to South Asia as such, in the region, we are not doing very bad. 20% of our total generation of energy comes from renewable sources. But that said, challenges still persist. 70 to 80% of our energy generation is still fossil fuel based, and that's a significant number. So, so concurrently, the investments, the global investments on renewable energy, on sustainable energy also grew. It almost grew by $500 to $600 billion from the latest estimates. And we are still far away in order to reach the targets by 2030 of tripling the renewable energy generation or energy capacity to be, very specific, and which requires, estimates tell us, almost $2 trillion US dollars per annum. So which means that we are still far ahead, from accomplishing the required targets. But that said, again, I think the smaller gains that we celebrate, one step at a time that we celebrate, again in the region, community-led action, I think that have the transformational potential. We have witnessed it coming from UNICEF and considering our mandate of working for children and working with children and young people and for the most vulnerable communities. For us, and also speakers ahead of me have mentioned, it's about the ones who are impacted the most vulnerable population. So again, coming from UNICEF, every child here in South Asia, your children, my child, they are all impacted extremely by climate crisis. So I think this hits hard personally, at a personal level as well. And for us, it's also about equitable access to solutions, equitable access to energy as a means of providing the basic sources and the social services that children need in order to grow, in order to survive and thrive. So we have been working, as UNICEF, we've been working globally on clean energy. We have now almost reached 85 countries with our clean energy program globally. Coming closer to home in South Asia, we work very closely with the communities. We work very closely with the local governments, particularly looking into distributed energy. Particularly looking into smaller scale of energy systems that are easier to deploy, but that also have high quality social benefits as well. In that, then, carbon finance or climate finance, we heard throughout the day about what we need to do to get prepared, prepare our grounds for accessing climate finance. And let me tell you one thing, I think in all this, the market mechanisms, the private sector is also, there is a strong undercurrent, right? So for me, I think it's not all gloom and doom, but I think the market is going to respond, and I'm quite hopeful in that sense. Cautiously optimistic, but optimistic. And in that case, I'm bringing the example of an innovative market solution, the carbon markets, which we saw in the last two COPs, COP 28 and 29 of the UNFCCC, that there have been positive advancements of how now policies are becoming more responsive. There are more guidelines, and with that, enabling conditions, I'm quite hopeful that the market mechanisms will now also start picking up. So now, why are we talking about carbon markets, right? It provides as an icing on the cake, I would say, to generate some additional revenue stream for communities, for local governments, and overall, I think in terms of investments as well. And also there is a growth in the carbon markets that we are seeing. The region is obviously doing well, but also governments are now responding in terms of how they can provide better regulatory mechanisms in order to keep the market more vibrant. In all that, UNICEF, I'll just take an example how UNICEF has been supporting the government of Nepal in putting in place a carbon market mechanism. And that is, like through clean energy solutions, through cook stoves program, that has implication and positive health benefits for children and maternal health. So we have a very small sort of a program where we have deployed or supported the local governments in deploying around 12,000 cook stoves in Nepal, and we are expecting a revenue from the carbon market of around over $2 million in the next 5 years. And that revenue directly trickles to the local government and also to the beneficiaries, but also more importantly for us, to children and the most vulnerable community. So just an example,
Thank you,
on that.
Dr. Pachair, with your permission, I need 6 more minutes, 2 minutes each for the speakers. Rapid fire round, and of course we are talking of regional solutions. We have understood since morning we're talking of multidisciplinary, multi-dimensional issues that no single government, no single department, no single country can tackle. So what's the way forward? Harjeet, how regional collaboration can help us in decarbonizing this region and our economies? 2 minutes.
Sure. So let's accept the reality. I mean, the regional politics at this moment is not in our favor, but that doesn't mean that we should stop the conversation. We can't just depend on politicians to bring us together, and that's why this initiative I really commend, because as media, as civil society, as ordinary citizens, we have to interact with each other. Even if at this moment we are not sharing resources, but we are living in a digital world, we can really pick up examples from each other. We can organize many exchanges without visa so that we can learn from each other and replicate those examples. There's a wonderful work that's happening in Nepal on EV. We are seeing there's a lot of work happening on renewables that we have seen in Pakistan, in India, how we can learn. Sri Lanka has come up with a target of going 100% renewable in the next few years. So there's a lot of inspiring work happening in the region. We need to really start connecting beyond governments, and then we should inspire governments to also interact with each other. But I must also mention that we are really missing coordination when it comes to major climate conferences. You see Africa coordinating, you see small island states, you see Latin America. There is no South Asia level coordination. And I think as civil society, we should bring South Asian community together before such any major conferences. That will bring the spirit of solidarity and cooperation that is absolutely missing at this moment. This could be a great, another start for that to happen. And I must take 30 more seconds just to emphasize on the point, while we are talking about regional level cooperation, but a lot of action needs to happen at the very local level. And that should inspire the policies at the national level and regional cooperation. And let's not forget, we need to continue to put pressure on those perpetrators who have caused the problem, because while we can mobilize resources at the domestic level, we cannot let developed countries off the hook, because we are talking about justice and equity.
Thank you. The same question to you, Indra Kaji. Way forward for regional collaboration and how UN agencies, they can actually support the governments.
I think Harjit has answered that very much. I think really reiterating his premise on coming as a caucus in South Asia. Yes, there are challenges. We have perspectives and political issues, but this is cross-cutting. I think it's if I may be colloquial, it's a no-brainer. So we should come together on this, have a common caucus, address the issues that impact all our peoples, and be coherent in the key areas in which the science and the data is very self-evident. There's no need to revisit the data unless you challenge that as a political perspective. I think we also have to improve internally our weak governance, and we have some inconsistent policies, and streamlining our regulatory frameworks would help, and again, a bit more coherence across, including encouraging private-public partnerships. We are very weak in that. In this region also, we have very big companies which are, multinational big entities that can come in and support us in this endeavor. Yes, financial constraints and investment risks are there. We had to de-risk some of this and see how some risk guarantees and concessional funding can come to these endeavors, because there are plenty of innovation that's taking place. So how do you scale it, right? How do you de-risk? You can't expect some of these organizations to scale without de-risking and supporting them through that financial inclusion. And then lastly, I think also really how can we get localized energy and alternate options at community level? Because for us, we still, in a developing countries, we have potential, but we need to scale bottom up as well, my previous point. And then building trust and awareness. I think this is critically important, and here I really want to take my hat off to DawnMedia and the group for doing exactly this on communication, bringing people together. And today is a world where, well, formerly, everything was 140 characters, right? I think we need to really be able to get out there, use that as a raising awareness, advocacy, justice issues, and mobilizing us as a collective. And thank you for that, really. I think this is really one of the first opportunities bringing us all together to have this conversation as South Asia to take it to the next level.
Thank you. Dr. Thapa?
Thank you so much. So just 3 points from my side. I think for us, the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, which countries are now preparing and finalizing, and as Dechen rightfully calls it, the investment plan for countries to address climate change. There has to be a meaningful engagement of children and young people when countries are formulating and in terms of implementing the plan later on. Integrate indicators in sectors, in social sectors like water sanitation, in education, in health, so that we are able to track the progress. And also integrate child-specific indicators and considerations, so that our climate action plans are not only responsive to the adults, but they are equally responsive and addresses the unique needs of children and the most vulnerable. The second thing is in terms of, because we are also talking about climate finance, so globally only 2.4%, UNICEF estimates suggest that only 2.4% of the global multilateral climate finance, it goes into sectors that specifically address the needs of children and young people. So children should also have equally meaningful voice and be at the seat to contribute in terms of financing decisions and also in addition to policy decisions as well. And when it comes to climate programs and actions that we are formulating as adults. And finally, also echoing what other speakers have mentioned, partnerships. I think private sector is critical, especially in the region that we are here right now. So partnership, we cannot do it alone. So public and private sector partnership, looking into the market so that we are able to efficiently drive innovation, and we are able to really increase the level of ambition that is required, as well as drive, programming ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I hand over to Kanakji, I would also like you to touch upon the potential role of SARC in this whole discourse that we have discussed. Of course, Secretariat in Kathmandu and Nepal always took a pride in being a major binding force in South Asia. Do you think that there's still some opportunities in some of the vehicles which are potentially there within SARC that can be utilized to take this regional agenda forward? So while you are summarizing this session, I'll also request you to touch upon this. Thank you very much.
But would you like to have your concluding remarks and answer?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the three speakers with the US withdrawal. I think we have three options. The world have three options. The first option is that we follow the suit. So if the US, one of the most polluter and emitter, can walk away from its responsibilities, why should we care? And to me, that would be a collective suicide that no sane mind can endorse. The second option is that as many of the things under executive order they have put on pause, we keep our efforts on pause for next 4 years and wait. Maybe there is some change in heart or mind in Washington that can take this agenda forward. And the third is to fill in the vacuum, taking a leadership role. So the opportunities and the chances that are there due to the withdrawal of United States from many of the forums, I think the regions and countries like us, we need to be in a more leading role, and we need to fill in the vacuum. And the three speakers here, I think they pointed out towards that leadership role. We need to collaborate, we need to cooperate, we need to take these responsibilities collectively, these challenges collectively, and emerge as a new leader on this climate change, if not for our sake, for our future generation's sake, without which it would be difficult. And as I said in the beginning, that this development and decarbonization, economic development and decarbonization, they are not two sides of a coin. They are actually now parallels, and we have to take both of them together. Thank you very much, all three, for making us more educated on this topic and for enlightening us. And over to you.
Yeah, I'll pick it up from here. Thank you. Thank you, Surari Saab. And I will refer to the SARC matter that you raised. Very briefly, in my concluding remarks, and not by way of summarizing such a vast arena that we have covered since we started 3 hours ago, I would just pick up some bullet points that jumped out at me to mull over with the audience here. And let me compliment the audience, because if this audience is nothing if not steadfast. You've stayed on all these hours, I think, mainly because you understand the gravitas of the issues. Right in the beginning, Dechen from the UNEP's Asia Pacific office suggested informally a Himalaya Hindu Kush Council, because it is something that they have had in the Arctic region, and why not in the Himalaya Hindu Kush Karakoram? That formula is definitely required. We had Sonam Wangchuk, who talked about his experiences in Ladakh. And that experience will be useful across the ridgeline in Kargil and across the border in Baltistan. But why stop only to those regions of northern India and northern Pakistan? If you look at the Himalayan swathe from the Hengduan mountains in Yunnan, 2,500 miles all the way to Baltistan. These are all people who we know as the chamba eaters, people who use roasted barley flour. And that is what connects them. There's so much that could be shared and incorporated across the Himalaya, including Tibet. And there could be some such ideas, and that may then teach a lesson to the rest of South Asia of the importance of collaborating, because the massive volume of people of South Asia is in the plains and in the peninsula. One point I wanted to make, which I did briefly, when we keep talking about electric vehicles, Sunita Narayan was on the dot, on the point when she mentioned the need to go, electric vehicles need to go, public transport needs to go electric. Because take the example of Kathmandu. Nepal is now the second, after Norway, the second largest by economy and per capita electric vehicle importing country in the world after Norway. 75% of vehicles, private vehicles bought in Nepal last year were electric. However, these electric vehicles run no more than an hour and a half a day at maximum. So if you look at it that way, it's a massive wastage. What we need to do is the parallel evolution of public transport and electric public transport. And in electric public transport, if you could go directly from the grid to the motor without the via media of a battery, that is the world we should be looking back. And somebody would say, oh, but you're talking about trams and trolley buses. That is going backward. No, that is going ahead, the way I see it. So it's important to understand that when Nepal and Bhutan get, at the same time, with this critique of electric private vehicle ownership vis-a-vis public transport, and public transport, of course, will lead to air quality improvements and economic improvement, public transport consolidation. I believe that we must also remember, when we keep talking about EVs in India and Pakistan and Bangladesh, for example, all of those EV buses and cars are running on coal, sometimes dirty coal bought from Indonesia. So we must find other solutions as well in terms of alternative ways of utilizing our EVs or powering our EVs. Heat stress has been talked about, but I believe there's one aspect we need to talk about more than has been picked up. The last year when temperature highs reached 50 degrees in the Indo-Gangetic plains, in the Indus-Ganga Maidan, suddenly there is now talk about heat stress. But beyond heat stress, we have to talk about the mass migration that this is going to lead to. That has not yet come into the discourse as far as I can make out, just as I mentioned in the morning, permafrost has not yet come into the discourse. Finally, federalism in many ways for the two large countries of South Asia seems to be the answer in many ways for the rest of South Asia. And this goes beyond the climate crisis and air quality, etc. But what we heard from the minister was very important from from Punjab province. Lots of work evidently has been done, but not enough of that has been shared with the rest of South Asia. So to me, that is important. Likewise, what you heard from Sunita Narayan, presenting very positive aspects of work done by the Indian government on that side, perhaps has not been shared enough on this side. So I'm very sorry that Sunita took unwell and could not be here with us. But it seems to me, therefore, that if we have Delhi government, Punjab, Indian Punjab, Pakistani Punjab, if they begin talking to each other, and I know the Chief Minister of Punjab in Pakistan has talked about talking across the border, but we do know that each of these provinces and states have to go through the national governments, and therein lies the rub, that South Asia has not been able to come together because of the animosities or the standoffishness of individual capitals. Left to themselves, the local governments and the provincial governments probably would have solved many of the problems before us. So coming to Abid Saab's suggestion that I say a few words on my what could SARC do on this matter. SARC is an entity that we all love to denigrate. Because if we want to act as if we know more than somebody else, we say, SARC, it doesn't work. But the attitude should be, SARC is an entity of South Asia that proves the buy-in of the elite political classes to the idea of regionalism. For that reason alone, SARC is important, beyond what it should and can do. So what do we need to do for SARC as an institution? We need to help organize and lobby for the 19th summit, because SARC is resuscitated with every summit. And the last summit happened in 2014, November. And we need to have it, and it is slated for Islamabad. And there should be no shriveling violets on this topic. We should be able to speak loudly. Regionalism is important for climate crisis, among other things, and migration crisis, public health crisis, vector crisis, whatever you call it. So my suggestion would be that we generate a voice for SARC to continue to exist to begin with, and to be well funded, and not to be locked into this consensus rule. But I'm now going too deep into SARC. Let me back away from that and say just one other point. The term People's SARC has been talked about. It's so expensive to meet, and when we do meet, it will, meaning civil society of SARC meets before every summit, but it has become too pro forma. And I would say, taking up from what Dawn has done with this conclave here, perhaps it's time now for us to go beyond the formulaic People's SARC and have a genuine South Asian movement, as Harjit also mentioned, some way to not let go of this ideal that we have, because we have to talk across borders. And that brings me to my last point, which is to do with this conclave here. Remember, COP28 and 29 were essentially hosted by petrochemical producing states. And because the COPs were so important, this issue was not raised enough. But it's time to take the momentum away and the initiative away from the actual producers and the consumers of massive amounts of petrochemicals. It's time for regions such as South Asia, where the bulk of the population and the bulk of the world's poverty exists, to take up the initiative. How do we do that? Frankly, many people have tried. There was a generation that survived on donor funding to meet. And what I realized with donor-funded meetings over the 80s and 90s and 2000s is they exist just as long as the donors' fund exists. The moment the spigot is turned up, the initiative dies. And so many South Asia meetings where people used to meet all the time, but the sum was never more than the part. My suggestion is, I have no exact answer, but from what Harjit said and what other panelists have said in this panel and earlier, we must try to find a way to meet across borders. We know that the internet allows us facilities to talk, but it seems physical meetings are important, such as this one. So we have to somehow pick up from where DawnMedia has left us with Breathe, Pakistan Breathe, and we must take it further to Breathe South Asia Breathe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kanad Saab, and thank you to all our panelists. With that concludes Day 1's proceedings of DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you for joining us.
में डॉन मीडिया के ज़ेर एहतमाम 2 रोज़ा ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस के पहले रोज का अख्ताम हो गया है। मौसमियाती तब्दीली के हवाले से डॉन मीडिया की मुहिम ब्रीथ पाकिस्तान कॉन्फ्रेंस सुबह से जारी थी, जिसका पहला रोज आज इख्तिताम पजीर हो गया है। पहले दिन के आखिरी सेशन में इलाकाई नुक्ता नज़र शामिल था, जिसमें मौसमियाती तब्दीली पर जनूबी एशियाई सिम्पोजियम में वफाकी और सूबाई वज़राए मौसमियात, मौसमियाती पॉलिसी के माहिरीन और सिविल सोसाइटी के अरकान पर मुश्तमिल 3 अलग अलग पैनल्स शामिल थे। अमेरिकी सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप खिताब कर रहे हैं, आपको लिए चलते हैं।
And he was a friend of my father. We had an old congressman, maybe some of Cy Halpern from Queens, and he was a friend of my father. But he'd have dinner with, he was a Democrat, he'd have dinner with Republicans, and he'd be out, it wouldn't even make a difference. Today it's like shocking. And it shouldn't be. You have to get together. We really have to get together. We all know what's right and what's wrong, and there's going to be compromise on both sides. But we have to just do the right thing, and we have to get together. You did it with Marco Rubio. You got everybody who's 99 votes, and the only vote was our VP, who maybe we should have been there just to make it 100. But I think I would have been angered if it was 100. That might be a step too far, right? But no, it was great to see a vote. Pam Bondi had support from Democrats, and some of the others had some pretty good support. So, you know, it's doable. We had a recent bill having to do with a very beautiful young lady who was killed from Georgia. And that bill was very bipartisan. It was a very beautiful thing to watch, actually. And so I think we just have to, if possible, we have to unify. There's big division. I mean, some people want an open border and some people want a closed border. We want it closed and they want it open. That's a big difference. How do you solve that problem? It's a big difference. Some people want men and women's sports and some people don't. And I was with somebody yesterday who was so upset that the bill was signed where men cannot participate in women's sports. And I said, he's a very smart guy, went to a great school, was a great student, and he actually feels, you know, that should happen. Men should be able to play, meaning transition into women's sports. Then you talk to him and it says, you know, I don't understand it. I don't understand how the problem ever got started in the first place. It just seems so simple. But he's a good person and just believes it. He just believes it. Not going to be easy to convince him otherwise. So where is the middle ground? It's hard to have a middle ground. There's two ways. I mean, you can either do it or you can't. But I think a lot of good things are going to happen. You know, a lot of people might be surprised to hear me say that of all people, but I think a lot of good things are going to happen because our country's got some big headaches, but we have tremendous spirit right now. The spirit is as high as it's been. It was up 49 points this morning. 49 points. It's the biggest increase in the history of whatever the poll was. So the spirit is there. That's a big factor. That's probably the hardest thing to get back, to be honest. The rest is easy. The rest is easy. So I want to just thank you all. I want to congratulate a lot of the new members. I see so many of you that ran great races, David. That was a great race. But so many that ran great races, and on both sides, you ran some incredible races, so it's good to be with you. And God bless everybody. We want to come together, and the happiest, the person, the element, the everything that's going to be happy. People of religion are going to be happy again. And I really believe you can't be happy without religion, without that belief. I really believe it. I just don't see how you can be. So let's bring religion back. Let's bring God back into our lives. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you.
अमेरिकी सदर डोनाल्ड ट्रंप नेशनल प्रेयर ब्रेकफास्ट से खिताब कर रहे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि हमें दुनिया के सामने मजीद मजबूती के साथ खड़ा होना होगा। अमेरिका हमेशा एक कौम बनकर रहेगा। शामिल करेंगे एक ब्रेक, देखते रहिए डॉन न्यूज।
आपको चाहिए शाइनी बाल? सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन में है 5 नेचुरल ऑयल्स के साथ विटामिन ई का सुपर मिक्स, जो दे आपके बालों को अप टू 24 आवर्स शाइन। अब बाल करें शाइन ऑल द टाइम विद सनसिल्क ब्लैक शाइन।
अम्मी, क्या लड़कियां पायलट नहीं बनती?
ये देखो तुम्हारे बाल, ये जैसे चाहे बन सकते हैं क्योंकि ये मजबूत हैं। तुम भी जो चाहो बन सकती हो क्योंकि तुम भी मजबूत हो। एक माँ ही बनाती है बेटी को जड़ से मजबूत। जैसे लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू का नया एलोवेरा और मिल्क प्रोटीन फॉर्मूला बाल बनाए मजबूत। लाइफ बॉय शैम्पू, तुम मजबूत हो।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy.
जमान किधर है?
ये जमान का बाप उसे घर छोड़ के आया ताकि वो पोलियो के कतरे ना पी सके।
मुझे देखो लाला, अगर मुझे बचपन में पोलियो के कतरे पिला दिए जाते तो आज मैं खुद अपनी टीम के साथ मैच खेलता।
गलती मेरी थी। काश मैंने उस वक्त अपने बच्चे को पोलियो के कतरे पिलाए होता तो आज वो अपने पाँव पे खड़ा होता।
मगर ये पोलियो का टीम बार बार क्यों आता है?
ताकि बच्चों में वैक्सीन का असर बरकरार रहे, इसलिए 5 साल तक के तमाम बच्चों को हर बार पोलियो के कतरे लाजमी पिलवाएं।
सोचना कैसा लाला, तुम नहीं चाहते कि कल को तुम्हारा जवान अपने पैरों पे खुद खड़ा हो?
तुम ठीक कहता है। पता नहीं क्यों हमारा आंखों पर पट्टी बन गया था।
पोलियो टीम से अपने बच्चे ना छुपाएं। पोलियो एक लाइलाज मर्ज है जो बच्चे को जिंदगी भर के लिए माजूर कर सकता है। सिर्फ पोलियो के कतरे और वैक्सीन के जरिए ही पोलियो जैसे लाइलाज मर्ज से बचा जा सकता है। फैसला आज करना है अगर कल बच्चे को चलना है।
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
लाला संभल के
देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
हर मोड़ पे खतरे हजार, हर मैच आर्या पार। ICC चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी शुरू 19 फरवरी से।
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता it's Tresemme.
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home. Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे Salon Smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लुक घर पे?
ये सब मुमकिन है जब आप करेंगे सपोर्ट अपने बच्चे की बढ़ती हुई बॉडी और माइंड को। नेस्ले लैक्टोग्रो में मौजूद है एक्टिव ग्रो, जिसमें शामिल है टबी के लिए प्रोबायोटिक्स और वो न्यूट्रिएंट्स जो सपोर्ट करें उसकी बढ़ती बॉडी और माइंड को, ताकि इसे मिले ग्रोथ में मदद और आपके बच्चे करें ग्रो विद एक्टिव ग्रो फ्रॉम नेस्ले।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
Extra joy. नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
नन्हा सा ज़हन, बड़ा कुछ है सीखना।
नन्ही सी जान लेना चाहता है बड़े कदम, इसीलिए इसके नन्हे पेट के लिए बनी नेस्ले सेरेलैक न्यूट्रीब्लेंड की बड़ी ग़िज़ा। इसमें शामिल विटामिन B1 और आयरन ज़हनी नशोनुमा में और प्रोटीन एंड कैल्शियम ग्रोथ में मदद करें। ये सब मिलकर बनाए सेरेलैक का स्पेशल न्यूट्रीब्लेंड, जिसमें है नन्हे पेट की बड़ी ग़िज़ा।
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
अहम खबर आपको दें, कराची के इलाके औरंगी टाउन में जाती झगड़े पर 2 ग्रुपों के दरमियान फायरिंग में 2 अफराद जाँ बहक और 3 जख्मी हो गए हैं। मजीद जानते हैं डॉन न्यूज़ के नुमाइंदे इमरान हफीज से। जी इमरान, बताइएगा क्या तफसीलात हैं आपके पास?
देखिए, औरंगी टाउन का इलाका है, औरंगी टाउन खैराबाद। यहाँ पर जो है वो 2 ग्रोह के दरमियान जो है वो फायरिंग और डंडों के वार से जो है वो हमला किया गया, जिसमें 2 अफराद जाँ बहक हो गए हैं, 2 फायरिंग के जख्मी, जबकि 2 जो है वो डंडों के वार से जख्मी है। मजबूत जो जख्मियों की तादाद है वो 4 है। इस हवाले से जो है SSP वेस्ट तारिक मसूई ने बताया है कि वाकया जो है वो जो तफादुम का जो शाखसाना है वो पानी के तनाजे पर हुआ, जिसके दौरान जो है वो एक ग्रुप ने दूसरे ग्रुप पर फायरिंग कर दी और लाठी बरदार जो अफराद थे उन्होंने एक दूसरे पर जो है वो हमला किया है। पुलिस मौके पर पहुंच गई है, जख्मियों को और जहाँ बहक अफराद की लाशों को जो है बाबू से मुंतकिल कर दिया गया है। पुलिस इस हवाले से जो है जो फायरिंग में मुलविस मुल्ज़िमान की गिरफ्तारी के लिए वहाँ पर जो है निशादीन से मदद हासिल कर रही है।
इमरान हफीज अपडेट कर रहे थे, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया। खबरों से फिलवक्त इतना ही। मजीद खबरों से अपडेट रहने के लिए आप विजिट कर सकते हैं हमारी वेबसाइट dawnnews.tv और Dawn TV मोबाइल ऐप। देखते रहिए डॉन न्यूज।
नए सर्फ एक्सेल की स्टेन लिफ्टर टेक्नोलॉजी खींच निकाले सालन से लेकर कीचड़ तक हर तरह के जिद्दी दाग। तो दागों से क्या डरना, सर्फ एक्सेल है ना।
जब चलाना हो नॉनस्टॉप यूट्यूब, टिकटॉक, फेसबुक और व्हाट्सएप तो लगाओ टेलीनॉर मंथली एक्सट्रीम प्लस ऑफर सिर्फ 1500 रुपए में, जिससे मिले 60 GB डेटा, 10,000 टेलीनॉर मिनट्स और 700 अदर नेटवर्क मिनट्स भी। तो अभी माई टेलीनॉर ऐप या अपने करीबी रिटेलर से ऑफर एक्टिवेट करो, क्योंकि जब टेलीनॉर हो तो
घर से निकलते वक्त चाची ने गुस्से से कहा,
सुनो, घर बैठो और प्याज काटो।
पर मैंने सिर्फ प्याज नहीं काटी, अपना पार्लर भी खोला।
टूट रहे हैं, काट दो।
प्याज है,
प्याज
बाल टूटेंगे नहीं, बढ़ने दो यार। प्याज से बना नया सनसिल्क अनियन शैम्पू, ये पहले वॉश से लंबे बालों का टूटना 90% कम करे।
वंडरफुल, नाइस शॉट।
नो टूटना, ओनली बढ़ना। सनसिल्क।
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 or ₹50 pack with 25% extra chips. Extra chips,
extra joy.
You can whip it, swirl it, flip it, twirl it.
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता, it's Tresemme.
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home, Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे Salon Smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लोग घर पे?
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपरफास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन्स के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है, इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
DawnMedia Breathe Pakistan International Climate Change Conference on the 6th and 7th of February 2025 in Islamabad. Let's weather the change together.
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता इस ट्रेसमे
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home, Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे salon smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लुक घर पे?
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 में से 9 बच्चों की खुराक में आयरन की कमी है। इसलिए जरूरी है नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, जो है 3 गुना ज्यादा मौसम। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस।
मेरे बाल आपकी तरह घने और मजबूत कैसे होंगे?
मेरी तरह बालों में प्याज लगानी पड़ेगी। लगाओगी?
बहुत मेहनत लगेगी।
हाँ, पर इसकी नया लाइफ बॉय नेचुरली स्ट्रॉन्ग शैम्पू। इसमें है प्याज जो बालों की जड़ों में जाए और दे घने और 5 गुना तक मजबूत बाल। 10 रुपए के साशे में भी।
Peak Frames Original Sandwich. Originals are forever.
You can whip it, swirl it, flip it, twirl it.
Wow, Kura, fabulous blow dry.
तुम्हें पता इस ट्रेसमे
Salon Smooth blow dry hair. Now at home, Tresemme Keratin Smooth. Keratin and argan oil formula provides frizz control up to 72 hours.
और दे salon smooth बाल। चाहिए मेरा ब्लो ड्राई लुक घर पे?
लाइफ में कुछ एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाए तो कितना अच्छा लगता है। Days ₹30 और ₹50 पैक with 25% extra chips. Extra chips?
एक्स्ट्रा जॉय।
बंटी, तुम्हारा साबुन स्लो है क्या?
नया लाइफबॉय सुपरफास्ट हैंड वॉश अब विटामिन के साथ। ये दे आम साबुन के मुकाबले जरासीम से 100% स्ट्रॉन्गर हिफाजत सिर्फ 10 सेकंड में।
Mycelium, the underground several miles long networks of fungal threads within a forest that connect and nourish all trees and allow nutrient sharing between